Oh, man. This... Okay. This stream should not take longer than the previous one. That much I could say for certain. This should not take longer. I feel like it's impossible for this to take longer. But we're going to be here for some time. We're going to be here for some time. We are going to be ranking every single Pokemon ever created. Now, I might exclude the like Dynamax or Gigantamax forms. I don't care about those. You're still going to rank them just based on how they were before. And I guess I can't really rank the Mega Evolutions that haven't released yet or that aren't playable yet. So we're going to rank everything else. Everything else. Competitively. And I'm going to do a mix of Smogon singles, Battle Spot, and VGC. The reason I'm doing Smogon singles included here is for all of like the not fully evolved Pokemon and like the little cup guys. Like these Pokemon, they've had their relevance in those formats, but they're completely dead useless in like VGC most of the time. There's like some examples of others that are still useful in like doubles formats, like Clefairy for example, but a lot of them they just don't exist. So I'll still let them exist, and also I'm just more knowledgeable when it comes to Smogon. But I still have a decent idea of if a Pokemon was good at some point in VGC. This is going to be an all-time list. So it's going to go, you know, if a Pokemon's peak was like Gen 3 and then it was never relevant again, I'll still consider its peak. This isn't just going to be current. This is going to be all-time rankings or influence across the generations. Now, if they had a tremendous fall-off, like Tauros, for example, give it up, buddy. You can't hold on to that Gen 1 performance forever, okay? So, it's not going to be up there, like, high up on the list because it was the GOAT of Generation 1. You know, I can't do that. But hey, I will try to consider certain Pokemon's peaks, their fall-offs, their this, that. We know a good thing about fall-offs, so we'll be able to resonate perfectly with Pokemon like Tauros. But there you go. What sparked this? I saw a Zenless on 0 tier list. I was like, ooh, I want to do a tier list, but then I didn't want to do a Zenless on 0 tier list. And I was like, okay, I'll do a Pokemon tier list. Speaking of Zenless, I'm going to do Star Rail down here in the corner. So if you have ADHD, well, at least you can look at some autoplay gameplay down here. But without further ado, let's just get into it. Bulbasaur kicking off the list. It's had relevance in LC, right? But I think most of that stemmed from two scenarios. When it had the ability to run Sun, but then Little Cup kind of banned Sun, I'm pretty sure, in some formats. Then it also had some Z Celebrate set. I think overall, Bulbasaur might be like a E to F tier guy. He's definitely not bottom of the barrel. He's somewhere in this E to F range because he at least had usage in LC. So you're just joining in. This is going to be a mix of Smogon singles, Battle Spot, and VGC. Now, obviously, Bulbasaur being good in LC does not mean he's going to be up here. If Bulbasaur was like S tier in LC, I'm not going to put Bulbasaur S tier on the actual list because, bro, it's LC. You know, that's about as garbage as it gets. So I'll start off with like a F tier, you know, just a wholesome F tier. Nothing too crazy, nothing too bad. I feel like it's accurate enough because it had Z Celebrate in Generation 7. And then that's about it, you know? It existed in Gen 6 with Sun Sweeping. I'm going to keep it F tier. Now, Ivysaur, my personal GOAT, Smash Ultimate. If you're a Pokemon Trainer main, type of me. If you're not, you don't have to type anything. I think Ivysaur is probably like a comfortable E, you know? Better, I think. Better than Bulbasaur was in LC than, when it comes to being good in NFE, which is the tier above. If you're not familiar with Smogon tiers, LC is Little Cups where all the baby Pokemon roam. NFE is not fully evolved. It's where like the middle stages typically are. And Ivysaur is pretty competent there. Obviously, NFE is like very low, so it is what it is. Let's see. Bottom of the barrel is going to be for Pokemon that are legitimately, I don't know, like Weedle, you know? That's what bottom of the barrel tier exists for. Now, Venusaur. This is not including Mega Venusaur. We're going to count the Megas and the regular like base forms as separate entities. Venusaur throughout Pokemon's history has been very, very good. There's hardly been a moment where Venusaur has been like just dead trash. You know? I feel like Venusaur is a very comfortable B+ to A- all-timer. You know? Venusaur is great on Sun teams. Honestly, maybe even A. I'm honestly feeling an A because its current existence it's just like a staple of Sun. It kind of feels hard to rank it like any lower. I feel like this Pokemon's range can go anywhere from like A+, like really, really good, to like C+ and very whelming. I'm gonna put it A for now. Type of me if you disagree. Type of I disagree, and you're a stupid chud if you disagree. Please don't, that would hurt my feelings. I think this is fair. Why do all the cancel starters have so many variations? Because they know that that's what most people recognize, so they're like, hey, we gotta appeal to them. Mega Venusaur. I think Mega Venusaur is not as impactful in doubles, so that's gonna cut down its viability by a good bit. It's always been good in singles whenever Megas have existed, right? So like Battle Stadium with Champions, it's really good there. It's always been good in Gen 6 OU, Gen 7 OU, it's been nice there. Gen 7 and Gen 6 Battle Spot, I have absolutely no idea. I'm not going to LARP and pretend like I know how it was in Gen 6 and Gen 7 Battle Spot. But Champion's current Battle Spot, it's good. I'm going to say B+ is fair. I think regular Venusaur has always been considered like better overall. There were times where maybe you could say Mega, but nah. Gigantamax, we're going to skip these, so the Gigantamax Pokemon are going to pile up for sure. If I could move them to the bottom of the list as soon as I see, you know what, let's do that. We have time. When I find a Gigantamax Pokemon, I'm just going to move them to the bottom of the list so that they don't crowd up the top and pile up. Charmander. Charmander, I feel like it's not bottom of the barrel. I'm going to put Charmander F and raise Bulbasaur maybe. Or maybe it also goes to E. I feel like the thing with, nah, I think Charmander might just be better. In LC, it would have the little solar power gimmick, where in Sun, it's just unwallable, you know? And that's probably more potent than whatever Bulbasaur had going on. I'm pretty sure this thing was a complete demon. I was about to flip-flop it with Bulbasaur, but I'm pretty sure it's been timeless as far as time has gone. As far as time is considered, this was better than Bulbasaur. It's the bottom of the list, though. Nobody cares about these guys. I might honestly make an even lower tier. You know what? Hold on. We're going to make an even lower tier. We're going to make a G tier. And I think this is better. I need a little more of a gap for when we start adding in like the really bad fully evolved Pokemon. Those are really going to be the ones that are inside the D+, D-, and E tiers. The fully evolved Pokemon. So I think it's fine to make one more. This is going to have a lot of tiers. It's over 1,000 Pokemon, bro. There's got to be. It's got to be a lot of tiers. It is what it is. As far as Charmeleon goes, Charmeleon feels like it's the exact same thing, but for NFE. In LC is Eviolite banned, and Eviolite is allowed. It's like the cornerstone of that meta. Without Eviolite, it's cooked. That whole metagame. Charmeleon's probably like Charmander, but just in NFE. It might have been worse at that job, though. It would be crazy to put it in like a tier below Charmander. But as far as NFE goes, I never really heard of Charmeleon making waves in that format. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I've heard of Charmander doing so. I mean, I can check. I can genuinely at least go check, like do my due diligence and check, but I've just never heard of it being so goated. Yeah, like I just looked at an NFE viability rankings list. This thing was it's C- right now. That's bad. That's bad. Like that's just for reference. For reference, that's where things like Varoom, Shroodle, Metatite, Ghastly, Pally, and Wooper are ranked on their list. So that is not very great. I think G tier is fine. Honestly, I might raise Bulbasaur because of that. Like, genuinely. Big Charizard. This is base form Charizard, so when I rank it where I rank it, forget there's still Zard-Y. Zard-Y is still right there. This is Charizard. Generation 1, it didn't exist really as far as something being usable. Gen 2, don't think so either. Gen 3, it was actually not that bad with the beat up moveset. Gen 4 didn't exist. Gen 5, I guess that's kind of when Sun started to exist, but I don't really remember if Charizard was a thing in that. In Gen 5 Sun. Gen 6, same thing. I feel like Gen 8 is really when Charizard on a Sun team really started to pop up. You could maybe argue Gen 7 too. Overall, base form Charizard has never, ever, ever felt impressive to me. So I'm personally going to put it maybe around the C range. C+, C, or C-. Because it's just... It's a Pokemon that's always been like in the lower tiers, but it could be usable in OU. You know? And then as far as doubles goes, you're not really going to see Charizard too much there unless it's Mega. But of course, the Megas are right here. The Megas are right here. I think C+ is fine because it did have OU viability, which is going to be a lot more than a lot of other Pokemon are going to be able to say. So it's thankful for its Smogon existence, because I'm pretty sure in like Battle Spot and VGC, base Zard, I don't know if it had much of an influence on anything. Charizard X, I'm going to put it B. I think Charizard X is a comfortable B pick. It's really nice. I'm not going to say really nice. It is nice in Champions at the moment, I would say. But would I put it around... No, B+, B+. I'll put it above Mega Venusaur. I think Mega Venusaur in singles, current champion singles, it's better. I think historically, Mega Venusaur, Mega Charizard X, like they've kind of been... I would say Venusaur's better in like Gen 6 OU, Gen 7 OU. But Charizard has it in Gen 7 OU probably, because Hyper Offense is just broken in Gen 7 and Gen 6. It's in this range, but I feel like I give it the edge because I've seen early Champions meta, it was a thing. It was used, you know, because it doesn't wall Zard-Y, but it can take some hits. I wouldn't put it any lower. It's definitely in this B range. Zard-Y, though, that's an A+ if I've ever seen it. Now, this might be Champions biased. It's just goated in that meta, 100%. It was, without Champions existing, it would be slightly lower. Like, it'd be probably A or A-. It's always been good in Smogon singles. I really don't see it ever in Battle Stadium, Battle Spot stuff. So, like, cartridge singles formats, I never really see it. And then when it comes to VGC in Gen 7 and Gen 6, I mean, it's a freaking Charizard Y. That thing was goated. Low-key, it might be a S. Like, the more I talk myself into it, it might be a S. You know? You could sleep to this. Hey. That's what we got this calm music for. Either S or A+. I'm not sure. I'll keep it A+ for now, because remember, there are a lot of legendary Pokemon that are here that will they exist, okay? We're gonna ignore Gigantamax Charizard, and in comes Squirtle. So I think Gigantamax Charizard got lost somewhere. Oh, he was next to Bidoof. Nice. Squirtle, I don't know if that thing had any relevance at LC before it got Shell Smash. And even then, when it got Shell Smash, I don't even believe it had much relevance after that anyway. In fact, it actually might have been the opposite. It might have had more of a use case when, like, before Shell Smash, like, as a rapid spinner, but why would you ever use it? I don't know. I don't know why you'd ever use it. It's just... Staryu exists in LC. I'm going to put it in bottom of the barrel. It's going to feel weird having it next to something like Caterpie, but it is what it is. Now, Wartortle has always... It's been pretty good. I think Wartortle might deserve E tier, because Wartortle, unlike Squirtle, is way bulkier, like, relative to the things that it existed around. And it had Shell... Once it got Shell Smash, it became really nice. I would say Wartortle is probably E tier, because it's been used... in time, it's been usable in, like, the PU, ZUs, like, that time. The lowest tiers of Smogon. Which is probably more that could be said for Ivysaur, for example. Now, we're talking about E tier here, so it's like... we're pretty close to the bottom of the barrel. I think that this is still, like, a somewhat comfortable spot. Big Blastoise. I don't know. Maybe like a C-. It exists. It had, like, a doubles set at a point that would probably raise it a little. Like, I could put it maybe just like a tier below Charizard. I feel like... Nah, I'm gonna put it next to Charizard. This is pre-recorded. Yep. Blastoise. The reason I would put it above, or not above, but on the same level as Charizard, is that throughout Smogon, at least, it's been traditionally, like, higher tiered. Charizard's always been that guy that's been, like, PU and ZU. Blastoise has always kind of existed within that PU, NU, RU type of range as, like, a rapid spin bulky pivot. It got access to Shell Smash, so it became a little higher after that. It, in doubles, had Fake Out, I think Follow Me as well. Recently got Flip Turn, but then in Champions, they took away a lot of its utility and it became dead useless in doubles. So that's why I was considering ranking it even lower, like C to C-, but that's a little too much recency bias on the current, you know, current existence of the meta. I don't want to have too much recency bias against it. Let's see. Oh, Mega Blastoise. Mega Blastoise is an interesting case. I feel like I would go B- to B, one of the two. It's always been better than these two, than Charizard and base Blastoise. But it's, I feel like B is too close to Zardex and Mega Venusaur. So I think B- is where I'm just going to go. Let's get the Gigantamax form out of here. We don't care about that. Blastoise got a lot better when it got access to Shell Smash, obviously. Became so good that in terms of Champions OU, it's banned. But I don't even know if I'm going to count Champions OU, like the Smogon VGC. Not Smogon VGC, the Smogon Champions meta. I don't think I'm even going to really consider that. I feel like that meta is a little Mickey Mouse, if I'm being honest. You know, traditionally before that, it was just a really powerful wall breaker that also had access to Rapid Spin, and it was kind of existing in that RU sort of range, and maybe a little bit of UU. But in terms of VGC existence, I don't think Mega Blastoise has ever been really relevant. But like Battle Spot or Battle Stadium, whatever it is in Champions, it's okay. You know, I thought it would be a lot better than it ended up being, but there's just better options that exist. You know, with how much I glazed this thing before, you'd think I put it S tier. But reality is a lot more telling than speculation, so B- is kind of more accurate for where it ended up being. Caterpie, bottom of the barrel. Metapod, bottom of the barrel. Butterfree. I think a D-. Butterfree might even be higher, but I think D- is fine for Butterfree. Butterfree's... It's kind of hard. Butterfree's one of those where theoretically it could be even crazier if I really want to consider AG. But AG is like an unofficial metagame, so I'm gonna drop it lower. You know, I'm gonna put it E tier. I was gonna consider AG, but AG's not. No, that's not real. Okay, if I'm not gonna consider Champions OU because it's Mickey Mouse, I can't really consider AG. You know, but this thing was usable in Anything Goes. Anything Goes Smoke Guns format that it got started when Mega Rayquaza existed, so they needed to ban it, and they made a format for it. Something that got banned from Ubers, and Butterfree had a thing in like Generation 8 with like its Dynamax set. Just being able to go ridiculously fast and stuff like that. I just don't think... I don't think I should count it, so I'm going to keep it E tier around where War Turtle is. Gigantamax we don't care about. Get bro out of here. Weedle is coming up. I think Weedle is bottom of the barrel. Kakuna is bottom of the barrel. I also think Beedrill is bottom of the barrel. So let's just get all these out of the way. These are just all garbage. They have no relevance in their format ever. I don't think Beedrill... Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Beedrill ever had anything going in like any format. At any point in time. Base Beedrill. Of course, we have Mega Beedrill coming up, but I legitimately don't think it's ever been useful. So Mega Beedrill, on the other hand, I think this has been... I want to say either B or B minus, but I'm going to go B minus because I think that at least Mega Blastoise maybe, possibly, could have some argument to be used with Water Spout synergy and stuff like that in doubles, whereas I simply don't even believe that that exists. You know what? I'm going to raise Blastoise up a tier because of that. Like, I didn't even fully consider that. You know what? Sure. Shell Smash Water Spout stuff in current gen, and even then, back then it also had Water Spout. I think that's better than Beedrill, because Beedrill just has no relevance when it comes to doubles at all. But it existed as a UU pick, RU pick, whatever. Pidgey, garbage. Pidgeotto, garbage. Pidgeot, G tier. I wouldn't put Pidgeot in bottom of the barrel. It sucks, but it was at least better than Beedrill has ever been. So, yeah. I might even raise Blastoise up. You know what? Keep the wholesome trio. Let's get a bigger gap between them. For reference, but I think... Would I say Mega Beedrill is closer? I think Mega Beedrill's... Nah, doubles influence. A little too crazy. Mega Pidgeot. I think Mega Pidgeot is probably around this sort of range right here. Right? I would probably say that it's around Mega Beedrill's level. Not really much doubles relevance really ever, but they're both guys that existed in like UU. I would say maybe Beedrill was better in UU, I guess. But I would say Pidgeot... I would say Mega Beedrill was probably better than UU, but if I could have picked one of the two to use in OU, I would have picked Mega Pidgeot first. Even though I think Mega Beedrill's better in UU. But both are mid, so they're B minus. Rattata. Fear is cool, but I'm sorry. I'm the guy, and I'm the gimmick guy, but I gotta put it bottom of the barrel. I'm sorry. Raticate. I guess Raticate can go in F tier. These are going to be very loosely ordered, by the way. They're going to be ordered off vibes. I think Raticate can go in F tier. Maybe even E. It exists. It definitely exists. When was the last time that Raticate, a Alolan form, even had a meta to be in? When was the last time it was allowed? Did he just introduce himself in Gen 7 and then never came back? Is that Aura or not? Who do you predict? Ooh, first S tier? I'm scrolling down the list. I'll see. I don't know yet. I would say that Alolan Raticate. I mean, he has less of a sample size to work with because he literally existed for one generation. But for the one generation that he existed for, he was certainly not garbage. You know? He was, but I would definitely say PU is garbage. It's enough to be considered garbage. Let me do this. I guess Sunday? I don't know. Yeah, I would say it's better than base Raticate, though. Spearow, no. Fearow? I have absolutely no idea. Chat, which one was better between Fearow and Pidgeot? We're discussing, like, poop versus garbage, but, like, this is two turds going at it, but who was better between the two? I know Fearow had, you know, Scopeland sniper stuff. I just don't... I don't know why you would use it, though. I truly don't know. Like, I couldn't tell you why you'd use it. They might both just go in bottom of the barrel, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They might just genuinely both go in bottom of the barrel. I don't think they ever had a use, no? Wasn't their whole, like, gimmick being worse than Dodrio? Like, they just got walled out by the existence of Dodrio now. Ekans. That's bottom of the barrel. I don't think Ekans ever had anything going for it when it comes to LC, did it? I feel like... Okay, bottom of the barrel is maybe too crazy. At least you have Intimidate, but... Maybe like G tier, you know? Maybe G tier could exist. I feel like at least when you have Intimidate, you could at least be decent. Because everything runs a Violite, stuff like that, and... It has Coil. It could do something. Probably more than these guys were doing down here. I feel like it feels weird putting it next to Canopy. I'm not going to lie. Arbok. This guy's probably around this range, you know? E tier. Not great, but not like the worst thing that I've ever seen. This guy was pretty nice in Gen 3 PU. We're digging very deep for use cases here. But, you know, it wasn't too bad over the generations. It's kind of been that guy that exists every time in ZU and PU, and it's viable, and that's about it. Like, it's viable in ZU and PU. Current ZU? I don't even know. But it's historically been that guy. He's got the Coil, he's got the Sucker Punch, he's got Gunk Shot, Intimidate. Like, he's got a lot going for it. Would I say... Yeah, I'm comfortable putting him. I'll put him at the top of E tier. Pikachu. Pikachu is an interesting one. I think I'm going to give it either the bottom of D- or the top of E tier. I think E tier is fine. The mascot himself. I feel like he's viable in NFE. There might have even been a time where it got banned from it, I'm not going to lie. It might have been too good at a point in NFE, which is good for a not fully evolved Pokemon. Its problem is that I just don't know if its uses... I'll put it in F tier. Top of F. I don't know if its use cases ever evolved past NFE, though. Is the only thing. And then as far as doubles goes... When were you ever... when were you ever using Pikachu? Gigantamax Pikachu, you can go to the bottom of the list. We don't care about Gigantamax forms. There's Raichu coming up. Raichu, when it comes to Smogon singles and even like Battle Spot, doesn't really exist, but I know it definitely had more of an existence in doubles for having Lightning Rod, for having Fake Out. I think it also had Follow Me. Like, it had good utility. My only problem with it currently as a doubles Pokemon is that its utility with Lightning Rod is not that significant because there's no real... like electric terrain. Like, it's not really some big electric type, you know, that you have to worry about, where Raichu's more valid. But I mean, in terms of doubles, is its doubles viability significant enough to boost it? I think so. Like, I know I'm more of a Smogon singles guy, but I would kind of want to not be too biased towards singles. I feel like if it's something that existed and it was at least decent in VGC at a point, it can go pretty high up. Like, maybe B- is fine. It could raise higher up. They're not really ordered. This form of Raichu, I'm going to keep it a buck. That's really hard. C+. You know? I don't really know what the X form brings to the table. I'm going to be honest. I think Raichu X is just not good. Just straight up physical electric types, they just can't be good. I don't think this thing has any uses at all, any relevance at all. unfortunately. So I'm going to be a bit of a hater. Raichu, why? This guy is like... He's very good. But... I would probably say like A-. There's some cases where it's not great. There's some cases where it's really, really, really good. Like Champions OU, I would say it's really nice. Battle Spot, I'd say it's like okay. Doubles, he's there. But I would say Champions OU position is just really annoying. I'll probably say B+. I think people have overcome nowadays the whole like gimmick of it. And people are a little more equipped to handle it than they were previously. So I'll probably go around one of these two ranges. But it's really good. Do not get me wrong. It's just people have gotten more used to its existence. When it first dropped, this thing was in just complete demon that needed to be killed. It's smited on sight. I think A- is very nice. VGC, it exists. It's not like the worst thing ever. It's viable. It's usable. But I think in the other formats, it's just kind of like... It ranges from being really, really, really good to being very underwhelming. And Battle Spot, Battle Stadium, whatever, would be an example of it being underwhelming. And Champions OU, Smogon's format would be an example of it being kind of broken. Raichu, Alolan Raichu. I think it's around, like, wherever this Raichu's gonna be. I think it's just that one, but better. It's existed for less time, which means it has less of a sample size, which is good in a lot of these cases because there's a lot less to consider. So you kind of have an unfair advantage where you exist for less time. I'm gonna try and weigh for that, but having Search Surfer, especially at a time where, you know, Tapu Koko existed in Gen 7, is not the worst thing. It pretty much had the full utility of Raichu, except it didn't have Lightning Rod. So you could I mean, depending on the day, it could be worse. I think it was just always kind of better, especially in like lower tiers and stuff. Sandshrew. Was Sandshrew ever good in LC? I'm genuinely asking. I have no idea. I'm not even going to present. I know the Alolan form was. But base Sandshrew? I just don't think it... I don't think it was. I could check. I don't remember it being anything special. I know... my brain just might be thinking of Alolan Sandshrew way more than anything. So I just don't... I don't know. Yeah, no, it's not. We're just gonna keep it in bottom of the barrel. I don't think it's... I don't think it's too crazy to put it in bottom of the barrel. Now, Alolan Sandshrew... This little guy could probably go up here to the top of F tier. Maybe below Pikachu. This thing was really, really good in Little Cup. Definitely usable. Not even just usable, it was really, really strong. Icicle Spear. I mean, multi-hit moves in Little Cup are just traditionally kind of busted. So, it already has that going for it when that's one of its stab options. Can't be mad at that. Can't be mad at that. Sandslash, on the other hand, I think Sandslash might be the first D- Pokemon. I feel like it's a bit better than the ones that are below it. Right, I don't think that's too crazy to say. I don't think it's too crazy to say. Sandslash has, you know, Sand Rush going for it, so in lower tiers with Sand, it could genuinely be a demon. This is more like of an Inu type of Pokemon. Honestly, I'm gonna put it a little higher. I think C-. No, D+. D+. And I'm gonna put Blastoise over Charizard, officially. No. I think D+ is fair. Alolan Sandslash. This guy is like the same thing, but ice version. He works for Slush Rush instead of Sand Rush. Actually genuinely don't know which one traditionally was better between the two of them. I'd probably give it to Alolan Sandslash personally. Like, this thing could... let's do this. I think D-, D+ is pretty good. But then, when it comes to doubles, they just don't exist, so they can't really be anything higher. Nidoran, no. Nidorina, no. Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen is probably C-. Nidorina, or Nidoran male. Nidorino. Nidorino. Go to bottom of the barrel. And then Nidoking. I'll raise Nidoqueen up to C and put Nidoking B- above these two. There was a time in like Generation 8 OU where... I'll put it at the bottom. There was a time in like Generation 8 OU where it was, you know, genuinely usable. That time is gone, but it was nice as like a wall breaker with a lot of... Because Generation 8 OU is very pivot heavy, so a lot of people would have their like special defensive Landorus and Tapu Koko, all these things with boots, and you just U-turn, Slowbro to teleport, blah, 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 blah. And Nidoqueen appreciated that sort of meta a lot, and it could catch things like Landorus with Ice Beam. It's just in doubles, it doesn't exist. It's traditionally been like that UU type of Pokemon that could sometimes be brought to OU. It's not too crazy. Nidoqueen is just worse than Nidoking, and it never had OU viability, so that's why it's 2 tiers below. If Nidoking, if I was just judging it based on the fact that it's a traditional UU Pokemon, it'd be like C+, but it had OU viability at a point. I'm going to put it above these guys. I don't get how Life Orb does much damage, but on some months it doesn't really make a difference. The thing with Nidoking specifically is that it has Life Orb and Sheer Force. That's the big selling point when it comes to Nidoking. So it gets the 1.3x twice on top of moves. But yeah, generally, this might be a hot take. Life Orb is pretty garbage for most Pokemon. I'm sorry. It's not worth the trade-off a lot of the time. And I think heavy-duty boots opened a lot of people's eyes to the longevity of your Pokemon, even when it comes to damage dealers. Keeping your Pokemon alive and healthy became a lot more valuable than something like Life Orb that chips them down too much. But there were some cases where, you know, Life Orb is still fine for certain Pokemon, especially things that can't get hit by spikes. Clefairy. I think Clefairy's existence as a VGC, like, doubles type of pick, it's sort of relative to Raichu, maybe. It probably goes C+, I'm not going to lie. Is that a hot take? Clefairy probably goes pretty high up. It's never been like something that's super goated. But you could probably... I could see arguments for like B-, you know? Friend Guard is broken. Friend Guard is super broken. This thing had tons of utility. Friend Guard, follow me. It could heal you. It could helping hand you. It could ice you in the opponents. It could go for after you. It has so many little techs just packed into this one little baby Pokemon. But then when it comes to singles, it's more like of a NU, PU merchant, ZU merchant even. But I think when it comes to doubles, it's solid. It exists. It's nothing too crazy. I think this is a valid take. I think this is right. Okay, it's like the Obama image putting the medal above himself, you know, saying my take is a valid take. Okay, Clefable. This thing is irrelevant in doubles, but it's an all-timer when it comes to Smogon singles specifically. When it comes to Battle Spot, it exists, but the fact that its Battle Spot and then VGC existence is virtually irrelevant, that's going to knock it down a lot of tiers. So if this were just Smogon, I would put this OU, like A+, because this has traditionally been OU for such a long time, you know? It's been impactful in like Generation 4 OU. Doesn't really super exist in Gen 5 OU, but it's a thing. And then Gen 6 and onward, it's just been a demon. So it would probably be like SS to S if this were just Smogon. And the Smogon player in me wants to put it S. But I feel like if I'm being fair and I'm being honest, it just doesn't, like, it's outclassed by Clefairy in doubles formats. I'm going to put it A. It's going to get knocked down just because Smogon isn't the only thing that I'm considering for this list. Even though I do play Smogon infinitely more, I have to be honest and fair. Mega Clefable. I think Mega Clefable, I kind of overhated this thing. I hate farmed it a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it's probably within this sort of, like, it's still worse than Clefable, but I would, old me would probably say this thing's like C- or something crazy. But overall, it's good. You know, I think it has some of the same problems, but I feel like B+ is not the worst take ever. Better than Raichu, I don't know about that. Better than Venusaur, I don't know about that, but I would say probably better than Blastoise. I'd probably say better than Mega Blastoise. Clefable's not, like, horrible. It's just not great. You know? It exists. I would not use it in a double scenario. I feel like that's the biggest flaw when it comes to Mega Clefable. I don't think it really exists in doubles at all. So VGC specifically, because there's no like Champions doubles OU. At least I don't think there is. There might be. But when it comes to like Champions OU and Champions Battle Spa, it's not too bad. It exists. Vulpix. When it comes to the Little Cup, this little thing is probably the top of F tier, honestly. When it comes to its Little Cup influence, it's really nice, and it exists. I'm going to put it in E. This is going to be a baby Pokemon. It's an E. I just thought about it. Like, lower tiers, this thing is the Sunsetter. In some instances where Torkoal is, like, too... whatchamacallit? If Torkoal is too high tier, then Vulpix is the guy you got to go to. If you want to run Sun, think more about it. Usually manual Sun is actually better. But this thing is really good in Little Cup. So I'll put it top of F. Little Cup, it's that guy. And I think in a lot of cases, it got banned, right? Didn't it get banned in Gen 7 Little Cup? That's another reason I was considering putting it E. But, you know. This form of Vulpix. No, I have literally no idea. I'm going to be honest. Alolan Vulpix is probably like the same case, right? Or maybe this is the one that should go up. This one might be the one that goes up, because it's probably been banned from Little Cup for more than Vulpix, than other Vulpix has. Because it has Veil, you know? Vulpix sees usage in Mono Letter. See, if you caught me on a couple streams ago, I would have asked you what is Mono Letter, but thanks to that stream of me playing every single format of Pokemon Showdown in a row, I now know what that is, and Vulpix is the Pokemon I specifically used, so that is ball knowledge. You're right. I specifically did use Vulpix when I played Mono Letter in the previous stream. So yes. Crazy. I think E is not too bad. I don't think E is bad at all. This thing's always been banned from Little Cup, I think in like every generation that it's existed in. That's only existed for 3, but that's got to be telling of something, you know? Ninetales. This thing sets up the sun. Me Sunyan. I'm gonna go C. It exists. It's a Sunsetter. It's viable at doing its job. But it traditionally exists in the lower tiers. It's like Charizard Light, you know? It's like a diet Charizard in terms of... not in terms of its role, right? I'm not saying Charizard is a Sunsetter, but in terms of that Pokemon that traditionally exists in like ZU to PU, but then it has, you know, some form of impact in higher tiers potentially just by being a Sunsetter. Would I put it higher than... would I put it C+ because of that? No, because I think Charizard... Yeah. I'll put it C+. I'll put it C+. Now, it's going to get mogged, unfortunately, by Alolan Ninetales. It's going to get mogged quite hard as well. I think A is probably where Alolan Ninetales should go. But yeah, Ninetales is about the same case as Charizard. It's like that Pokemon that always exists in lower tiers. It's never really good enough to have enough usage to rise up in Smogon tiers. But it sets up the sun. Torkoal comes later, of course, but Ninetales was her back in like Gen 5. I'm pretty sure Sun and stuff was not... What happened? Did Heat Rock get banned specifically? Or was it Drought that got banned? I don't remember. But I know in Gen 5, that thing used to be a decent pick. But then Rain and obviously Sand are like kind of goated. Jigglypuff, you suck. Wigglytuff. top of F. It exists. It's fine. In like ZU and PU and whatever. It exists. It's not bottom of the barrel. Jigglypuff is just useless. Zubat, I don't think this thing exists. Golbat, I'm going to put C- to D+. One of the two. If I like Golbat back in the good old days of Gen 7, Gen 6 and stuff like that, was traditionally pretty decent around that NU, UU, RU range. I'll put a D+. I think D+ is probably more accurate. It's tanky. It has stall breaking options with Taunt Super Fang. It could defog. It could U-turn. It had a lot of things going for it. Obviously, something special in doubles or anything like that. Oddish is odd. Get it, please? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oddish is like not very useful, you know? Would I put it in G tier? I don't even think I can do that. Would I put it bottom of the barrel? Probably. It's just like, it's just imagine Fungus if it didn't have Regenerator. Then you have a Pokemon. Congratulations. It's this thing. And it can't even be done, it can't even do the sun sweeping stuff with Chlorophyll because of Bulbasaur existing. So, imagine a Fungus without Regenerator, and imagine a Bulbasaur if it was like insanely slow and weaker. You know, that's what Oddish is, unfortunately. I hate to do it to the boy, but it is what it is. Gloom. Now, what about Gloom? I don't think Gloom has to be very gloomy anymore, because I'm pretty sure that it was at least something that could be used, but it's probably just, again, mogged by Bulbasaur, you know? I'm considering G tier, but I just don't recall it ever being usable. Vileplume, though, is definitely more of that sort of like D+ range, you know? I think Vileplume is where they can finally evolve from being just complete doo-doo butter. I would probably straight up go, it could honestly be a C-. Like, this guy was tanky, he existed, you know, he's got good defenses, good bulk, good typing, annoying ability, and it just survives for a long time. I don't think it's the craziest idea to put this thing in C- or D+. It's kind of similar to Golbat in terms of the tier ranges that it existed in. Like, sometimes it could probably be a PU Pokemon. Sometimes it could be used in RU, UU. Probably not UU. UU is probably Cope. But like NU, that sort of range, not too bad. Paras, no. Parasect, no. Venonat, no. Venomoth, yes. Venomoth is definitely nice. I would put Venomoth probably within top of C, maybe bottom of C, one of the two. Upper end of C, but you know, Nidoqueen's probably gonna be the upper end of C as well. Would I say that Nidoqueen was better or worse than Venomoth? That is the question that I'm proposing. I don't know. I know Tinted Lens, Quiver stuff is really, really crazy, and I feel like it probably had its peak during Generation 7 when it could have like Beginium Z and stuff like that. But I don't think it's going to go any higher. Diglett. Diglett is probably going to be a D- Pokemon. I'd probably give it D-. It's traditionally at least a top 15 to top 5 little cut Pokemon in like every generation that it's usable in. And they never ban Arena Trap from it, so it's always just going to be there. And really, it depends on the generation. It probably has better gens than some other gens. But it's just that guy. He's that guy. He's that little guy, and yeah, he's always there. And again, Arena Trap is so broken as an ability that even when it came to just ban Dugtrio or whatever people would say, then like Diglett and Trapinch still did not the same thing. Okay, I'm not gonna say they did the exact same thing because they're obviously not fully competent, but it was still so good of a job that they did that you had to ban Arena Trap itself when it came to Smogon. Now, Battle Spot stuff, that's not really a factor for Diglett, so it is what it is. And then this guy sucks. Immediately. Dugtrio. This is gonna be kind of... Ooh, this is hard. It's kind of hard to rank Dugtrio without being like Potential Man. Okay. Honest question. Is it Potential Man? If I'm basing it off the potential of it not having its ability banned? Like, is that Is that still potential, man? I don't think that is. Like, technically it is, but I don't think I can classify it as that because its ability got banned. That's how good it was when it came to Smogon singles. But at the same time, you can't really, I don't know, you don't really have much of a... Even then, there's also Gen 3 to reference. Gen 3 OU, it still exists. I'm going to put it A+. It's going to fall short or fall flat of being S because it doesn't really have a doubles presence at all. But when it comes to Smogon, this thing, its ability got banned. It's so good that they had to ban Arena Trap. It is what it is. I don't think there's too much cope there. And then this one sucks. Like, why? Why do they even make these Alolan forms? They're just garbage. Meowth is pretty good. In Little Cup, I would say not better than Vulpix. Maybe not even better than Sandshrew. But better than Charmander is in Little Cup. And maybe better than Ivysaur is in NFE. I think Meowth is a decent F tier. Dugtrio higher than Zard. Why? I mean, it's just kind of gotta be, right? Zardwise never been banned from a Smogon format. That's the GOAT of champions, but Dugtrio was so goated in Smogon singles that its ability had to be terminated. Like, again, like, it's hard because it's very potential. Like, what if it wasn't banned? Where would it be in Smogon? It would be banned. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I guess the most you could say is that when it came to, like, Ubers and stuff, it didn't super exist. Should I be judging it based on its Ubers usage? It existed, but, like, not really at all. Is that more fair? I don't think it is. I think it's just, it is a better Pokemon than Charizard Y. It just didn't have its ability. You can maybe then say, I guess, Champions, or not Champions, just like Battle Spot. I don't think it's in Champions, but Battle Spot presence. Is it an A+ Pokemon in Battle Spot? In which case, sure, I could hear you out on that and drop it below, I guess. This Meowth, I have no idea. Is Alolan Meowth a thing at all? Is it? I just don't remember it. I don't remember it being used. I don't remember when it was even allowed in anything, but sure. I don't think it's the worst thing to, I don't think it's bottom of the barrel. I don't think it's the worst thing to ever grace the face of the world. Now, Galarian Meowth is a different story. This thing sucks. I don't even know why it exists. I'm sorry. I like his design. He's a silly looking guy, but he's gonna be silly in bottom of the barrel tier. Itty wittity. I'll make the rules. I do make the rules. It's my tier list. I do make them. I just lost in Currency Wars. That's awesome. Persian is probably in this sort of range as well, but maybe, like, better, I guess. I don't know who's better between Persian and Eradicate, actually. They're different. They're very different. Like, let me get that straight. Just because they're both normal types, it's just the closest comparison. I was hovering in this area. Persian's more of that fast pivot / revenge killer, and Eradicate's more of a wall breaker / a sweeper. I just don't know which one was better traditionally. I feel like this is PU and ZU land, by the way. So that's why I'm kind of struggling to have an idea. Maybe Persian's here. Technician fake out is always, like, decent and stuff like that. It's fast. Maybe I'd put it lower. Like this area, I guess. Pretty close to Meowth, why not? Alolan Persian is definitely better than base Persian, but I don't know how much better it is. Maybe it's within this E tier range. I don't think that's the craziest take. You know? Z parting shot back in Gen 7. Dear God, that was disgusting. That move is nasty. Psyduck. I don't think Psyduck was ever really good. Golduck, definitely not bottom of the barrel. I guess also E tier. Maybe worse than Worse than a lowland Persian. Would I put it above Arbok? I don't know about that one. It's just... I feel like it's always had... It's a very basic Pokemon. It's very simple. He uses the water move. He uses the ice move. And then sometimes you bust out, you know, some other coverage move. And it exists and it does its job. And it's maybe not the best at it. It maybe got completely outclassed by a lot of other things. Like when Inteleon dropped, this thing's hope of ever getting out of ZU or PU basically didn't exist anymore. It's unfortunate. It's sad. Drop a F in the chat for Golduck if you feel bad for it. Or if you hate it, then laugh at it. Mankey. I don't think Mankey was ever really a guy that existed. Primeape is definitely like maybe here. D-, maybe the bottom of D- or the top of E. I mean, this thing's had Choice Scarf. Ever since Choice Scarf dropped, this thing's been like that lower tier guy that does close combat U-turn. And that's about it. You know, he does like the same gimmick in every single generation. Sometimes he runs Choice Band instead when he wants to be different, but Primeape basically just does the same thing. Now he's an NFE Pokemon. Isn't that crazy? He's a middle evolution now. So nowadays he just does NFE. He doesn't even do that gimmick anymore. He holds in a Violet instead. And has access to Rage Fist, which is decently significant. It's gonna suck in Gen 10 because they nerfed Rage Fist. And the whole point of it having Rage Fist and NFE is that it could pivot with its Violet tank hits. You turn around and then come back in with Rage Fist powered up. But Rage Fist doesn't... It resets when you switch now. So that's gonna be complicated for it. I think overall D- is fine. I think it's probably been better than Sandslash traditionally. You know? Growlithe? No. This form of Growlithe, though, probably F tier. I don't think base Growlithe has ever done anything significant in its entire life. You know, I just don't think it... I don't think it has. Maybe... I don't know, maybe... It's hard. Maybe a Violite Intimidate is enough to get it out of bottom of the barrel. Maybe put it in G tier, like above Ekans. Yeah, I'll put it above Ekans. And then I'll keep it there. Like after that, it's not going anywhere. But the other form of Growlithe is definitely much better. Hisuian Growlithe is pretty cracked. I'm not gonna lie. Not quite as good as Vulpix, like a Alolan Vulpix. That thing just gets banned from Little Cup. But this guy is a little demon in Little Cup, okay? Do not get it twisted. Who would I say is worse or better than Arcanine? Arcanine is the traditional, again, another like UU to NU type of staple Pokemon. I feel like I can't put it in Charizard tier at all. I'll put it above Nidoqueen. I think that's where I feel most comfortable putting it. It is definitely above Nidoqueen, I would say. Traditionally, like throughout time, Arcanine's never been anything spectacular. It's never been anything that's just pure garbage either. So I feel like C is pretty telling of that, you know? It's nothing bad. It's nothing too crazy. It's just a pretty comfortable ranking. It is a pretty comfortable ranking. Hisuian Arcanine has had less time to exist. It's better than base Arcanine. Not by a significant enough margin to where I'm like, dang, this thing needs to be in a much crazier tier. But I'll put it in B-, you know? It's unfair. It's had multiple less generations to exist in. You know, it's only existed for one. And base Arcanine has existed since Gen 1. I just skipped over Himiko while refreshing in Star Rail. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Well, that sucks. The complications of yapping at the same time. And now I can't even get the Himiko at all. I'm going to lose my mind. I think Poliwag... Is Poliwag a G tier? Is Poliwag a G? Does he exist? I've never really heard of it existing, I'm not going to lie. Like, theoretically, it could. Just thanks to the existence of Belly Drum. I still don't know what it drums its belly with, but it has that move. I might just put it bottom of the barrel. I'm not going to lie. But I feel like it has more, like, hypothetical uses than any of these guys when it comes to Little Cup. Poly World. This guy has aura. I don't know what it is about him. He just has aura, but he sucks. Like, it's a stinky aura. So he's going in bottom of the barrel, but he has aura. Look at him. He's just a cool guy. He's just a lad. Look at him. He's chill. Poly Wrath. Now, he's mad that I insulted him, so he evolved and he wants to beat me up. But, unfortunately for you, you're like E tier. Unfortunately, gets kind of frame mugged by Poly Toad, and that's what he exists to do. But, it's usable. It is certainly usable. It is certainly decent. I'm not going to say it's god-awful. It's in the E tier, so that's basically what I'm saying, but I'm trying to be nice. And anyways, Abra. Abra is probably the top of F tier, I would say. I still... Same thing with, like, Vulpix. But I might put it in E. I might put it bottom of E. It doesn't get banned, but this thing is also kind of in that Diglett range, where when it comes to Little Cup, this guy is a traditional probably top 10 in any format of LC that it's ever allowed in. It's up there, you know? It's just it never branched out into being usable in the above tiers. Unlike Diglett, where Arena Trap had to be banned. Kadabra is probably D- to D+ range. I think D+ could be a little more accurate of a ranking. This thing exists in ZU and PU in previous generations and stuff like that. It's not the most impressive Pokemon ever. I'll put it below Diglett. I think above Diglett is crazy. Maybe even below Primeape. Maybe even below Sans. Okay, I'm putting it below Sandslash next. Jesus Christ. All right, he dropped off a lot of ranks. Alakazam. Base form Alakazam feels like the most not B+, the most B tier Pokemon ever. I just don't think this exists in doubles unless I'm crazy. And it's not the most flashy Pokemon out there. It exists. It gets by. Isn't it too crazy? I don't hate it. I don't love it. I know a lot of people would kind of die by this Pokemon being really, really good, but I just don't see the vision on that. I'm not going to lie. So I'm going to keep it at B. Now, Alakazam Mega form is like a B+. But like there. Like the bottom of B+. It's Smogon singles. It's definitely better than it is everywhere else, but that's about the best that I can give it. It still doesn't really have any relevance in, you know, a lot of the cartridge formats and stuff. It's all right. So like Alakazam here is going to be like the bottom of B, and this one's going to be near the bottom of B+. So there's going to be a gap between the two, because Mega is definitely better than Base, but that's about all I can give it. It's just, it's good. B is good. Congratulations. Machop. I'm not going to give it bottom of the barrel because there was a time where it definitely had use in older generations. But he's like a relic of the past. You feel me? He is genuinely like a relic of the past. But this guy, I'm pretty sure this guy was usable in like DPP, you know? Gen 4. Am I going to keep him up here for Gen 4 power? Gen 4 LC. I don't think this guy's usable in anything else. But maybe Gen 7 as well. So I'm going to keep it G tier. Holy Machoke. Okay, this guy is strong. I feel like it's not better than Poliwrath, though. So I feel like E tier is about where I stop for it, you know? I think that's fair enough. Machoke, if you don't know what Machoke does, it's that a Violite, just kind of tanky guy. He does a lot of damage. Sometimes he could be bulk up. Sometimes he could even skip the Violite and be a guts attacker. He does the same thing in a lot of generations. It's not too... It's decently varied, though, in terms of its roles. It could be, like I said, Wall Breaker with either a Violite, just offensive sets, or Flame Orb Guts offensive sets. And then it can also be just a tanky guy with good defensive stats. And he's traditionally kind of just done that job. He's not really ever strayed from it. Machamp, I think, is probably D+. Better than Golbat. Probably better than Vileplume. I think better than Vileplume is valid. Like, it's not the craziest take. But I'd say better than Venomoth. Now, that is a harder one for me to say. I don't think I can say it's better than Venomoth. Now, there is its Gen 4 history, right? Machamp was kind of really goated in Gen 4, and I'm pretty sure they banned either it or they banned No Guard. I forget which one it was. Does anybody in the chat know? I think it got banned. Okay, it got banned from Gen 4. How's a Violite pronounced? It's either, yeah, I know some people say Eviolite. I like to say a Violite because it rolls off the tongue more as like a evolution type of thing. I feel like it's supposed to be pronounced more like how evolutions are. So I like to say a Violite, but some people say Eviolite. It doesn't matter. Whichever one you want to say, you know? That's kind of hard then. Like, if Machamp got banned from Gen 4 OU, which is just a pretty recent thing. It's not like the most old thing. It used to exist for a long time. This is just because hacks is already so rampant in that tier, and having access to Dynamic Punch, which just takes no skill to use. You had a lot less options during that time. No team preview as well. I'm gonna legitimately raise it C+. And I'll stop it there, okay? I'm not gonna get any crazier. It's not like Dugtrio where this thing was continuously banned. Like, Dugtrio having Arena Trap banned is that's not the outlier here. That's been the consistent thing. When Arena Trap was allowed, that is an outlier. That's like Gen 5, or not Gen 5, Gen 3 OU, you know? Machamp being banned is the outlier. It typically is pretty below mid, honestly. So I'm going to keep it C+. Now we don't care about... Oh, he Gigantamaxed on me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Bellsprout? Isn't Bellsprout just kind of like... He also does the sun gimmick? How good is Surskit? You want the honest answer? Do you want the honest answer? I feel like this thing is kind of like the diet version of Bulbasaur, but it's probably better than Poliwag was, at least. Just not very useful. Now for Weepinbell. I don't know what I would say for Weepinbell, not gonna lie. It's the same thing. Set up the sun, use chlorophyll, sweep stuff. Look ugly. It's very chopped, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's better or worse than Ivysaur. I feel like Ivysaur's just kind of been better. So maybe there's like a... I don't know, I'll put them right next to each other. They can be friends. They can be friends. Very wholesome. Victreebel is different. It's like always in the shadow. You know, I'm gonna put it at top of G tier. I think Victreebel's always been in the shadow of Venusaur when it comes to presence on a Sun team. Like there's never been a reason. Why would you ever use Victreebel? I don't know. Would I even put it next? a Vileplume. Even that feels wrong. I feel like it's just worse than Vileplume because you just don't like. Why would you use it? I'll put it in D+. Now we have Mega Victory Bell. Mega Victory Bell's nice. I think it's either B or B+. I can't really tell which one is more accurate. I feel like B. Is it worse than Mega Venusaur? It has uses. That's the biggest part, you know? It genuinely has uses. It's not bad. I think it's probably better than Mega Alakazam in Champions specifically. But I don't know if that's true for all time, you know? I don't know if that, like... I don't think that's an all-time thing. Mega Alakazam kind of goes beast mode and Smogon singles. That's hard. I feel like Champions is better. That's kind of hard. I mean, B+, it doesn't matter. It's there. Tentacool? I have no idea. Tentacool is a rapid spinner that exists in a little cup and stuff like that. I feel like it goes like around this sort of range. I don't think it's better than Abra. But like maybe like here. It's one of the few things that exists that you could like genuinely use as an alternative to Starmie. Not Starmie, Staryu. Please don't use this as an alternative to Starmie. Oh my god. Staryu in Little Cup and stuff like that. Tentacruel. Now we're getting better. I think Tentacruel is probably like around this sort of level, C+ to C. I kind of want to put it C. I'm not going to lie. Nothing against them, but C+ could work. I'm thinking about its Gen 5 existence. Ooh, yeah, the more I think about its Gen 5, I kind of want to put it to B-. I'm not even lying. C might have been really, really low. When I think about, like, Gen 5 Tentacruel on Rain, and even in Ubers for it, like, that's a whole different ballgame, you know? This thing is usable in Ubers in Gen 5 and stuff like that. It's more than pretty much any of these Pokemon can say. It's just, I don't know if it has doubles presence at all. I really don't think it does. I'm going to put it above Hisuian Arcanine. That might be crazy. Let me put it under. B-, I think it's fair. That's only one generation of influence. Maybe top of C+. You know, similar to Machamp being in C+, being banned from Gen 4. Gen 4 OU. Geodude. He's a guy. He is a dude. I don't think he's very good. I don't think Geodude's very good. He might just find himself straight in the abyss. I feel like he's had, you know, a lowland Geodude. What the heck does he even do? He's probably not as bad, but like, what does he do? I'll put him like here. G tier. That's about it. Like, he's had some time to exist. Maybe he's worse than Weepin' Bell. He's had some time to exist. He has Magnet Pool, stuff like that. Like, he could trap stuff. Might be worse than Machop, too. He's chopped as well. My eyebrows ain't doing nothing for you, my friend. Graveler. I think Graveler's in that unfortunate position where the only tier it could be usable in, Golem, like, already occupies it, you know? There's NFE, of course. I mean, it's not even good there, but, you know, it could exist in that PU, ZU type of range, but so does Golem. I really don't know. I feel like I just gotta put him in G tier. Maybe he's better than these guys, but it's just not good enough. Ooh. A lowland Graveler. That can't be too bad, right? I feel like it just physically can't be. Like, it has to be better. It just has to be. Maybe it's... Okay, it doesn't, but... I think they probably exist around the same ranges, like Weeping Bell type of viability. Now, Golem is definitely better than Graveler by a good margin. I'd probably put it, like... here. Like, I think it's a very F tier. It's very F tier type of Pokemon. He has that sort of aura to him. Now, a Lowland Golem is another weird case. I think he's E Gaps base Golem for sure. Maybe like top of E. I legitimately think top of E is not too much of an exaggeration. Could even be bottom of D- above Kadabra. I wouldn't even hate that. He's had less time to exist, and he hasn't been much of a, you know, like, shake it up type of Pokemon. He doesn't really change much in terms of the meta. But he's a good bit better than base Golem. I would say base Golem is, like, purely a meme. Ponyta. Ponyta's another Pokemon that's pretty much been very consistent in terms of its Little Cup presence. For a number of reasons. Good speed tier. Flame body's really good. Would I put it above? Yeah, I might have it lead the F tier, I'm not gonna lie. It's just one of those Pokemon where when it exists, it's good. It's very fast. It hits very hard. It has access to high base power moves. It doesn't even need to run a Violite. It could have Berry Juice because Flare Blitz is going to knock down its health. But it's really that speed tier. Flame Body being broken in a tier where everything's using Fake Out and U-Turn and Knockoff and stuff like that. Being able to burn things for making contact. But you could also run Flash Fire if you wanted to as well. I think F tier is nice. It's one of those little cup guys that's just always there, you know? He's always there in every generation. Though the pretty pony, Galarian Ponyta, is good as well. I just don't think it's had the same consistency. So I think I'm going to put it like around here. Like it can't, it physically cannot have the same consistency because it's existed for way less time, you know? It's existed for 2 generations. Ponyta's been here since Gen 1, so it's had a lot more to show, unlike the ponies here. Now, Rapidash is Rapid Trash. It's unfortunate. Like, this guy is the PU demon. I'm gonna put him like here. Like E tier. I think E tier is not the worst thing ever. At all. It's like not good. It's not horrible. I think Galarian Rapidash I'd put around here as well. They're probably just next to each other. Maybe Wartortle puts the gap between the two. They're just not good. They're both ZU-PU demons. Slowpoke. I mean, Slowpoke is a guy. He's there. Is he, like, great in Little Cup? We still haven't. We've been far removed from, like, a baby Pokemon that's been viable in doubles. That's for sure. I think the biggest boom that Slowpoke ever got was when Gen 8 randomly made Teleport a pivot move. Like, that was probably about it. Otherwise, he's been very standard, just, like, exists as a Pokemon. He's nothing too crazy. Maybe around, like, Weeping Bell type of range in terms of its strength when it comes to past gens. Galarian Slowbro, or Slowpoke, I mean, that just doesn't exist. We just pretend it doesn't exist. We look at it Smile, nod, move on from its existence. Slowbro. I think this guy's like a pretty confident B tier. Maybe worse than Alakazam. Maybe better than Alakazam. Might be B plus. I'll put him like a B. He had his peak again when Teleport was just randomly a pivot move. That was his peak. So Gen 8. Ever since then, he's just kind of existed. So I can't put him higher. I just physically can't. Mega Slowbro. Mega Slowbro just never did any of that stuff. You know, he didn't get to exist in Gen 8, so we couldn't teleport. So I'm going to put him B minus. I'll swap Slowbro, put him lower. Because Alakazam still has Gen 1. Ooh, I just thought about that, yeah. Gen 1 Alakazam might be enough to push it to B+. I completely forgot. Like, that just skipped my mind. I don't know how that skipped my mind, but it did. Huh. Okay. Galarian Slowbro is just he's a guy. He's a bro. I don't think he's much higher than this sort of range, the C plus C. Or even C minus. I might just put him C. Like, he's there. That might even be too high. I'm not gonna lie. Be here. C minus probably is fine. Gen 1 Zam was LeBron James. Close to LeBron. Tauros takes that for sure, but he's very close. Oh, Magnemite. Oh, don't spark, but my Magnemite, right? GE got the best lines. Then he said something else, and he said XY. I forgot what he said, but hey, shout out to GE. Let's go F tier. Very viable little cup guy. Might be better than the pony. Might be better than the pony. Might be better than Persian was when it in Persian's little tiers. Oh, it's a Premier Psychic type, makes sense. Magneton. I'm trying to figure it out. I can't tell if it's a C. I gotta think about Gen 3. Gen 3 OU. Not even just OU, but like, I think even Ubers, it existed. Gen 3 is a big pool. Okay, existed in Gen 3 OU. Gen 3 Ubers is a slight stretch, but it's there. It's a threat you have to consider. Gen 3 OU kind of pushes it a good bit. But every dog has had his day. Should I really put it that high? I think C. This is like RU sort of range. I think if you're consistently like a RU to UU Pokemon and you had one gen where you were a general good Pokemon in OU, you deserve to be in C+. I think that's kind of my idea. Obviously, the competition was a lot worse in Gen 3, but still. Both Farfetch'd forms can go on bottom of the barrel. Doduo is very strong. Or like here. Might even be higher. Doduo is pretty nasty in like every generation that it's allowed in. It's very good. It's the reason why any sort of normal flying type that exists in LC just doesn't exist as a viable Pokemon. Because this thing is just kind of nasty all the time. It doesn't matter the generation of Little Cup that you're playing. It's God tier in Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5, really good in Gen 6, good in Gen 7. Like, it's always there as a Pokemon. Definitely one of... It kind of joins that list. It's in... I'm going to put it up. It's one of that, like, Ponyta, Abra, Diglett type of guys in Little Cup. Just consistent all-time great. Dodrio, on the other hand... No. Dodrio, no. But at the end of the day, it's okay. It's probably better than these guys in its lower tier area of ZU and PU. I don't think it's anything, special. I don't think it's complete garbage either. It's a mixed bag, probably. Of like... I don't want to be too harsh on it. Maybe E tier. Maybe E tier is better. Seal, no. Dugong. Maybe like worse than Golem. Worse than Wigglytuff. Worse than Raticate. Worse than Pikachu. Better than Pikachu. I won't hate on him too hard. I won't hate too crazy. Now Grimer? I don't think Grimer has ever been anything worth considering now. Or does that mean? I just don't think it has been. If it has, then that's news to me. I know a Alolan Grimer, on the other hand, is nice, but... It's weird, because it's decently bulky. Like, it's not paper thin by any means. I could maybe put it around Ekans' range, but maybe, like, worse, you know? Like here, you know? He might just be at the bottom so far. Alolan Grimer, on the other hand, is definitely a different guy. This thing is really, really strong. I'm not gonna lie. As I put it in F tier. But like, like F tier is really good for a little cup Pokemon. Like that's what I'm talking about. Poison Dark is just really nice. This thing had Pursuit Engine 7, which is crazy. I think this is a good ranking for it. It might even go above full picks. Like this sort of range. Genuinely, I don't think it's an exaggeration. I don't think it's an exaggeration at all. And then there's Muck. Okay. Well, Muck isn't like god-awful. I'm not gonna lie. I think you go like here. Better than a choke might not be true. I don't know if it's wrong. But I definitely wouldn't go out of my way and say it's true. Better than a choke. It's another thing that had Pursuit. There were times where it's definitely stronger. Okay, you know what? I'm going to put it above. I'm trying to think about like some of the lower older generations. And sure, it might have had more of an influence back then. Because Poison type being physical back then was a good thing. Like, I'm really thinking of Gen 3 specifically. Alolan Muck is definitely several tiers better than base Muck. It's probably like a C tier Pokemon. Better than Arcanine, I would say. I don't think that's a crazy take. Shelder? This guy would do like Shell Smash stuff, right? An Icicle Spear. Kind of like Cloyster, but just Little Cup. And that's really good in Little Cup, by the way, because multi-hit moves are busted in that mode. So having Skill Link with a multi-hit move is really, really strong. I don't think it's around Ponyta the Doduo range, or even Alolan Growlithe, or maybe like Tentacool. You know? Maybe relative to Tentacool is a good pick. Then there's Cloyster. Cloyster is probably like that C+ Pokemon, maybe a little higher. We haven't touched a doubles Pokemon in a long time. Am I crazy? This thing's also, not much of a doubles thing for it. It had, its existence as a lead in a lot of generations, even like in Ubers and stuff like that. It could exist. It has Rapid Spin, T-Spikes, Spikes, Explosion. It lost a lot of those moves in the current day. So those are like relics of the past. But it is what it is. Shell Smash, Sweep. Not really a thing in the higher tiers, but like UU, RU, it's something you got to worry about. Ghastly definitely joins that realm of I'm really, really good in Little Cup. Like I'm a top tier threat in Little Cup, so I'm gonna put it in E tier near Abra. I don't know if it's traditionally been better or worse than Abra throughout time. I feel like it's gotten probably banned more, like one more time than Abra has. If I had to take a guess, I'm sure it had to have at some point. So I'll probably put it above Vulpix as well. This might be the best little cut Pokemon so far. No cap. Let's take a look at Haunter next. Haunter is stronger than Kadabra for sure. Haunter's probably like C-, I would say. If it's not C-, then it's C. I think C might be too much glaze. C-, that high might be too much glaze too. But I'm really thinking about some of the previous generations too, like Gen 4, Gen 3, Gen 5 as well. Not just super recent. It had a little more influence on some of the higher, lower tiers. That's kind of a contradiction, but you know, I'm talking like NU, not specifically PU. Nowadays it's a PU merchant, so D+ would make more sense. I'll raise Golbat too. D+ is fine. D+ is fine. It's a good tier distinction between it and Kadabra. I think that's pretty accurate. Gengar. All time? All time. Now, this is a Pokemon that's had a bit of a fall off. Okay. I think ever since Gen 5, nothing's really ever been the same for Gengar. Like, if I forgot about the existence of Gen 1, I don't even know about Gen 2. I mean, maybe it exists in Gen, I'm pretty sure Gen 2 as well. 3 and 4, if I forgot about its existence in those tiers, this thing would probably be like B-. But with the this is an all-time list. I'm gonna put it B+. This thing is goated in the previous, like the older generations. Okay, like don't get it twisted. It is very, very good, despite having in Gens 1 through 3, its stab moves were physical, right? It didn't even care. It just was so good at having coverage. It's got to be a B+ for me when considering all-time impact. But then after things just started happening, so many things changed, power creep happened, so many Pokemon got so much stronger, even though this thing got nasty plot, it got, you know, access to Mega Evolution, and the Mega Evolution just dwarfed it completely in terms of existence. I gotta say Gengar's just B+. Still really good, but it would be a lot lower if not for its old gen performance. And now we have Mega Gengar, and if you were a person that predicted that this would finally be the first S tier of the entire list, you are absolutely right. And I don't even know if it's the best S tier. I think it might be the first double S. It almost is triple S, but I think that's a glaze. I think this thing is a double S tier Pokemon. It's seen better days than like it has in Champions. I think Champions is Gengar at its weakest, which is crazy to think about, right? Mega Gengar certainly was stronger at a point. It's just Champions it's got stronger Pokemon. So that's what's keeping it from triple S. I think if it were a super ultra omega giga top tier threat, then sure. But I just don't see it. I just don't see it, unfortunately, for the big Gar. I mean, I'm saying unfortunately, but it's literally double S, okay? It's double S. I don't know how you could get any more praise except for the tier that's literally right above it called triple S. But it is what it is. This thing was goated in Smogon singles, had to be banned, obviously. Super banned. And then it remained a top tier threat in the Ubers formats beyond that, with all the other legendaries that are banned and stuff. And then it remained good at VGC, Battle Spot. Like, it's just all around. This is like Charizard. Why? If it ended up getting banned from a singles format, you know? That's what Gengar is, basically, or Mega Gengar. But as far as like current champions goes, if you just thought about current champions, this guy's probably like A+, maybe A. That's just because power creep is literally crazy. Also, it got nerfed. They took away Encore, which, to be fair, is that even, can you call that a nerf? I don't think that existed in Gen 7 and Gen 6. in all fairness. Alright, well that is the first SS. Not even the first S, so let's take a look at Onyx. Another all-time classic little cut Pokemon for sure. I would probably put it around here. Really, really good, consistent little cut Pokemon. Like, I don't know of a little cup generation where Onyx was exactly supposed to be bad. I really couldn't tell you. It's just always there. I don't know about it in Gen 3, at the very least, but everywhere else, it seems like it does. It just does the same stuff. It exists. Wish Delta Rock's 30. It's very, very good in that regard. Drowsy, heck no. Hypno, heck no. I don't think Hypno's bottom of the barrel, but Hypno might be like G tier. Hypno's never impressed me as a Pokemon at all. But it could at least do something. You know? I don't think it's bottom of the barrel. Like, there's certain Pokemon here that are bottom of the barrel. But Hypno had that belly drum stuff going for it at one point. Has nasty plot. Like, you can mix up stuff. It's not just a one-trick pony. It's not just a one-trick pony. When it comes to Krabby, Krabby's not great. Go to an F tier. Maybe G. I just don't know if it's good. I feel like there was a time where it was maybe better, but I don't think it's too crazy now. It hits hard. I guess F is better. G feels too harsh. Kingler. This guy's always been like the NU, PU area. Maybe like here. D- doesn't seem too bad. Maybe E. We don't care about that. I forgot this thing even had a Gigantamax form, not gonna lie. It's chopped regardless. Voltorb. I don't even know about Voltorb, I'm not gonna lie. It's just fast, right? It's just fast, but doesn't he just he just does one thing, right? He sets up something. He's gonna either set up screens or he's gonna set up some sort of weather with speed. But I mean, would I say he's F tier alongside those little cut Pokemon? No. I'd probably say he's better than Slowpoke at the very least. Let's put him top of G tier. Maybe like below Hypno. Always forget. Yeah, I've never... I gotta forget about that. I also forgot this thing has a Hisuian form. I remember Hisuian Electro, but Hisuian Voltorb? I've absolutely no idea. Like, it's pretty good, right? I have no idea where I'd place it, though. Like, would I put it in E? It's good. It's undoubtedly good. Ridiculously fast, and electric grass coverage is nice. In a tier that doesn't have too many, like, dragons and stuff like that. It's only existed in one gen. That's what makes it hard for me to call it an E tier Pokemon. But it existed one time and got banned. You know? I'll put him top of E tier, or bottom of E tier. Flareon, we're getting... Oh, he's close. He's kind of close. Electrode. This guy sets up screens and goes boom. I think I'm just going to put him in E tier and keep it simple. I'm not going to lie. He sets up the screens. He goes kaboom. He's seen better days. he might straight up be like worse than I might be crazy putting him below. But like Voltorb, Hisuian Voltorb in Little Cup is definitely better than Electrode has been in ZU. It's just a fact. It's not the most impressive Pokemon ever. Would I say it's worse than Dugong? No. I'd put it above Dugong, but it's probably worse than Raticate has been. I also think Persian could go up. And maybe I put Dugong here. And then there's this form instead. Alright, so now he's a boss. He's angry. He's not smiling anymore. He's mad. This form of Electrode is definitely better. I'd probably put it... like here? It's definitely good. Okay, E tier is crazy, but like, we can call this thing good. Execute. It had its day. It's a sun Pokemon, you know? It's a sun Pokemon. That's about all you can say about it. It also had Harvest in Gen 6 and Gen 7 as sets that you could use it. I don't think it's used at all in Gen 9. Gen 8, I don't even know if it existed. It did exist and it wasn't really used. I think G tier is fine. Probably better than Bellsprout has been. Yeah. I don't hate it. I don't hate it in G tier. Executor? Executor's never been anything special. But maybe above this form of Rapidash? It's a powerful wall breaker. That's about the best that you can say for it. It hits really hard. Like, don't underestimate it. It has 125 base special attack. It's just that's kind of where the positives end. I might put it like here, above Alolan Persian. It's existed for a long time. It's very consistently that NU Pokemon that exists, and it's annoying. Maybe I could go like here, you know? I think E tier is where its like limit is, regardless. But maybe, just maybe, you know what? Top of E. Top of E. But then I'm thinking Kingler's too high. Now I'm thinking Kingler's too high. Was it pretty good in Gen 1? That is also true. Yeah, it was good in Gen 1. Gen 3, it was also good. This is a legitimate Pokemon that you can use in Ubers, and it is a big threat in Ubers as well. Okay, I won't say big threat, but it is a threat. If you're not ready for it in Gen 3 Ubers, it will just beat your team if you're bad at playing against Sun. I'll raise it. I'll raise it to D+. Right here. After Gen 1, it just doesn't exist as a Pokemon really much. Gen 2, it's also good. Dang, the more I'm talking about it. Oh my god, okay. C-. Take it or leave it. It exists in Gen 2 as well. And then at Gen 3, it's like not too crazy, but it has a presence in Ubers. Gen 4 is where it stops, okay? Gen 4 is where it stops. But even then in Gen 4, it also still has Explosion. I'm going to keep it C-. It's one of those Pokemon that falls off hard, but it is what it is. I want to raise it even more. I'm going to put it to C. I'm putting it to C. I'm sorry. I got to raise it again. Above like Nidoqueen. Most improved in the list. Alright. And then this form just stinks it up. I'm sorry. Alolan Executor is nothing crazy, but it's nothing too garbage. Okay, stink it up is crazy. I'm going to put it next to Vileplume. I think is fair. Maybe in D+ is better. It's like it just hits very hard. Having Draco Meteor on top of 125 special attack is always going to be good, even if your defensive typing is kind of garbage. You can be like an offensive Trick Room guy. You don't need Trick Room either. You can pivot around. Gen 8 used to have Teleport. Bet you didn't know that. Maybe you did. You probably did. Cubone. Isn't the thing with Cubone that its item is like always banned. But no, I don't even know that it's true. I think there's times that it exists. It's just there's better options. But I think it's been fine. I'll just put a top of G tier. It's really it's a heavy hitter. It is a heavy hitter. This thing has a lot of attack because it has thick club, which is going to double it, which is pretty significant when it comes to Little Cup. The problem is that in, you know, later generations and stuff, so really Gen 8, because it doesn't exist in Gen 9, but like Gen 8, Gen 7, Mudbray comes out, and it just has like base 100 attack naturally. So it just kind of mogs. Obviously, I don't think base 100 attack still gives it the number of attack that Cubone has when it holds Stick Club. The difference is just that Mudbray can hold an item, whereas Cubone kind of needs to have this item and nothing else. Like, it's never... Cubone can't run an Eviolite, a Berry Juice, a Choice Scarf. Like, it can't run anything like that, and it doesn't have a useful ability like Stamina. So Mudbray kind of ruined its life and prevented it from being anything great. Mind that's Gen 7, and in the previous gens, it was probably like more of a E tier, F tier type of Pokemon, but yeah, I think G is fine. Marowak. It teleported instantly to Cubone. I didn't even put it there, but it's kind of the same thing. It is very much the same thing. It's the same story as Cubone. Very impressive. You know, attack stat, can hit hard for sure. It's just other stuff exists, and it kind of steals away all of its relevance. I would still put it maybe here, like Machoke range. But I think that's about the highest compliment that I can give it. It's actually a very fun Pokemon to use in Gen 3. OU, it's very fun. It's not like the greatest thing ever, but it's very fun. It hits hard. It can abuse a lot of Pokemon that try and think it can take its hit, and it does not. When you get a Swords Dance, it's just going to one-tap virtually everything in Gen 3. It's not the most viable, like I said, but it's fun to use. It's not bad either. I might put it above Muck just for that purpose. I could low-key even see it in D-. You know, like I talk myself more into it. Like above Kadabra. Then this form of Marowak is better. Like C tier. Is nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy. Do not get me wrong. But it's good. At the very least. Like, I could see it here. Like, above Arcanine. Maybe above Arcanine's crazy. Is above Arcanine crazy? No, I don't think that's crazy at all, actually. It's good. I'd maybe put it C or C+. Like, one of those two. I think C. I think C. Hitmonlee is mid. Very mid. He's never been anything too crazy to me. I think like C- is fair. Vileplumish, maybe worse than Vileplume. One of the two. I could see it maybe being better. Maybe better. Maybe better. Hitmonchan is a weird one. I think Hitmonchan's just always been worse. So maybe like here. Hitmonchan's just always been worse than Hitmonlee. It is what it is. You could go to like any generation, and if you look at where Hitmonlee is, it's probably going to be higher than Hitmonchan existing in the same generation. There might be like an exception or two, but it's just typically been worse. So it's going to reflect in the tier spot. Lickitung. This guy is gross, but he likes to lick things. The Freaky Freak Pokemon himself. I think that it is not like garbage. I think it's okay. Maybe like above Pikachu is probably where I'd put it. Above Magnemite might be a little crazy. I think Magnemite should rise just a little more. Yeah, I think this is fair. Better than Persian? Might be better than Persian. Like its usage in Little Cup. It's bulky. It's a fat tub of lard. It's what it does. It exists to be fat. It has knockoff. You can wish and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to stay with my initial idea. Better than Pikachu. Coughing. Probably like around this sort of range. It's existed for longer than Alolan Grimer, so I'm going to put it higher than Alolan Grimer because it's had more time to really, prove itself. But it exists as... It does the same thing. It does the same thing every single generation. It walls a lot of stuff with its really high physical defense. It annoys things with Will-O-Wisp. It recently got neutralizing gas, which is huge, especially for the very common Mienfoo, who wants to fake out, knock off U-turn everything in the game, and then heal up with Regenerator. Well, coughing with neutralizing gas removes Regenerator. So that's just something nice. Honestly, I'll put it even higher. I think I was kind of underrating it. Wheezing. I think a base Wheezing is probably around this sort of area. This is like that sort of PU, NU level. I think that's kind of where Wheezing sits at. Consistent, does the same thing, very similar. It's very similar to its pre-evolution, but just in slightly higher tiers. Still low tiers, but higher than Little Cup and NFE and stuff. Galarian Wheezing, on the other hand, I think that thing's like a B tier Pokemon, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe B-. But in current Gen 9 OU, it's really nice. I'll go B- for now. Top of B-. Galarian Wheezing is very, very strong. Far from a bad Pokemon in my personal opinion. It's just... I could see their argument for B, but I think that's a little too much recency bias about current Gen 9 OU influence. How many Pokemon have been ranked so far? Do I dare count? Heck no. You can just take a look at the screen. It's a lot. We're like... maybe like 80, just eyeballing it. We're a good way through Generation 1. Good way through Generation 1. Rhyhorn is bad. There's no way this thing's anything higher than bottom of the barrel. I've never heard of Rhyhorn being significant in like anything. Like maybe I don't know. Like I don't even know what it can do. I don't even know what it can do. I've never heard of it being significant. Could it be worse than Grimer though? I just don't think so. I don't think it could be worse than base Grimer. Now, Rhydon D's nuts is definitely really, really good. This Pokemon should be like D+. Rhydon D+. Rhydon D. Hey, yo, man. I think that's fair, though. I think that's a fair tier. It could be maybe closer to Wheezing, but I think that might be... But I'm thinking more about Gen 1. When I'm thinking more about Gen 1 and also even a little bit of Gen 2, it might have some of that going for it in order to like rank itself a little higher. This also makes me want to rank Cloyster higher than I'd put it like B-, and then put this Rhydon guy over here in like C+. Straight up. It had a presence in earlier generations for sure that I can't like disregard if this is an all-time list. Chansey, I think, is A-. No real doubles presence, I don't believe. But when it comes to singles, especially Smogon singles, this thing's just the all-time classic. It's not... It's been better. It's been better, for sure. I think that in current days, Blissey is better than it. But yeah. When thinking about it nowadays, Blissey is better. I just don't think it's... I don't think it's too bad. A- feels very, very fair to me. I could see arguments for A, though. But I'll keep it there. Tangela. Tangela's a silly little guy. Very, very fat on the physical side. He will sit on your Pokemon. He will wall your Pokemon to death. It is what it is. If you are a physical attacker. He's very susceptible to status. Very susceptible to getting knocked off. He does have Regenerator and stuff like that, which is what allows Tangela to function as a pivot in the first place. This guy, I think like E tier is valid. Why is Kangaskhan first? And not, or no, why is Mega Kangaskhan before Kangaskhan? We're going to swap that order. Okay, we're going to do Kangaskhan first. I think Tangela's fine here. Above Doduo, or not Doduo, Dodrio. Base Kangaskhan, I don't know. Base Kanga, I might put an E tier. He's like a... In previous gens, especially Gen 3, it might have been able to secure a higher ranking, but ever since maybe like Gen 5, it's really been an NU all the way to ZU type of Pokemon. I'll put it like above Kadabra, I think. Maybe above Marowak. Maybe even above Kingler. Its Gen 5 UU performance is really, really good. But then it's more of just like an NU merchant. But I think it's done more than Kingler could ever say it's done, you know? Mega Kangaskhan. I think that's a S. Ooh. I'm feeling either S or SS. That's a hard call. I'm feeling either S or SS. I think S. Because of Battle Spot, it's slightly weaker, but this is like... I could probably just put them next to each other. I'm not gonna lie. Do I really feel that way, though? I think it's weaker in Champions than it, like, could have been, you know? I feel like S tier is better. The reason it's, like, it's worse than Charizard Y, obviously, like, current Champions. I'm pretty sure in both, like, singles and doubles. But this thing's been banned in Smogon singles before. And previous generations, it was really good. I feel like this is fine. It's S tier. I feel like S, this might be slightly too high. Horsey. I have no idea. I'd be honest. I gotta be honest. Horsey is like a Pokemon that looks like it should be really good. But is there even anything that enables access to Swift Swim? Like in Little Cup ever? It's just got to be Manual Rain, right? And that's just annoying. That's just annoying to set up. This is the only way that Horsey could ever be good. I feel like F tier is just too high, and it has to be maybe like bottom of G tier. Maybe like here. I feel like I just want Grimer as the stopping point. Because you need Manual Rain in order for it to really take advantage. And Manual Rain, if you don't know what that means, it's just you need something that uses Rain Dance rather than something that uses Drizzle. And Drizzle is just way better, obviously, but there's been no little cup Pokemon with Drizzle, unfortunately. So there's nothing that you can really do about that if you're Horsey. Now, Seadra. I like Seadra. Seadra's good. I think Seadra is like maybe better than Pikachu, better than Lickitung. I think overall it's never been anything too crazy when it comes to NFE stuff, but recently in Generation 9 it can do like flip turn pivoting and whatnot, which ends up making it pretty good. Maybe below Pikachu is valid. I think below Pikachu is valid. But I put below Dugong, maybe. What the heck? Get Goldeen in bottom of the barrel. Sea King. There's just no way. I mean, could I consider it bad? I don't think I could consider it bad. Like, G tier bad. It's just... It kind of is. What other fully evolved Pokemon do I have in G tier? I don't have anything that's fully evolved in G tier. You know? It's just... It's just not good. It's just not good. I might actually just put it bottom of the barrel, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe bottom of G. Like, I think it's probably better than a lot of the bottom of the barrel stuff. It had the ability at some point in time to be used in like doubles with Lightning Rod, I guess. Very much of a gimmick. It's so close to bottom of the barrel. It is like dangerously close. I just don't. I don't think that's what I want to give it. I think G tier is where I'll keep it. It's had more of a doubles potential man usage than anything else that's down there. That's for sure. That's all I could say. Staryu. Staryu's really, really good. We get out of that stinker territory. Staryu is like around this area, I would say. Maybe lower. But this is a little cup Pokemon that legitimately is just like in that top 10 range. Again, that Ghastly, Abra, Diglett, Staryu, Ponyta, like all those Pokemon are just really consistently good across the generations in Little Cup. I feel like E tier is definitely where Staryu deserves to be. I don't think it's F tier bad at all. I don't know if it's anything special beyond that. But yeah, Starmie is okay. It's better than a lot of these Pokemon. But I think its limit would probably be Hisuian Arcanine. I think that's where I would stop it. It's this high because of earlier generations. That's about it. Like Gen 1, Gen 2. Really, really... Even Gen 3. But, like, really hard carry it. Gen 4 is also significant enough. You know what? It's a B. It's a B. I'm gonna put it above Slowbro as well. It's good. It's good. I feel like Gen 6 is where it fell off. It managed to end the generation OU in Gen 6, despite it never really feeling like a real OU Pokemon to me personally. Ever since then, it became more of a UU guy, and then worse and worse and worse. But, you know, I feel like B is good. Honestly, above Zam. If I'm being honest, this thing had more... Do I believe that? I don't know if I can fully say I believe that. I think I can. Yeah. I think I can say I believe that. No, I don't think I can. I'll put it next to Zam, like below it. Either way, they're very relative. They're very, very relative in strength. Mega Starmie, on the other hand, is really high. I'm going to start with A, but we can negotiate for an alternative ranking. Like, might be looking at A+. Mega Starmie's thing is just that I don't really know what it does when it comes to like being outside of singles. Does Mega Starmie exist in doubles at all? Is it good? I just don't. I've never really seen it. I've never really seen it be used in doubles. So like VGC specifically. But I know in Smogon format, it's really, really good. I feel like it has to be okay when it comes to singles, but I'm just not sure. It's kind of a hard call. I think this is a decent ranking for it for now, though. Like, I could maybe put it A+, but I feel like A is just, it's just better. We'll see. Mr. Mime is garbage, so we're gonna put that thing. Is it bottom of the barrel tier? It probably is. Nah, I won't put it there. It might be the top of G tier, which is really, really horrible, but it's better than bottom of the barrel. It sucks, but it's had moments where it's not been just pure garbage, I guess. Which is the most that I can say for it. Now, its other form, Galarian Mr. Mime, I don't know why they created this thing. I'm not gonna lie. I really couldn't tell you. I truly could not tell you. It's just gonna go on bottom of the barrel tier. It sucks. Next is Scyther. And I mean, Scyther is not bad. He's definitely a step above Mr. Mime. I'd probably put him like D+ or C-. Like, it's a good Pokemon. It works. It functions. It does its job. It's not really spectacular. It's definitely mid. It's just the full definition of mid. So I would probably say Borsten Vileplume. Borsten Vileplume seems fair to me. The only other alternative spot that I could see for it is like above here, like C-, but I don't think it's done much in older generations to really warrant that ranking. Now there's Jinx. Jinx had its like heyday in the earlier generations, and it really just never saw play in anything ever since then. So I think you kind of had to stop at C- at best, because it had like 1 to maybe 2 generations where it was viable, and then as soon as generation 4 started, it just never existed again. So I feel like you kind of have your potential limited, but it's a good thing. Like, if it didn't have those earlier generations, it'd probably be way lower. I don't know where I just moved Marowak from, but whoops, I think it was here. Yeah, Jinx had more potential back then. The Mr. Mime disrespect. What does it do? What does Mr. Mime do? I don't know what it does. That's good. Like, it just sucks. Unfortunately. He's PU tier or ZU tier like all the time. He doesn't do anything in doubles either. He doesn't do anything in battle spot. Maybe I could put him like here. Top of F tier, I guess. Maybe G tier is too crazy. Electabuzz. Electabuzz is actually pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. In singles, it's bad, but in doubles, it's like more useful than a lot of these Pokemon. Him and Magmar. It's probably around that Clefairy range, you know? It could just be that I'm thinking about another, like, not fully evolved Pokemon. So it's like my direct line of comparison. But Electabuzz should be pretty high up. Screens? Nah, Mr. Mime is not a screen setter. Mr. Mime's best use cases are being, like, just taken advantage of. It's 90 speed stat and 100 special attack, so just being an attacker. It's usually like a choice scarf Pokemon and it's not good at it. But screens, I just don't think you should do that. It's not bulky enough in order to pull that off. Electabuzz, I think is either B- or just straight up B tier. I might drop it to like C+, I think. Now, Electabuzz just doesn't exist in singles, really. Like, it's not a thing in singles, but it does have... It can exist in doubles, and that's about where its utility lies. I think Magmar does that job better. So I think Magmar might be the B- Pokemon instead of Electabuzz. When it comes to something that exists that can do redirecting moves. And this is because this thing has Vital Spirit and Flame Body. So contact moves are going to be annoying when it comes to using Flame Body. And then trying to put it to sleep is going to be really good when it comes to Vital Spirit. So I'm going to put it at B-. It's better than Electabuzz. But this is just doubles. Like, when it comes to singles, they don't exist as Pokemon at all. Pinsir. Base form Pinsir is not real. It is horrible. It sucks. You just shouldn't really use it. I feel like it should go around this sort of area. Like maybe Staryu. Maybe less than Abra. Yeah, I think lower than Abra. Maybe worse than... Maybe like bottom of E tier. Mega Pinsir just is not a viable Pokemon. Mega Pinsir, though... I said Mega Pinsir then. Regular Pinsir's not viable. Mega Pinsir... I think it's like B tier. HL. Mega Pinsir's a chill guy. He's a chill guy. Very overrated, I think, in terms of its impact in Gen 7 and Gen 6. I don't ever really think it was that good. I don't think it's like pure garbage, but too many team comps are prepared for it because that final move slot of Close Combat or Earthquake, it's just too hard to select. And then when you're worrying about, do I pick Close Combat? Do I pick Earthquake? And then they bring Zapdos. So it's like, well, that sucks. Doesn't matter which one I picked. I should have picked Stone Edge, I guess. Then, like, it's just not good in that aspect. It really, really struggles to get past a lot of teams. A lot of people look back and think it's way better than it actually was. But I think that's like the beginning of the generation that you could say that it was actually pretty good. I feel like B is more accurate, and the proof of this is that it just doesn't exist in Champions as a viable pick, as far as I'm aware. Also, I just got so lucky in Currency Wars on here. Hello? What the heck? Tauros! Oh, it's Mr. Goat. Mr. Goat of Gen 1 has arrived. What am I gonna do with Tauros? I feel like it has a glaring flaw. And that flaw is that after Generation 1, it just doesn't exist. Like, at all. I feel like it has the Jinx syndrome, but I think Jinx at least maybe could say it existed in Gen 2. Tauros might have that cope as well, I guess. I'm gonna put Tauros at C-. It could be C just for the purpose of legacy. Should it get a legacy placement to C just because it was the GOAT of Gen 1? Maybe. Maybe C. You know what? I'll be nice to it. I'll give it, since it was the GOAT of its generation, I'll give it a legacy placement in C. Because it was the GOAT. Like, Jinx was really, really good, but Jinx was not the GOAT, you know, of Generation 1. One of the GOATs. But Tauros was the GOAT. And then seconded by, you know, Snorlax and stuff, but we'll get to those guys. This is regular. This is combat form, right? I think this is, yeah, because I see the colors on the other two. Combat Tauros is just complete garbage. It doesn't exist as a Pokemon to me at all. Whereas Aqua is pretty good, actually. Like, Aqua is legitimately pretty solid. I'd probably put Aqua like lower than Galarian Slowbro, but better than Hitmonlee. And then Blaze is like somewhere in between these two. Bottom of the barrel in C-. I think that would be like D plus maybe. Degloved, that's what that sounded like. I'm gonna put it over Haunter. It's just combat Tauros is not real. Magikarp. We're gonna put Magikarp in SSS tier. It's withstood the test of time. It does the same thing that it's always done. Since Generation 1, it splashes. Generation 2, it splashes. Gen 3, it splashes. Gen 4, it goes for splash. Gen 5, it actually changes things up. It gets a hidden ability, and then it uses splash. Gen 6, it goes for splash. Gen 7, it goes for splash. Gen 8, it splashes. And Gen 9, it goes for splash. So it's basically one of the most consistently bad Pokemon of all time. So it deserves triple S for consistency. No? Okay. If you disagree, it is what it is. Bottom of the barrel, it goes. It'll be the top. No, it'll be the bottom. Gyarados. Base Gyarados. B. Now that might be like, this might be like sacrilegious to some people. What? Gyarados is B tier. No, Gyarados is A plus. No. It's definitely not A plus. Would I be mad if you said it was maybe a B plus or A minus? Not really. But we got to think about the facts here. Like, we can't get emotional. We got to think about the facts. When it comes to big Gyarados, hey, it is what it is. It exists. It's really a UU merchant. I'm not going to lie to you. It is what it is. It had its time. There were a couple generations where it's really good, you know, for sure. Like, I'm not going to deny that. It had a lot of generations where it doesn't really super exist. But Gen 3, it's really good. Gen 4, it's really good. Gen 5, it's pretty nice. Gen 6 is where I would say, okay, base Gyarados is not really real. I mean, there's a bounce set, but you really get to take advantage of bounce more in Generation 7. And that's also when Mega Gyarados still exists. But, you know, Z bounce is pretty good. Gen 5, it starts getting access to wacky moves like Power Whip randomly. And, I mean, it's not that random when you think about it. Its body could definitely do a Power Whip. I just think it's B. I'm going to be honest. Like, B plus is reserved for Pokemon who are pretty consistently like OU or UUBL. Or they had some sort of doubles impact or something, or anything like that. Gyarados just isn't that. It's, if you look at the facts, it is more consistently UU than it is OU. And I think B is fair. Pinsir, you could then say, well, what about Mega Pinsir? Shouldn't it be? I just don't think it. I feel like its champion's viability just doesn't exist. Whereas base Gyarados is still plenty viable in Battle Spot. In I wouldn't say Battle Spot, but OU, Champions OU. Mega Pinsir just doesn't exist, okay? And I always have thought that it's overrated in Champions OU to begin with. So I'm going to keep Gyarados at B. it's still a good ranking. B in this list is really, really good. Now we have Mega Gyarados. And Mega Gyarados is probably going to be like a B plus or even A minus. Mega Gyarados is nasty with it. It's definitely more of a singles guy than anything else. Like, I really don't think you see this thing in VGC at all. So that's the only thing that's holding it back. Because of course this isn't just Smogon. It's still considering a lot of the other formats. But it does its job in B+. I think it's probably better than Zardex. And maybe Zardex can still hold that spot. I think it's better than these guys, though. And Raichu still has a spot in VGC. Yeah, I'll put Gyarados here. I think that is a fair ranking for Big Mega Gyara. A tier above Gyarados, I feel like, is very accurate. Lapras. I feel like it had a time. It had a time where it was good. Like, it had one generation. It was Generation 8 because of its Gigantamax form. So, traditionally, it's like an F to E tier Pokemon. In Gen 8, it's probably around some of these higher tiers, specifically. But not a GOAT. So if Tauros is here, and Jinx is here, then I think Lapras has to be around here. Because I don't know, I don't think Lapras in Generation 8 was like Jinx in Tauros Generation 1 levels. Am I crazy? But it was certainly good in Generation 8. Like, that was its heyday. That was it. It got Gigantamax, that was about it. I might just put the Gigantamax form there specifically, but now we'll keep up the trend of dragging these down to the abyss. Ditto. I think Ditto is super strange. It's really hard to rank because it's good in like everything except for doubles. It's really hard because it's when it comes to Smogon tiers, it never has enough usage to be above like ZU. But it's like never god awful. It's on a bad day, it's like a C+ Pokemon. On a good day, it's like an A+ Pokemon in a meta. I'm probably gonna put it A- above Chansey. I think it's had a lot of longevity. It's viable in so many, generations of Battle Spot and generations of Smogon tiers. Its only complication, of course, is just that it's never been used enough. It's never been good enough to where it could be classified as OU. That's a good thing, by the way. That is a very good thing. You might be asking, why is that a good thing? If there's a generation where Ditto is so good that it's OU, that generation is it's just abysmal. Okay, you need to throw that generation into the garbage and disinfect it immediately, because that's not a real generation that you should be playing. So yeah, I think A is fine. Eevee. Eevee's weird. Eevee's another one where like it has one random generation where it is not even like a meme. It's like legitimately pretty nice. It's very similar to Lapras, except like generally I'm rating it as like a Little Cup Pokemon. And when it comes to Little Cup, it just hardly exists. It barely does anything. But then randomly in Gen 7, it just gets extreme Evo boost, and it can just Baton Pass. And obviously that had to be banned. Well, like Baton Pass itself is banned. Not because of Eevee, so it's not like a Dugtrio situation where I can say, like a what-if scenario. What if it wasn't banned? Baton Pass isn't banned because of Eevee. Baton Pass is just banned. It could still use Extreme Evo Boost in OU and stuff if it wanted to. It just wouldn't do much of anything because it can't BP out. But in Battle Spot, it's really, really strong. I feel like this is another Lapras case, but just like generally weaker. Like I'll probably put it top of D or bottom of D+. you know? I'll probably put him right there. Bottom of D+, it's like the exact opposite of Lapras, because at least Lapras has, you know, considerations in some of the lower tiers. Eevee's just like never used in Little Cup, and it just randomly was really good for a generation. You know? That's about it. It honestly might be like D- for that purpose. Oh, hello. He's Gigantamaxed on me. He heard me talking trash. Hey, D-, you could be happy with that. Stand proud, you were strong, or whatever Sukuna said. Vaporeon. I think Vaporeon is like consistently in this sort of range. Maybe like worse all time than Magneton, but definitely better than Rhydon all time. It's a very consistent like UU to NU, maybe even PU. I might feel like it's worse than Rhydon. Maybe like C. No, I'll put it C+. Very, very bottom of C+. I think very, very bottom of C+ is valid. It's probably strongest tier or strongest generation. I legitimately don't even know what its strongest gen would have been. Gen 2? I don't think it is that. I don't even think it's Gen 3. I don't even know if it's Gen 4. I don't even know if it's Gen 5. It might be Gen 5. It's there. I don't even think it's Gen... Yeah, it's probably not even Gen 5. It might be Gen 4. It's definitely not Gen 1. It might just be Gen 2. I feel like Gen 2 is the only time that I ever maybe even saw it get used in OU before. I feel like C is just more accurate. Jolteon is garbage. I think, like, worse than Machoke, probably. Better than... No, I'm tripping. It can go, like, here. That's a little too close to Vaporeon, but... I feel like it goes maybe here. Like, above Scyther, but below Vileplume, I think is fair. It's just... When it lost access to Hidden Power, that spelled its doom forever. Even before that, it wasn't like super crazy. But the part that makes me want to, that keeps it higher for me, is its Generation 3 OU viability. That keeps it up just a good bit. I'll raise it like here. Maybe like above Tauros. It never had a GOAT status like Tauros. Right? For like Gen 3 OU, it's not Gen 1 Tauros at all. But after that, it was never really like straight to PU. It started falling to PU in Gen 8 when it lost Hidden Power. But that was a lot of Pokemon, a lot of electric types especially. Because Hidden Power Ice was so integral to their viability, just being able to hit, obviously, ground types, grass types, dragon types. When you lose that coverage just out of nowhere, yeah, that's what's going to happen to your viability, unfortunately. But Gen 3 was a great time for it. It was its best time by a great margin. That's not alone what carries it. It was still competent from Gen 4 to Gen 7. In different tiers. Flareon. This is the actual garbage one of the three. Like, straight up. Okay? No amount of nerfs did anything to this thing. I just don't think Flareon was ever actually good. So, maybe not exactly worse than Pinsir bad. I would say... Ooh, worse than Rapidash? I'd probably say worse than Rapidash, yeah. I'll put it just right next to Rapidash, why not? They're very comparable. They're very different. Like, Rapidash is obviously faster and stuff like that. And Flareon hits harder, maybe has a little more bulk to its name, kinda, but it's also very squishy. Porygon. This guy's a demon in Little Cup. Let me tell you something, okay? This guy's a little demon in Little Cup. He is definitely like here. Porygon is goated with it. Like, this thing, do not sleep on this thing. Porygon is probably, I'm pretty sure it's banned from current gen Little Cup. It got banned from, I'm pretty sure, Gen 7 Little Cup. It got banned from Gen 3 Little Cup. Like, this thing is, it's a terrorist, okay? You might have thought the blue and red flashing lights incident was bad. Pikachu's fault, by the way, not even Porygon. He didn't even do anything wrong. But he got labeled a terrorist on the television screens. The real terrorist acts of Porygon are its Little Cup performances. That thing is demonic, evil, it lives forever, and deals way too much damage. Yeah, that's definitely E tier and probably the highest baby Pokemon besides Tangela, who doesn't count, I don't think, because Tangela is used more in like upper tiers, which isn't really Porygon's forte. Porygon 2, though, it's gonna be a different story when we get there. But this guy, please. Who the heck is Lord Helix? And what is he doing on my screen? Almanite here is a Pokemon. Yup. He clicks the Shell Smash button and then he does things. That's basically his entire gimmick. It's just a guy that does things. He clicks Shell Smash and he does a lot of damage. Would I say he's out of the F tier? Does he make it out? I just don't think that I can say so. It's very viable though, so I might put it around like coughing level or lower. Maybe slightly lower than coughing level. I also feel like putting Growlithe just like one tier higher. Or not one tier, but like one spot higher. Like, this thing was very grateful for getting Shell Smash. I feel like Omanyte. I might be putting Omanyte just slightly too low. Maybe like here. Like, Omanyte is very, very strong. It's a classic. It's definitely a classic. Almastar, on the other hand, Almastar is like depressingly nothing crazy. When you think about how good Omanyte is in Little Cup. Yeah, Almastar is not that guy, but he's okay. You know, he's not like too bad. As a rain Pokemon, he's pretty much usable in a lot of tiers, basically, just by proxy of being this Shell Smash guy with Swift Swim. I feel like C- is very fair. As somebody who plays Gen 3 Ubers, okay, plays is crazy. Played is more accurate. You also have to worry about this thing in Gen 3 Ubers, because Kyogre is just a demon here. And this guy was also decent. He had access to spikes. He still does, by the way. But I mean, it also could be used if you want it to in Gen 5 Ubers, if you want it to. It's just Omanyte outside of that. You know, it's kind of gimmicky. Not fully, but whatever. Kabuto. Kabuto's like the more honest version, you know, of the two fossils. He could still be really, really good, and he still is really good. I would put Kabuto maybe around the Shelder / Alolan Grimer / Tentacle type of area. Maybe drop Omanyte a couple spots. Yeah, I think that looks more accurate. I think Kabuto is really good. Entry hazard setter. I think had access to Rapid Spin, right? It just does a lot of utility jam packed into this silly little guy, the silly little critter. I'm a fan. I think F tier is pretty nice. That sounds horrible out of context, I promise. When I'm calling these little Pokemon, Little Cup Pokemon F tier, it's a compliment. E, F, and G tier, like your rank tier, that's good for being Little Cup, okay? It's just, you know, relative to everybody else, obviously I can't. If a Pokemon's top tier in Little Cup, I'm not going to put them S tier on this list of all Pokemon of all time. So when I say, yeah, he's really good, I'm going to put him in F tier. I'm not being like sarcastic, okay? I'm being honest. Kabutops kind of mogs Almastar. I'm not going to lie, okay? I'm going to put Kabutops at a very comfortable, this might be crazy to someone, C+. Now, you don't know the horrors of Kabutops. This guy he's the physical version, but he is just better. He's the physical version of Omastar, but he's just better. Like, forget about the physical version. He's just the better version of Omastar. And Omastar is already good as is. This is the guy you really have to worry about in terms of when I was talking about Gen 3 Ubers, and I had to sometimes worry about Omastar. It was really Kabutops, okay? Sometimes he could just end your game by going for Rock Slide, and he just flinches you. But he has like +2 attack, and you're trying to do something with your Skarmory maybe, and he just flinches you. Well, GG. Gen 5 Ubers, it's also really good there. Better than Omastar, probably by a good mile. It's just strong. It's strong. Now, generally speaking, though, it's not anything substantial. I believe in like Gen 8, or even, yeah, I think it was Gen 8. It might have had something. There might have been some team. I feel like I remember some team that used the Kabutops in tournament or something, and it actually didn't do too bad. But I don't know. He was tops. Yep, top tier compared to Flopistar. Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl's a weird one. Aerodactyl is a very, 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 very weird one. It's very Ditto-esque. And you don't know what I mean? You're like, Aerodactyl's kind of that guy that's almost always viable in Ubers. Because he's fast. Like, I think in Scarlet and Violet, that doesn't exist anymore. But from generation... what was it? Like, maybe like 5? Generation 6. Generation 6 to 8, this thing would always have just the stupid, like, lead taunt stealth rock gimmick. Because it's super fast. And that's about it. Like, you taunt the Pokemon before it taunts you. And you do the stuff. And it's very good in Ubers all the time. Traditionally speaking, it's not a real Pokemon. It's an NU merchant at best. But this is the NU sort of tier, so it really should be up here. I'm going to be honest. Like, all time, its impact on Gen 3 OU is pretty nice as well. When it comes to what else to consider, I might put it B tier. I think all time, base Aerodactyl is a better Pokemon than Mega Aerodactyl. Purely because of its Uber's impact. And then also, we got to be thinking about current Aerodactyl, which I didn't even super consider. Current Aerodactyl is just... I was going to say a name of a certain historical figure, but I would probably get the stream demonetized. You know who I'm saying. Mustache Man. That's who Aerodactyl is right now. I hate this guy. I hate Aerodactyl. He reminds me of that man. Very annoying. Rock Slide guy. Yeah, I'm going to put A-. I was kind of underrating him. Aerodactyl, Mega Aerodactyl can go B+. I think that's a tier difference. But Aerodactyl in... what you call it? Singles? Smogon? Not real. Besides Ubers. Which is kind of why I said at the beginning, he's very Ditto-esque. And then in Gen 9 Ubers, that doesn't exist. Because I don't even think he's in Gen 9. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, he's not even in Gen 9. But then in Champions, it's just like, here, have a gun. And that's what happens with Aerodactyl. And the gun is in the form of its synergy with Mega Charizard. And the fact that it beats Mega Charizard. Like, it just works so well. It's such a demonic combo. It's not even just synergy with Charizard. It's synergy with everything. It's synergy with Garchomp. It's synergy with anything that has Rock Slide. It's just the terrorist. It's evil. It's purely disgusting. Yeah. But Mega Aerodactyl is also good. Thumbs up emoji for Mega Aerodactyl. At least he's a little cooler. But base Aerodactyl's better. Snorlaxingtons. Now this guy, second GOAT, right? He's the Ronaldo of Gen 1. You know who the Messi is. The Messi is Tauros. That might have pissed off Ronaldo fan. They just disliked the video, reported for cyber terrorism, and unsubscribed and left. Sorry. Snorlax is then the GOAT of Gen 2. Then he's really good in Gen 3. Then he's also not that good in Gen 4. And then Gen 5, and then Gen 6, and 7, and 8, and 9. So basically, this guy went on a 3 streak. Like a straight up 3P. Historical numbers were being put up by Big Snorlax. And then he's like not that good in Gen 4. And then he gets worse in Gen 5. And then he gets probably better in Gen 6, I would say. Then he gets worse. But then guess what? His saving grace is that for some reason they invented the Figgy Berry. I think it might have already existed, but Figgy Berry randomly just like happened to become a thing with its gluttony. And then all of a sudden, it goes from being a Pokemon that was on trajectory to go from like A+ tier all the way down to like C+. So then all of a sudden, this thing is the GOAT in the cartridge formats. So we're not talking about Smogon. We're talking about like Battle Spot, Battle Stadium, VGC, stuff like that. This stupid Figgy Berry, and whatever other berry you use, as long as you didn't use the one that did like minus attack or whatever, that would confuse it. 81 of those berries with gluttony was so disgusting. And this thing would run Belly Drum, in Battle Spot especially. Like Battle Stadium and Battle Spot. This thing would either be Belly Drum, Curse, anything like that, and it would be disgusting. I'm going to have to put this guy in A- tier. And he would legitimately be higher if not for the fact that they immediately nerfed the berry, the generation like after. So they immediately removed the fact that it healed that much. It used to heal like an ungodly amount. What was it? Yeah, it used to restore half for free, which is ridiculous. That's disgusting. And then they said, no, you can't do that anymore, actually. So then it fell to PU immediately and never had any use in Battle Spot and Battle Stadium ever again. And now, just for that reason, I'm going to put it B+. I'm sorry, Snorlax. I'm sorry, Snorlax, man. How's Mega Kanga below Mega Gengar when Kangaskhan was banned? What do you mean, though? Gengar was, like, super banned, too. Both are currently... I don't think Kangaskhan is currently banned in Champions OU. But I know what you mean. Gen 6, Gen 7, yeah. They got banned. But, like... So did Mega Gengar. That thing was demonic. And then when it happened in... when it comes to Ubers... Mega Gengar was infinitely better than Mega Kangaskhan in Ubers as well. So that's why that's that big gap. And then when it comes to champions, Kangaskhan's just not her. You know? She's not who she used to be. Her and her kid, they're not the same. They couldn't be Joy Boy either. Or whatever Kaido said. That's what happened. Articuno. Alright, so Articuno, unfortunately, is like Farticuno. And it's going to be really low. But it's going to have that same sort of weird instance of being good for like a moment. It's like traditionally, I'd probably put it around D+ range. But doesn't this thing have like Mind's Eye Sheer Cold or something ridiculous? And it can just be pure just toxicity. This is one of the most toxic Pokemon. It doesn't even need the Mind's Eye. Sometimes it can just sheer cold you. You know? And just for the ability to randomly sheer cold you, be it Battle Spot or be it VGC, I'm gonna have to raise it more than just D+, okay? I'm gonna have to put it like C+. Because sometimes it can just end the game, you know? And that's fair. Galarian Articuno. I don't even know where to put this. I don't think it's good. I also don't think it's bad. It's just not good for sure. It's hard. Like Articuno, Galarian Articuno is such a weird one. It's such a weird one. Like, it had so much potential. I feel like at this Pokemon, I don't know. This Pokemon's like biggest spike in viability was Terra, you know? But in Gen 8, it just wasn't him. Like, E is too low. But then I just think maybe it's a C Pokemon at best. It's hard. It's hard to rank this thing. Because so much of it, it's another, like, one of those one generation Pokemon. But even then, that one generation that it got just wasn't crazy. It got Terra, it got banned from, like, some lower tier. I don't know, it was PU, NU, one of those two. And then that's about it. Like, Gen 8, it's just not, it doesn't do anything. Zapdos. And this guy's gonna go up pretty high. I think Zapdos is might be a S. Like, Zapdos is one of the most consistent Pokemon ever. Like 100%. What was his worst? What was Zapdos' worst? What was Zapdos' worst generation? I'm trying to think about that, like, legitimately. The worst generation for Zapdos was, it had to have been like, what, 5? There's no way, like, it had anything else that was bad. So, like, Zapdos is goated Gen 1, goated in GSC, goated in Gen 3, goated in Gen 4. I just don't remember seeing a Zapdos in Gen 5 OU. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm straight up just being honest. I think it's fine. This has to be its weakest generation, though. Because as soon as you get to Gen 6, it's like, okay, now we're back. We are so back to GOAT status. Gen 7, GOAT status. Gen 9, it starts getting heavy-duty boots. It's still GOAT status. And then it gets Terra and all sorts of nastiness and has Hurricane. And I think it also... Did it have Hurricane in... Hurricane also existed in Gen 8, right? Gen 8 was when it started getting that. I think this guy is just... he's one of the GOATs. Definitely one of the GOATs. It's got to be S. It's got to be S. Just OU every single generation except for one. UU was the only time he was not OU. And he still has a presence in doubles format. So don't even get that incorrect either. Definitely has a presence in doubles. Not like the strongest presence ever. The problem is just that when something like Thunderous exists, it's kind of hard to really want to slap on that electric flying type in a lot of those generations. But didn't it get a big boom? One big boom in Dynamax Gen 8. That's a lot of Pokemon though. A lot of Pokemon were just disgustingly broken with Dynamax, and I feel like Zapdos had to be one of them. Speaking of Zapdos, Roadrunner form is okay. He's nothing special. Probably worse than Mega Alakazam, I would say. He exists. He's good. He's fine. I didn't know if I would say better than Gengar. Maybe better than Victory Bell. Because having Defiant at the end of the day, it is what it is. Defiant is pretty broken. I would say, yeah, better than Victory Bell. Moltres. Now, Moltres had a glow up. 100%. Moltres had a very noticeable glow up. I'm not even going to be a hater. I'm not going to be a hater at all. It had a genuine glow up when it came to heavy duty boots existing. Prior to that, I just don't think he was anything special. Not bad at all. But he was more like a UU merchant for a while, you know? And stuff like that. I'd probably put Moltres around maybe worse than Mega Pinsir, but I think current Moltres has to be better than Mega Pinsir's peak. I'm sorry. Mega Pinsir's peak was when people didn't know what to do against flying spam, but like people aren't stupid, so they've learned. They've gained the knowledge. And that is kind of what matters more than anything. What the heck do I put on Sunday down here, by the way? I don't even... What do I pick out of this stupid box? There's a little chest, so maybe do whatever the heck this is. Heavy duty boots really saved that guy. Oh, Galarian Moltres is just worse. Gonna be honest. Maybe like B- tier. Maybe B-. I mean, the thing about Galarian Moltres is that there's a thin line between this thing being dead useless and this thing being or feeling like the absolute GOAT. Okay? Sometimes it feels like, wow, I just wish I brought anything else to try and sweep the opponent with. And then other times, it's just like, wow, this thing is obliterating the opponent. I feel like for that reason, I'm actually going to put it in B. It's very volatile, I'm not going to lie. It's probably one of the most volatile Pokemon, like almost ever. Because sometimes it legitimately just dies, but when it stays alive and it's able to just keep attacking and keep getting boosts and keep doing things, it's hard to stop. No, like, no exaggeration. It's hard to stop it when it gets going. It's just really, really hard for it to get going at all. That's my personal problem with it. That's why I might put it in B-. Better than OG? Maybe in doubles, specifically. Maybe doubles, specifically. I wouldn't hate that idea. I'll keep it B. I'll keep it B. Dratini. I just don't think Dratini was ever good. I might be tripping. I just don't think that this was ever... wasn't. It's just a classic bad Pokemon, right? It's straight up a bad Pokemon. Bottom of the barrel bad? I think it might be bottom of the barrel bad. Like... Nah. Bottom of the barrel is like straight up, this thing never did anything. I think Dratini had a moment in time where it did something. Like, probably like the older generations before the fairy type. Fairy type ruined it, but... You know, dragon type little cut Pokemon can never be too bad. Dragonair is a weird one. Dragonair is probably around like War Turtle-ish range. Worse than War Turtle. I'd probably say worse than Porygon is, and like little like Porygon's Little Cup impact is just ridiculous. Maybe like Jesus. Okay, I keep moving it lower and lower and lower. Okay, worse than Benzer. All right, there we go. Oh my god, I just cooked that thing. I'm sorry. I'll put it at the very bottom of E tier. Okay, maybe it's crazy being higher than Mr. Mime. Oh my god, I'm just gonna keep lowering it. All right, lower than Golem. Lower than Wigglytuff. Okay, I'm sorry. Dragonite. Dragonite, Dragonite, Dragonite. All right, Dragonite's like A+. I think. I mean, that's like a good ranking for it. This is a very good Pokemon. Very, very strong. It's just... it's just like... Dragonite has so much potential for what it really, really, really could be. Like, Dragonite's such a little gentle giant. This thing could be demonic. I'm telling you. Like, it's just too gentle. It's too benevolent and too kind, and it lets... It could be even better than A+. I really think so. It really depends on whatever gimmick the generation has in store for it. Sometimes it really wants to abuse Dynamax. Sometimes it abuses Z moves. Sometimes it wants to abuse Terastallization. Like, this guy is one of the most adaptable Pokemon. Every single generation that there's a broken mechanic around, best believe it's going to take advantage of that broken mechanic. And I feel like it just deserves A+. Better than Zard. Why? That part I don't know. I'll put it here. But definitely A+. Like, this Pokemon might just be for a Pokemon that doesn't have the adaptability ability, it is certainly one of the most adaptable ever. No matter what the gimmick is, it will change whatever moveset it's gonna run, and it'll work with that gimmick perfectly. And that's no exaggeration, no joke, no troll. So I'm gonna keep it there. Mega Dragonite. I think Mega Dragonite might legitimately also just be A+. Now better than Mega Starmie? Makes me want to just raise Mega Starmie. It makes me want to just raise it because I feel like maybe I'm kind of underrating Mega Starmie. But like Mega Dragonite, the thing is, it's very comparable to just base Dragonite. But it obviously only has one game of a resume. It doesn't have a full-on resume like base Dragonite has, which is, you know, you can't really do anything about that. You only just released. I would say in Battle Spot or Battle Stadium, whatever, it's better than base Dragonite by a good bit, for sure. When it comes to singles, when it comes to doubles, they're probably like the same. It's probably just a little bit better than base Dragonite. But it just doesn't have a resume, you know? It doesn't have gens. I'm not gonna say Gen 1 and 2. I don't think Dragonite was very relevant in those, but Gen 3 onward, it doesn't have that resume like Dragonite has. So I feel like I need one tier distinction. I'm not gonna lie. Just a tier distinction. But I think not. I think I'm gonna keep Starmie where I had him. I think I'm gonna have Starmie where he was in A. Mewtwo. All right. Well, we have our first Pokemon that just ends up in Ubers like immediately. Yeah, this thing is SS tier. I don't think it's Mega Gengar good, but it's there. It's definitely S tier. Pretty much anything that ended up in Smogon's Ubers is probably going to be here. Just saying. You know, there was that one VGC that allowed, you know, legendary Pokemon and stuff like that. But come on, this guy, this is the GOAT of Gen 1. Ubers. Like, this guy and Tauros were running things non-stop. It's just a timeless Pokemon. It's obviously banned. You might argue Triple S. I just don't think so. I'd say maybe it could go over Gengar for its long-standing impact. But there's the two Mega Pokemon right here. Mega Mewtwo X and Mega Mewtwo Y are definitely two, like, interesting ones where you just have already a broken Pokemon, right? You take one Pokemon that's already really, really broken, and you give it another form on top of that. So then it just becomes even crazier, and they perform different roles, so you really have to pick your poison on how you're going to prepare for it, because you can't tell which one it is on Team Preview. I would personally say that X is better, not better, worse than Y. I would say it's better than base form. But I would still say that neither of them are better than Mega Gengar. As crazy as that might sound. That might sound insane. Now, if these guys existed and were able to be used in Battle Stadium, yes, they'd be better than Gengar. But when it came to, like, Smogon Ubers, they just weren't. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. They just were not better. It is what it is. I don't make the rules. They just were not better than Mega Gengar. Mega Gengar is just broken. Moo! Yeah, so you might have thought these guys were going to go straight to Triple S. Nope. 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 If anything, Gengar should be Triple S at this point, but I know some people might not agree. Mew is a weird one. Mew, I feel like, is probably the most, like, B tier Pokemon ever. With Rune to be B+, and maybe I'll be B+ just to not make Gen 1ers mad. But if we're being real, Mew is, like, very, very normal. In modern generations, bro is OU for show. I'm not gonna lie, he's okay in OU. But this guy's a UU Pokemon at heart, in my personal opinion. Good in OU, good in UU when it falls to UU in some generations. When it falls to RU in a generation, it's very B+. And B+ is here for all the Pokemon that are like OU and stuff. So, you know, Mew, enjoy yourself. It's in earlier generations, it's definitely an Uber Pokemon, which makes me want to put it, like, here instead. Maybe I'll put it A-. Because of its, like, Uber impact in the earlier generations, it's certainly crazy when it comes to Gens 1 through 4 and 5, I guess, sure. But at the end of the day, this guy is like an OU to RU merchant at heart, and sometimes he's good. But that is Generation 1 complete. Nobody is Triple S yet. Will there be a Triple S in Johto? Does Johto have better Pokemon? That's the other question. Is Johto going to be better on average? Because look at how many bottom of the barrel Pokemon there are. How many G and F tier Pokemon there are. It's a lot of garbage stinking up this tier list. It's not very top heavy. I tried to keep the top of the list very exclusive so that it feels more like a top of the list. So I'm being a little stingy with some of these. It is what it is. Chikorita. Get that thing out of my face. Bayleaf, I just don't think is real. I don't think this is a real Pokemon. So yeah, go down there. Meganium. Meganium is okay. It's not pure garbage. I would say it's probably, like, worse than Mr. Mime. You know? Maybe worse than Golem. Maybe worse than Raticate. And maybe, yeah, okay, it's getting worse and worse. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to put a G tier. I'm going to put it at the top of G tier. It sucks. But then Mega Meganium pops up and saves the day. Mega Meganium, I think, might be like B+ tier. You know? Not like Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. It is certainly good. It exists for one game. I don't think it has much of a VGC impact. It did at the beginning, you know, it was kind of useful as some sort of a pick. But, I mean, anyone could kind of tell that this thing was never actually going to be... I'm sorry. Like, people, I remember when I first made the, like, VGC tier list for champions preemptively before the mode, or before the game came out, and people were saying I was hating on Mega Meganium when I was saying it was not going to be good in VGC. It just can't be. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. You think this thing's going to be super, super good in a mode where obviously Charizard Y was going to destroy everything. And that was at the time where I thought Mega Gengar and Mega, like, Metagross and stuff were also going to be dominating. Obviously, those didn't end up, like, being the case. But Meganium, it doesn't matter, bro. You're not bringing Mega Meganium when Zard Y is right there. When Incineroar is right there. When way too many other Pokemon are right there. So it's dragged down a lot. It's not even dragged down by this placement. If it was dragged down, I'd put it in B tier. But I think it's B+. I think B+ is very fair. People were hating when I said it was not going to be anything crazy in VGC. It's good in singles, though. Don't get me wrong. It is good in singles. I like it in singles. I'm not a hater of its singles performance at all. Cyndaquil, I'm a hater. I'm sorry. Love Cyndaquil. I pick it every now and then whenever I do a Gen 2 playthrough. Haven't done that in a long time. But it's just very easy to defeat. You might think like, okay, there's no okay, you know what? Sure. Put it here. I'll put it here. You might think it might be crazy putting something that has Eruption and Little Cup down in such a low tier. But the issue is that you never actually get the opportunity to do it. So you need like the right time. But why do all that effort when you have something else that exists that could be like Charmander, you know? Charmander in the Sun just does that job of being a nuke as a fire type way better because Charmander's part of a stronger archetype by nature, being on a Sun team. You could put Cyndaquil on that Sun team, but too much of its power is attached to Eruption in a meta where hazards just really piss it off and it's paper thin defenses and it's going to get chipped by way too much stuff. Charmander doesn't worry about that. Charmander can drop last minute, you know, buzzer beaters and die on the same turn or something like that. Cyndaquil, you need Eruption to really be able to do that, and you need health to be able to do that. Now, when it comes to this guy, Quilava, I'm going to give Quilava on the opposite end of Cyndaquil versus Charmander. I think Quilava is just better than Charmeleon, so I'm going to put it like here. He's also got more swag. He's got more swag than Charmeleon, I'm not going to lie. Typhlosion. Ew. This is going to piss some people off, I'm sorry. Typhlosion fans, cover your ears, cover your eyes, cover everything. Cover your butt, whatever else you got to cover that could perceive what you're about to witness, cover it all. I think it's I don't think Typhlosion's that good, bro. C-, I'm sorry. Typhlosion fans, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. At least live knowing that I also put Charizard in C+, okay? So, like, they just both suck. It is what it is. It's not Typhlosion's fault that it's the same thing as what I said about Cyndaquil, but just imagine that with stronger Pokemon around. Yeah, this thing relies on Eruption to do stuff. It doesn't get the opportunities to do stuff with Eruption because it relies way too much on that move. Taking damage is the death of it. And fire is really hard to spam, unlike an example like Sun Charizard, where it doesn't care about resistances. When that thing's using a Weather Ball or Overheat in the sun, if you resist that move, I'm sorry, you're taking at least 50%. But when it comes to Typhlosion using Eruption against the resist, you're taking like 33. Okay? And that's way different. It's way different. And yeah, it's just a problem. It's a problem with this Pokemon. It's not good. It doesn't have good coverage. Not as a Sun Charizard either, but Sun Charizard does not need coverage. It just clicks the button. But Typhlosion, bro, Typhlosion got Terra in Generation 9 and it's still ZU. Okay? That's the problem. It got Terra Fire Eruption. You could send out choice specs, Terra Fire Eruptions, and it still doesn't matter. Because it's too reliant on not taking any damage at all to be able to be at its peak performance. Now that's enough Typhlosion hate. You can uncover your ears now. The Typhlosion hate has ended. Typhlosion Hisuian region. I'm not going to hate on this thing. I am. Okay. I am going to hate on it, but I'm not going to hate on it too harshly. I think it's better than base Typhlosion. But it's still in the same tier. So it doesn't really matter that it's better, because it's not that much better. But it is better. Okay? It just is. Having access to a separate stab, being able to not just be limited to running Choiced all the time, because you do have access to, you know, Calm Mind. You can run other sets. You don't have to just run stupid, you know, stupid specs and stupid Scarf all the time. I feel like, honestly, if I'm not hating too much, I could put it a tier higher. I could put it a tier higher. Legitimately. And I wouldn't feel too pressed about it. A tier higher. It's still not good, but this is like NU area anyway, the C tier. I think it's closer to that. Base Typhlosion is more like an NU to PU type of Pokemon. Hisuian Typhlosion's kind of like that as well, but I think it at least has more use cases than Typhlosion. Totodile. I love Totodile. He's my favorite guy. He's my favorite little guy. Not my favorite Pokemon of all time, but he's my favorite little dudes. My core memory of Totodile is that he was my first Pokemon that I ever actually EV trained. I remember when I had Pokemon X and Y and I had a Totodile on it. And I think it was also shiny. And I really was getting interested in competitive. He was the first guy on my X and Y that I ever fully successfully like EV trained up. And then he wasn't that great as a Feraligatr. I mean, Feraligator's okay, but we'll get to Feraligatr. Totodile, it's a Pokemon. It is a Pokemon. It is a Pokemon that exists competitively. Is it good at its job? No, but like I'm gonna put a G tier above Bellsprout. You know, it's seen better days. Unfortunately, as you know, certain things start to get stronger and stronger and really push power creep in Little Cup. Its little sheer force gimmick with Dragon Dance is not as significant as you think it could be. Unfortunately, it is what it is. It's just a victim of power creep. Now I don't really know if Croconaw necessarily ever got power crept. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if it was ever good to begin with. I'm being rude, but like, yeah, it's probably better than Sea King ever was. That's all I can say about it, but I don't think it was. Yeah, it's there. I don't think it's bottom of the barrel. Nothing that has Dragon Dance Sheer Force could ever be bottom of the barrel, but it's just not strong, unfortunately. It is, okay, let me just straight. It is strong in the sense that it does damage. But I'm sorry, when your coverage as a water type is just water and ice, it doesn't work. You know why? Because you just get walled by other water types, because you can't hit them. But I can use Trailblaze. Yes, you can use Trailblaze, and you might do 40%. Congratulations, I guess, but it's just not enough, bro. This has always been Feraligator's problem. I wish that they would, bro, give the Totodile line, non-biased, because I love these guys. Give them Thunderfang, please. Please. It's not like it would do too much, but it'd be cool. Or make a grass type one. Make a grass type bite move that has 80 power. Feraligator time. This guy is UURU all the time. And I think that he's probably around Worsted Cloister range. Like, he's there. He's chill. He's chill. He's very chill. I like Feraligatr. He's chill. He does his job. Mega Feraligatr. Now, I've written hate pieces about this guy. And I mean, he's impressed me sometimes. But unfortunately, I just don't think Mega Feraligatr is Himothy. I really don't. I'm sorry. But I just have to be that guy. I do. I do have to be that guy, and I gotta put him very low. He's not strong, unfortunately, but I just don't think... he's better than base Feraligatr. That much is a fact. So I'm gonna put Mega Feraligatr like B-. Here. You know? He's there. Mega Feraligatr is fraud. Yep. You are not wrong. B- is fine. He's never had an actual, like, generation of OU to really test himself, but I have a feeling he's definitely better than base Feraligatr. It's just... it is what it is. Wow. Sentret. There is just no way that this thing has ever been used in anything ever. I just refuse to believe that it's good. So it's going in bottom of the barrel. Now, Furret, on the other hand, I know the demonic nature of this Pokemon. No, don't be fooled. Sentret is pure trash. This thing is actually not bad. Please believe me. If you've played Gen 3 PU, Gen 3 NU or something, type of me. You know this guy is a little demon. You know this guy's a little piece of garbage. I hate this thing. It hits so hard. It just does so much damage. In all of its ZU, PU, in this... Bro, this thing is the biggest demon of PU in ZU. Everywhere it goes, it just hits like a truck. But that's about it. Like, it doesn't do much else. I think it probably pissed someone off if I put it above Hitmonchan. Like, the Gen 1ers might look at it like, what? Better than Hitmonchan? Hitmonchan has fists. That's a stupid-looking animal. It can't be better than Hitmonchan. It looks so lame compared to Hitmonchan. So I won't put it higher. But, dear God, this thing is a freaking demon. I hate Furret so much. Also, yes, it's better than Primeape. I'm not crazy for saying it's better than Primeape. If you have played Gen 3 PU, you know you might have been scarred for life. Or Gen 3 anything. Like, this thing in those lower tiers, dear God, I hate it. If you played Gen 4 Random Battle, you know what I'm talking about too. Gen 4 Random, okay, that's not influencing the thing, but I have trauma when it comes to this Pokemon. Because it just, sometimes it appears, and it's, okay, pick what Pokemon to sack. It is what it is. Some Pokemon are built like that, and that's Furret in the lower tiers. Now, that's not Hoo-Oo in any tier ever, so he's unfortunately gonna plummet to the bottom of the barrel. It is what it is. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it is what it is. There's nothing you can really do about it. Noctowl, though. Noctowl was a Pokemon I really always thought was going to get some sort of regional form. That's a random fun fact about me, but I always thought this thing was going to get a regional form at some point in time, but it just never did. I mean, I feel like it's a competent enough PU Pokemon. And maybe, like, worse than Mr. Mime, you know? It has Tinted Lens, a Pokemon with Tinted Lens and decently high base power moves like Hurricane. It just can't be bad. Now, I said moves like Hurricane, and that was singular as an example, because it really doesn't have anything else after that. You have Hyper Voice, which is good as far as normal type moves go. It's like the highest thing you're going to get, really. Honestly, it's there. It exists. It can hit hard sometimes. It's really hard to find something that could switch into it if it's at +2. But there's just other flying types out there that are special attacking that can do its job better in lower tiers. Lady Buh, there's just no way that this thing is good for anything. And then Lady Yin, there's just no way this is good for anything either. So they're both going down here. Spinarak, nope. Ariados is an interesting little cope pick that I remember people were using in Champions when there's like something that could use Sticky Web and still use poison type attacks and hit stuff that would be annoying, like Primarina, that could otherwise Magic Bounce. Unfortunately, I don't subscribe to that idea. I'm just going to put it at bottom of the barrel. I'm a realist. I'm sorry. You know what? Okay, it has sticky web. It automatically has to be better than Sea King. So Sea King is like he's the gatekeeper, okay? At bottom of the barrel. Yeah, sticky web, you automatically just have to be better than a lot of these goobers. So now if there's a sticky web Pokemon down there and I didn't put them out at bottom of the barrel, it is what it is. Don't call me out on it. Crobat, probably B minus. Sorry. Had to update that. My brain like kind of updated what I was saying. Crobat is weird. I don't think it's better than any of these guys, actually. Don't think it's better than you. Don't think it's better than you. I don't even think it's better than Cloyster. It's probably not even better than Feraligatr. I could say it's better than Magmar, sure. Doesn't Ladian get Iron Fist for its 35 base attack? Yeah, you respect its aura. It has a lot of it, okay? It's just holding back. Ladian's just a pacifist, that's why. Ladian is bottom of the barrel by choice. This thing could have had 305 base attack, you know, if it wanted to. Chinchou! Chinchou is really good. Chinchou is very good. As far as Little Cup Pokemon go, this thing is probably within that E tier, or maybe just top of F tier range. I'd say it's better than Noctowl. Like, Chinchou in Little Cup territory is good in, like, every generation, you know? I don't know if Gen 2 Little Cup is a thing, but I know it's good in Gen 3. I know it's good in Gen 4. I'm pretty sure it's got to be good in Gen 5, and I know it's good in the rest. So, I'll put it in F. Maybe bottom of E. You know what? Sure. Join the... No, stay here. Stay here. Like, around Ponyta. Like, stay around that range. Noctowl is pissing me off. I'm not gonna lie. It literally didn't do anything. It's just staring at me. Like, look at it. It's just staring. Like, bro, quit looking at me weird. You're going blower just for that. It didn't do anything wrong. I don't know. I just like having the streak of Little Cup Pokemon and then Mr. Mime being the gatekeeper. I mean, Mr. Mime's pretty creepy, so maybe don't keep it around all the okay. I don't know where I was going with that. Lantern. Let's go ahead and put Lantern up in, like, E tier. It exists. It does Volt Switch. It does Flip Turn. It does this. It does that. It has Assault Vest. It sometimes doesn't run Assault Vest. It runs Heavy Duty Boots. It runs Rest, Sleep, Talk. It runs Scald. It has all these different moves. It does a lot of stuff. I think E tier is kind of crazy. I'll put it, like, here. There. D+. E tier is crazy. It's never a Pokemon that could be, like, god-awful. Like, you put it on a team, even in some of the higher tiers, it's gonna suck, yes. But it's never gonna be a Pokemon that's like, oh my god, I wish I did not have a Lantern right now. It's just destined to always be somewhat of a decent pick. Not a good pick ever in a higher tier. Okay, maybe there's one generation or something where it was a decent pick in a higher tier, but it's a low tier goat, not a low tier god. Not that guy. Pichu! Sorry. It is what it is. I just don't think Pichu has ever done anything significant in its entire life. So, he's going down there. Cleffa, probably the same thing. Igglybuff, same thing. Togepi? There's just no way. Togepi? Yeah, they weren't cooking with this, like, streak of little baby Pokemon. They were just all garbage. And then they made Togetic. Now, Togetic is demonic, for sure. I'm going to put Togetic, like, here. Togetic is really, really good, as I just put it in C-. But, you know, really, really good for its area of expertise, which is the lower tiers and stuff. It exists, and it gets its job done. Maybe not more than Hitmonlee, and... Yeah, okay, maybe not more than Typhlosion. Whoa, you jumped a tier. Maybe not more than you. Okay, yeah, that's better. C-. You know, maybe not more than Lapras. Maybe not more than... Okay. My hand, stop. Okay, I keep lowering Togetic more and more as I thought more about it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Togetic fans, I got you very excited when I placed Togetic that high. But I'm gonna... you know, I thought about it more. Came to my senses. Togetic got the sauce, but It's not that good. It's good. It's just not that great. Natu. No, I think Natu is like fine. I don't hate Natu at all. It's good in Little Cup. It exists in Little Cup. It's nice. I would probably put it around the range of a lot of these guys. It's definitely on that level. Maybe like here, above the other bird. And then there's Xatu. Xatu is strong, 100%. I would probably put Xatu like maybe better than Kabutops. Xatu is like one of those Pokemon that's deceptively good. Like when you look at it, you just kind of think there's no way it could be good. But as soon as it got Magic Bounce, like pre-Magic Bounce Xatu is probably like C-. Post Magic Bounce, it's usable in Ubers in some cases. It legitimately can be used there if you want it to. So I'm gonna put it in C+. It's a very sneaky Pokemon. But that's what a lot of C+ is. You might notice a lot of C+ is like bad Pokemon that have a case where they can be used in like a higher tier. So Charizard on Sun, but like traditionally Charizard is garbage. Traditionally Charizard's like a ZU, PU, NU Pokemon, but then sometimes you use them on a Sun team and you can use them OU. Blastoise, typically like a RU, NU, PU Pokemon in singles, but then it could be used in doubles at some point, but like Fake Out, Follow Me, and stuff like that. Machamp, traditionally like an NU, RU, PU Pokemon. It was banned one time in Gen 4 for being annoying with Dynamic Punch. I'm pretty sure that's just the reason. Confusion was just annoying. They were tired of dealing with it. Xatu, traditionally not that great, but then just randomly could be used in Ubers if you wanted to, thanks to Magic Bounce being so strong. Kabutops, same thing, blah, 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 use it on Rain. That's just what this C+ tier is for. I feel like that's really C+. Like Pokemon that have niches, you know? Or niche. Are you a niche or a niche person? I'm sorry. Let me focus on the list here. Mareep is bad. Fluffy is bad. Ampharos is not quite as bad, but it's still bad. So I'm going to put Ampharos. Mr. Mime really is the gatekeeper, huh? Do I think Ampharos is better than Mr. Mime? You know what? New gatekeeper in town. I'm going to raise Mr. Mime to the bottom of E. You know, I'll hear you all out. Earlier, y'all was saying that was crazy Mr. Mime disrespect. I'll hear you all out. I'll raise Mr. Mime. And I'll put Ampharos as the gatekeeper. Okay, you got to get past the lighthouse first. Okay, this is the lighthouse that Ampharos has. And all the little cup Pokemon, they can't get past it. So that's it. Okay, well, a couple did, but they're broken. So it's not Ampharos' fault for being a little blind. Mega Ampharos, on the other hand, is like here. It's good. It works. It's RU. Generally speaking, it's like nothing. It's not a crazy Pokemon. It's not a Pokemon I'm jumping out of my seat. Like, I need to have Mega Ampharos on my team. It's usually the opposite. I really, really hope that I don't have enough Mega Ampharos on my team because it's not that good. I'm not a big fan of it. I really, really don't like the slow Pokemon that hit hard because I feel like what happens more often than not is that they just take too much damage to actually be usable and really do their wall breaking role properly. And that is basically the epitome of Mega Ampharos' existence, is that it's too slow to really get things going, but it's decent at pivoting around. It hits hard. It has Mold Breaker. You know, I can't get too mad at it. It's just existing. Blossom. Now, contrary to its name, Blossom is not awesome. Is Blossom a pun on awesome? I don't think it is. It's just Bell and Blossom, right? But Blossom is mid. Unfortunately, it's not even mid. It's just bad. It's bad, but it's better than Meganium for sure. It's probably maybe better than Ampharos. I don't think that would be too crazy to say. The thing about Blossom is just that it has access to Terra and like Quiver Dance and stuff, so it could technically get stuff going. It can get stuff shaken with the Quiver Dances, but that's about it, and that's really all you have to rely on. It's not a bad thing to have to rely on at all, right? I just think maybe there's a world where it could be better. And that shouldn't be too crazy of a take. It's underwhelming because it's so slow. It doesn't have the craziest bulk. It has semblance of bulk. 75, 95, and then like 110, 120, 100, whatever it is for special defense. It tanks hits. It can tank hits, Quiver Dance, but it's just too slow, you know? And there's other Quiver Dancers out there that just do its job better. Let's look at Meryl, because Meryl is a Pokemon. It's stark contrast from Azumarill. Having only 20 attack to operate with is not spectacular. I don't want to put it in bottom of the barrel, but as far as competitive viability goes, I just don't know when it's ever had such a thing. I'm going to have to put it in bottom of the barrel. Like, unfortunately, I hate to say it, because it probably is better than a lot of the stuff here. It just never has proven it. I don't think a single generation, besides maybe Gen 6, could it have proven. Because there were just other Pokemon that also existed as water types that gave it too much competition. Now, Azumarill is going to be on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Azumarill is going to be nice and high on the list. I don't think better than Mega Feraligatr, but like here, maybe? You know, that doesn't seem too bad. I don't think that B- is too bad. Azumarill does the classic belly drum. Sometimes it doesn't need to belly drum. You know, sometimes it can just run anything else. It can run Choice Band. Assault Vest is mid, but it's something that people would run. Whirlpool Perish Song exists, but I don't really personally think that I would recommend it. But it is certainly something that you can use if you want it to. Again, don't know if I recommend it, but it's there. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's certainly not the best either. But Azumarill's not bad. Don't think B- is bad. It's just, it's seen better days, okay? I'm being honest. Azumarill, a lot of people think it's higher. Like, a lot of people would probably look at you and tell it's an A- or even a B+. But we look on Azumarill's good days way too positively, when I just don't think that's real. Sudowoodo. Okay, Sudowoodo is, I was gonna say bottom of the barrel, like, immediately, but I don't even think that's true. I don't even think it's that bad. I think it's, like, here. Like, I don't even, I wouldn't go as far to say it could be F tier. But maybe he's the stand-in here for G tier. Sudowoodo, at the end of the day, he'll get up his Stealth Rock, you know. He'll hit hard with Head Smash. He has Rock Head Smash. So, is a very solid, okay, I'm not going to say solid, but he's a decent wall breaker at the end of the day. It's just one of those, it's one of those Pokemon where it's really hard to sit there and glaze it. Because it is such a one-dimensional Pokemon. Like, it really struggles to break out of its one gimmick of, I hit very hard with Head Smash, and that's about it. Me smash head, me do damage, me hit hard. That's about it, but when it's slow, has a rock type solely, so it's not really that good defensively at all. It's just not the most impressive stats. G tier is just about as far as it goes. Politoed. Politoed just has to be maybe bottom of B or top of B-. You might think that's too high at a glance, but you do have to remember that this thing, there was a time where Pelipper, like a slight period where Pelipper did not exist, okay? And because Pelipper didn't exist, this thing was the option for a Drizzle Pokemon. So, like, Gen 5, that was that one time period, by the way. Like, that's it. There was that time period in question was Generation 5. After that, Pelipper got access to Drizzle, and nothing was the same for our poor frog fella. But it's okay. Or Toad. Sorry, it is Toad in the name. No, actually, it was also Gen 6. It was also Gen 6. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Politoed. I'm sorry, Politoed. You also had that time period for Gen 6. And I feel like bottom of B isn't the worst call because those two generations were generational for it. I'm just being honest. Outside of that, he kind of exists. He's a little silly guy. I might put him like here. You know, better than Slowbro. I'm thinking better than Mega Pinsir. That could be an exaggeration. But it's just... You can... like, even when Gen 7 dropped, Politoed was still able to be an option. Because at the end of the day, Politoed and Pelipper are like slightly different. Like they're very similar. Obviously, you set Rain and you're kind of bulky, you know. But Politoed doesn't have the flying type, which is good and bad in some cases. The bad being you still get hit by grass and stuff like that. The good being you don't get hit 4 times super affected by electric. The bad of Politoed being you don't have Tailwind, whereas, well, Pelipper has Tailwind. Pelipper also has the ability to just hit harder thanks to having Hurricane as a coverage move. Flying type coverage is really good. So that's what leaves Politoed at having competition, but Politoed still has its fair share of utility, and I feel like B tier is fine. Potentially even B plus when looking at it with like rose tinted lens, but you do have to remember there was a long time period where it did not even have Drizzle, by the way. Like, I'm only thinking about the time period where it got Drizzle. Do remember, there were several generations where it did not have that ability at all, and it was just butt cheeks, okay? Hoppip. Skiploom. Driftblim. Driftblim has to be like here, you know? Driftblim is one of the most annoying Pokemon ever, for sure. Not Driftblim. What is your freaking name? Jumpluff. I said Driftblim. Oh my god. Because he kind of drifts in the air. Jumpluff. I'm sorry. I called you Driftblim because you're a ball and you float around. Jumpluff. Holy larp, 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 Sahord. Jumpluff is... same thing. Basically what I was saying. I was not ranking it based on what I thought Driftblim was going to be. I was ranking it based off of Jumpluff. It's okay. It's one of the most annoying Pokemon ever. It just does the strength sap stuff. It you know, it sets up sleep powders. It can do all sorts of annoying things. I feel like if you start thinking about its existence in like doubles potential, you could raise it up a tier. You could maybe even decide to raise it up another tier. It's just, when I think about it, I really get annoyed at some of the older gens. I hate Jumpluff in just any tier. Any tier that was older, where it had the ability to just kind of, oh my god, I forgot about low tier Jumpluff with Flying Gym Acrobatics. That too. Jumpluff might just be like C. I'm not gonna lie. Because it does still have the ability to be, you know, a sort of sunsetter, you know, in doubles. Obviously, it's not a Pokemon in Champion, so we're specifically talking about Scarlet and Violet here. I think C is fine. Would I say better than Jolteon? No. Maybe? No. It's fine there. In Gen 9 VGC was like, yeah. I think that alone deserves it to be up from where I had it in D+. Like, that's good. Holy alarm. Apom. I don't know, actually. Is it ever better than Meow? I'm not sure. Hold on, this alarm is going off because it's like 6 in the morning. Let me get this alarm. Yes, the stream really is still going this late. All right. I think APOM had its like really good time period in maybe like Gen 5, Gen 5, Gen 4. It hits hard. I know for a fact that it hits hard because of again, I've said it earlier, especially when I was talking about Shelder, multi-hit moves in Little Cup are broken. They are very broken because of just how level 5 scaling works. The HP numbers, they do not appreciate getting hit by, multi-hit moves. And it has access to plenty of multi-hit moves with skill link and stuff like that. I just don't... I put it in F tier. I think that's too... I think that's too high. Or do I think it's not high enough? I think it's too close to Meowth. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna raise some of these guys up. I think that's too close to Meowth. I would like to have more of a gap. And I think this is more accurate. Because I feel like APOM is just kind of worse than Meowth, generally speaking. But, yeah. That's like his name to fame, right? It's just like Meowth, but worse. I might put him top of G tier. Maybe I'm lower than Cubone. Yeah, I think lower than Cubone is probably better. Sunkern. Sun Yin. Get this thing out of here. Sunflora? There's just no way that Sunflora is anything other than bottom of the barrel. I'd be very surprised if somebody had anything other to suggest. I feel like it tries to be something that could be useful, but it fails on it. It just falls on its stupid happy face, sadly. Yanma is an interesting one. This is definitely a Pokemon where it has like weird potential. It has speed boost, compound eyes. You're not going to use compound eyes. Let's be real. I feel like when it comes to being a speed boosting Pokemon, it has so much stat. I'm not going to lie. 95 speed. It's pretty quick on top of having speed boost already. So it's going to make itself faster than the Scarfers. This little demon has to be like maybe like around this area. Yanmega? No, not him yet. We're still on little baby Yanma. My biggest memory of Yanma is fighting this in Generation 3 lower tier, so like NU and PU, and this thing having a reversal set with speed boost in a Lychee Berry. That is the most that I remember about this thing in like lower tier performance. And it was really good at doing that, by the way. That wasn't even a set in like a Little Cup or something. That's like NU. You know? And that was it was kind of him. Wooper, unfortunately, does not have that sort of luxury of being a good Pokemon. I'm sorry to the Wooper fans. Whoop, whoop. But sadly, I don't think it's bottom of the barrel, so let me take it out of here. But I just don't think it's great. To the Wooper fans, the most you're going to get out of me. And this is good for a Little Cup Pokemon. Don't get me wrong. I think maybe F. I think I'm gonna put it F. Maybe better than Krabby, but worse than Bulbasaur, and it just can't go higher. So if you're a Wooper fan and you thought it was gonna be at the top of the list, I'm sorry. Whoop whoop. The good thing about Wooper is that it has a good typing. It has good moves. It has a lot of things going for it, but it just doesn't do enough, you know? It doesn't do enough currently, and that's just the problem. Unfortunately, it is what it is. It had its day, but now there's just too many newer Pokemon that just do what it wants to achieve as a bulky water type with a lot of immunities. Like, this thing has immunities on immunities. It's immune to electric. It runs water absorb typically when it comes to like little cups. It's going to be immune to water as well. It is good. It's not going to be as high as a Wooper fan might have hoped. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Then there's Paldean Wooper, who I like to call Pooper because he's, you know, he looks like a poop. It's a very cute poop. I'm going to put Pooper like somewhere in that, like somewhere relative to the other little cup guys. Maybe better than Dugong. I hate Dugong. He's so ugly. Sorry, but like, yeah, Dugong is just so ugly. I feel like the ultimate problem with this little guy, and why I like to call him Pooper, is just that, again, there's other Pokemon that exist that want to do what it does, but they do it better. That's just the unfortunate life story when it comes to Pooper. That being plenty of other ground types that are more viable. Mudbray, Toadscool, Alolan Diglett, Trapinch, Numel. Like, it has so much competition when it comes to trying to, you know, function in the world as a ground type. This is about as far as I can go for it, unfortunately. And I really think maybe it could just be closer to Wooper. I could just have Wooper and Pooper next to each other, but I don't know. Quagsire. This is another Ditto archetype Pokemon where on a great day, it's like goated. And then a lot of it just never gets out of the PUZU tier, you know? But it's used in like every format. There was some other Pokemon that I mentioned that was very similar to Ditto, and I found a comfortable rating for it. I wish I could remember who that was. It was somebody that I said was very similar to Ditto from Generation 1. And then I ranked them like not near Ditto, but I acknowledge that they're similar in idea. I just have no idea who that Pokemon was. I think overall Quagsire is probably like here. Because Slowbro will never have the sauce that Quagsire has when it comes to being an unaware Pokemon and like a Ubers, you know? Slowbro might be higher. Oh, it's Aerodactyl? You're right. Thank you. I put it on the same level. You know what? It's not going to be here because this has no doubles presence, but I feel like this is accurate, you know? Because Quagsire has sauce when it comes to Ubers. It's just Espeon next. Alright. I just saw sort of the chat say Espeon, my beloved. I'm about to cook your beloved. I'm sorry. This Pokemon is okay. Oh, cat wants to leave. Okay. Hello. You're a black cat, so you're an Umbreon. Let me let the Umbreon out. He doesn't want to be here. The Umbreon did not want to witness the cooking of Espeon. Alright. Espeon is fine. I'm not going to cook it to a crisp. It's better than Vaporeon, okay? So you can... It's the best of the evolutions that have appeared so far. I feel like where I want to put it is like lower than Xatu, maybe. It's definitely the best of the evolutions that have been named so far. So Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon. It's up there. C+, I think, is valid. I don't think it should be any higher. And then when it comes to Umbreon, unfortunately, Espeon's title is very short-lived, as then it gets mogged by Umbreon. And I'm going to put Umbreon probably about Nidoking-ish level. The thing is with Umbreon is that it used to have presence in Gen 3 Ubers, but then they got rid of Baton Pass, and that made it so that it doesn't really do anything anymore. So, in Gen 3 Ubers, it used to have some little, like, thing with Mean Look Baton Pass. Right? It used to be a really nice little thing, but I just don't think... I believe Gen 3 Ubers got rid of Baton Pass because Baton Pass was just too cancer in that mode. So they got rid of it, and now Umbreon doesn't really exist anymore, but it used to exist. It used to be able to do things, and I'm going to consider that as part of its history. Now, in terms of Ubers, it doesn't really do anything in any other Ubers generation or any other generation of Ubers ever. So it's more of a RUUU merchant, and that's about what B- is anyway. But the fact that it ever even had an Uber's use case, you know what? I'll put it like here. I'll put it here. Next to Cloyster. How about that? Because Cloyster also had use cases, and Cloyster is better. Cloyster is better than Umbreon. I'll put Umbreon here. But yeah. Shout out to Big Umbreon. Murkrow. Murkrow is cool. I don't hate Murkrow. He has doubles gimmicks sometimes. They're gimmicks, though. You know, they're definitely gimmicks. You know, the whole Prankster Quash has Tailwind, has all these things. It's a NFE Pokemon that's definitely better than a lot of these. It's better than Togetic. That's for a fact. I think it's going to be the best NFE Pokemon besides Rhydon, which is, like, not really fair because there was a great time period where it wasn't. That's also true for Honchkrow, or for Murkrow, because of Honchkrow coming in Diamond and Pearl. Murkrow, I'll probably put it in C tier, below Galarian Articuno, just because of its doubles gimmicks. Like, the fact that it has the gimmick at all as such trash Pokemon, it will automatically make me raise its value. It's also quite demonic in, you know, Gen 3 lower tiers. It had a Choice Bandit set, which was really fun to use because it hits like a truck. And it's decently fast. That's the most positives I can say for it, though. Slowking. I'm going to give Slowking... Where did I put Slowbro? I put Slowbro in B tier. Do I consider Slowking to be largely better or... Oops, sorry, I just hit the mic. Slowking is better or worse? Currently, I'd probably say Slowking is better, like Generation 9, purely because of Chilly Reception, whereas Slowbro lost Teleport and didn't get Chilly Reception. But historically, I don't think that's... I think Slowbro mogged Slowking throughout time. So I think I'll let Slowking be, like, here. Currently, I would say Slowking is better. But there was a very, you know, long period of time where even during the time where Teleport existed and Slowbro could do it, Slowking could also do it. Was it better than Slowbro in Gen 8? I don't think it was. But, you know, anytime beyond that, Gen 7, Gen 6, Gen 5, like, you're typically going to be looking at Slowbro before Slowking. And, I mean, it's cool. B- is not bad. You know, that's not bad at all. It is what it is. Oh. Well, his broken form arrived. Galarian Slowking. I think Galarian Slowking is definitely, like, here. Top of B+. Very, very strong. Extremely strong. Now, doesn't have much of a presence in, like, doubles at all. But Champions OU. Scarlet Violet OU. These are just Gen 8 OU. Like, these are things where Galar Slowking, or yeah, Galar Slowking is just kind of goated with it. Not good enough to where I could say it's A- because it only had 2 generations. You know what? No. It's good enough I could put it A-, I think. I think it's good enough I can legitimately put it in A-. I think I'm being a little too stingy. Yeah, Chilly Reception. Future Sight. Regenerator. It's got so many utility moves. You know, you can make it run Thunder Wave. You can make it run Toxic. You can make it trick Black Sludge to something. You can make it run Nasty Plot if you want it to like, you can do so many things. It could be Assault Vest. It doesn't even have to have Chilly Reception. It's a very good Pokemon. I feel like putting it B+ might be underselling it slightly. What I said, it's better than Mew? No, because Mew had like the Uber stuff. I feel like I gotta put Mew higher just because of that, actually. Like higher than Chansey, maybe. We'll move Mew up just slightly. Mischievous. I gotta find Murkrow, and I think it's pretty relative to Murkrow. If not, like a touch better. Mischievous is another, NFE Pokemon that exists. The difference is that it had, whereas Murkrow had its like VGC doubles gimmick or whatever, where it could do Prankster Quash. Mischievous has its gimmicks in Gen 2 and Gen 3 OU, which is just not what Murkrow can say for itself. In fact, I might put it above. That might be crazy. I don't think it's crazy. It's not bad. It's a spin blocker. That's always a great trait, especially in Gen 2 and Gen 3, where spikes are so dominant. It's basically where you'd be putting it as a spin blocker. It's also a spin blocker that is then immune to enemy spikes because it had Levitate. So Gen 2, Gen 3 were definitely its heyday. Afterwards, it became more of the guy that's always in Gen, like ever since Gen 4. This is the guy that's going to be invading PU, ZU, NU. Like, that's it. But that's what C tier is for. A little better than Galarian Articuno, I'd probably say. Because of its prime. And this is why this is an all-timer list. Wow, unknown. Straight to bottom of the barrel. Congratulations. Wobbuffet. This is a... Okay, we're going to do the Dugtrio thing. Interestingly enough. We're going to have to do I just have to. I have to. I'm going to put Wobbuffet probably in S tier. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the game of Wobbuffet, because anytime you've ever tried to play a metagame that exists in Smogon, well, it's banned because of Shadow Tag. Yeah, that's why. That's why it is, that's why you've probably never seen it. Because Shadow Tag is banned. But I'm going to do the same thing I did with Dugtrio. Also, Wobbuffet is like moderately... Okay, it's not good. I was going to say it's not good in Ubers. I was going to say it's moderately decent, but that's a lie. The only time that I could say that is like definitely Gen 3 Ubers. Gen 3 Ubers Wobbuffet is disgusting. It's not even allowed to run leftovers in Gen 3 Ubers. That's specifically, they have a clause against that in Gen 3 Ubers. But yeah, this thing just switches in and it will kill something basically. That's what it's a 1-for-1 trade Pokemon in Gen 3 Ubers, and that is absurd. I don't think Dugtrio has that to its name. I'm going to put an S tier. Again, just like Dugtrio, we're assuming the hypothetical where you're considering the fact that it got banned, You can't judge its OU, UU, RU performance because it never got the chance. Well, it did, and it got banned for it because of its ability. But its ability is banned. It deserves to be up here. It's probably better than Zapdos, I'll be honest. So let me just do that. The only thing about Wobbuffet is it has no doubles presence, similarly to Dugtrio. But anything that's been banned before, it's just going to be up here. It is what it is. Not even just banned before. Hold on, because you might take that out of context and be like, well, then why is Machamp in C tier, C+ tier? It got banned from Gen 4. Wobbuffet's not a Pokemon that got banned before. It's a Pokemon that got banned from, like, everything except for Gen 2. Okay? It got banned from everything. There's nothing that it didn't get, there's nothing that it didn't get banned from besides Gen 2. Girafarig! I always loved this thing's, I didn't love its design, but I love the cry. I love the noise. Can I play it? I might have it. Let me see. I always loved the little noise that it made. It might be loud on Showdown. Let me see. Let me turn it down a little bit. It always made my favorite little noise. Oh my god, that was extremely loud. I'm sorry. Well, I tried warning, but it says, I don't know. I always loved the sound. It sounds so happy. But unfortunately, I'm going to ruin its day by ranking it extremely low. I'm going to put Girafarig, the rest of the NFE guys. I feel like it's high in, like, NFE area. In fact, if I could find the highest NFE Pokemon, it's probably higher than that. It's probably about where I'm at. Like, I think it's probably an E tier. It's one of the most interesting Pokemon to me because it has such a... It had such a shift once it got access to Nasty Plot and stuff. Like, that being a set is kind of crazy because that just wasn't really a thing that Girafarig was going to do. I was about to say Fairy Giraffe. We'll get to that demon spawn. I think E tier is fine. It functions in NFE. It does its thing. It's very, very good in NFE. And I feel like I wouldn't be too upset seeing it this high. I might even put it slightly higher. Like, better than... Yeah, hold on. Yeah, slightly higher. It's definitely... It should not be lower than War Turtle. It should be, like, a good bit better. Maybe, like, here. Not quite Machoke. But I'll put it up here. Pineco. Pineco's good. I don't hate Pineco at all. Pineco is certainly good. I'll put Pineco, like, somewhere with the rest of the LC guys. Like, probably maybe lower than Meowth, higher than Lickitung. He works with the LC guys. The thing is, he also has a niche, in the lower tiers as a hazard setter. Kind of. Back in the day. Not really presently, but you could do it if you wanted to. Spikes, T-Spikes. Stealth Rock, Rapid Spin, stuff like that. Explosion. And then goes his father, Fortress. I think Fortress is a very... like Umbreon plus type of area. I like this. Like here. Like, to me, it's just like Umbreon Max in terms of Pokemon that's traditionally lower tiered. It had its heyday for like a couple generations. But I think I could probably put it here. I honestly, it had its heyday for a good while. Fortress is B tier. Fortress is definitely one of the biggest noob bait Pokemon, I would say, in current times. I think I really wish that, like, when noobs pick Fortress thinking that it's super good because they look at all the moves and stuff that it could have, I really wish that they got into the game in, like, the first 5 generations, well, excluding Gen 1. Because that was when it was legitimately, not much of a meme. But now, I mean, people look at it, oh, it's got Stealth Rock, it's got Body Press, it's got Iron Defense, it's got Gyro Ball with really low defense. That has to be really good. It can Volt Switch, Rapid Spin. I already said Stealth Rock and Spikes, but yeah, Stealth Rock, Spikes, Toxic Spikes could do so much stuff. Explosion, Normal Gym Explosion. That's the noob favorite. Normal Gym and Cuss That Berry Explosion. He's not like super him. But back in the day, he was, okay? So that's why he's B. It sounds like I'm hating and I'm considering him a C+ Pokemon. That's probably where he is currently, in my mind. That, like, B- to C+ range. But if I'm considering Fortress's heyday, yeah, he's got to be B. He's got to be B. Near, like, the upper end, too. Maybe better than Politoed, but Politoed's doubles presence still outweighs, I think, Forretress's singles. But Forretress is very good. I like using Forretress a lot. Dunsparce. Dunsparce is nice. Wherever I just ranked Fairy Giraffe, I just said Fairy Giraffe again. Giraffe-a-rig. We're not getting to Fairy Giraffe yet. Wherever I just ranked that guy, I'm putting Dunsparce like above. You know? I'm going to put Dunsparce above. Dunsparce is just good. Dunsparce is just good in NFE for sure. There's not much else that needs to be said about it. It's not much of a cheeser. It's just legitimately really annoying to get around in that tier because it's fat, bulky, does damage, can hacks you if it runs the flinching set, but, you know, it also has a boom burst for some ungodly reason. Yep, it has that move. Gligar. I love Gligar. Gligar's so silly. Look at him. He's sticking his tongue out. He's in silly mode. He's always in silly mode, so I'm going to give him a silly ranking. I think Gligar is probably about this area, like worse than Arcanine, maybe better than Arcanine. Yeah, better than Arcanine, worse than a Alolan Marowak is where I'm going to put Gligar. Gligar was good even before it got, okay, good with air quotes. Fine. It was fine before Eviolite existed in the lower tiers. Right? But then it got Eviolite, and it really cemented its position in the lower tiers. Lower tiers meaning like a UU and below. I definitely think... Would I put it slightly higher, actually? I think I might. I think I might put Gligar slightly higher. Like here. C+. Below Rhydon, maybe. Higher than Rhydon. Rhydon had Gen 1, a little bit of Gen 2. But Gligar was like consistently UU for so many generations. It's crazy. Like this guy is the UU staple. The only time it got disrupted was current gen. Current generation disrupted its UU streak. I'm pretty sure this guy was UU like every gen. There might have been one generation where maybe it fell to NU or something like that. Or RU, NU, RU. But this thing had a nasty streak of being at least viable in NU. Even then, that streak's probably still continuing. I'm sure you could still use him in Gen 9 UU. No doubles presence, though, of course. He's an NFE Pokemon. Who the heck? Like, bro, he's not going to be there. Unless you have a distraction move like Magmar and Electabuzz or Clefairy. You're kind of gated down there anyway. Steelix. I think Steelix is just not spectacular. We're talking base Steelix here. Not spectacular, not garbage by any means, just not great. I'd probably put base Steelix like C. You know? Above Vaporeon might be slightly overrating it. Yeah. Put it here. Above Marowak might be crazy too. Above Arcanine. This is base Steelix, by the way. We are going to rank Steelix and Mega Steelix separately, of course. Well, it's not really enough course if you just don't know. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So then Mega Steelix, just take where Steelix is and place them a tier above. It's as simple as that. Don't got to think too much about it. I would say better than maybe Espeon. That's probably where I put it. Mega Steelix is very solid in the tiers that it's used in, which is like UU, RU area. It's strong, bulky, hits hard. It definitely hits hard without investing too much because it just has high base power moves. Earthquake and Heavy Slam just do good damage, while also having a lot of utility jam-packed into its moveset. Snubbull is good. Snubbull is definitely good. It's one of those Pokemon that runs Thief in Little Cup, so it's very annoying. It's like a fake out, or not a fake out, a knockoff absorber, and then it just thiefs something and steals their item back. Because it's resistant to knockoff and stuff. Whoa, I'm going way too high on the list. I'm sorry. I was glazing it, so I was raising it high, and I kind of realized where I was going. It's definitely in this sort of range. I'd maybe say better than Ammonite, but not better than Onyx. Something like that. It doesn't matter. Like, nothing... In these lower tiers, the distinctions hardly even matter. The rankings are just that loose. Gramble is fine. I'm not a Gramble hater. I just don't think it's spectacular at all. I feel like Gramble is definitely better than Pinsir and Mr. Mime. Maybe better than like Rapidash. Better than these two. Maybe like here. Perhaps better than Giraffe Rig as well. Gramble's nice though. Intimidate, fairy typing, can hit hard. I have, honestly, no problems. Quillfish. This is a good NFE Pokemon for sure. Very, very viable. Even outside of NFE and stuff like that. I feel like Quillfish is probably going to be one of those Pokemon that ends up maybe around Jolteon, Jumpluff type of level. This is definitely... It's a very random Pokemon that got added to Champions. I have absolutely no idea why it did. I'll probably... Maybe that's a little too high. I'll put it like Jinx area. Like here. I think that's fine. Quillfish is good. It definitely is. I do believe that it has competition with itself, which is hilarious. Hisuian Quillfish, coming up right next, is... very, very similar in role, very similar in usage. The difference is just whatever your team wants a resistance or immunity to, I would say. But they are very, very similar. Which one's better? I think Hisuian Quillfish is better, but I will give the ranking to base Quillfish because it's been around for longer. So it's had more of an opportunity to fully prove itself. Unfair to Hisuian Quillfish because it's only been out for one game, but it is what it is. Do what it do, it be what it be. Scizor. Highlight, banger alert, banger alert. I would put Scizor probably like a B+ area. Is above Gengar crazy? I think so. Maybe below Gengar. But the thing is, when I put him above Alakazam and Starmie, you know what? Here. B+ above Mega Aerodactyl, but at the bottom list of B+. Because at the end of the day, the problem with Scizor is that, well, Mega Scizor exists. And Mega Scizor is definitely better. I would put Mega Scizor probably around this level, like A-, like a tier above. Base Scizor is still viable, do not get me wrong, but Mega Scizor just mogs him in the generations that they both exist in, and I don't know of many exceptions to that idea. I feel like they're very similar, maybe in Champions at best, but that's just because the Mega slot is so you're contending with a lot of good Mega Pokemon, to where the opportunity cost of deciding to run a Mega Evolution for your Scizor, it's kind of like, is it really that worth it over this juicy Mega or that juicy Mega? But we're talking like Gen 6, Gen 7? Yeah, no, it's not even close. The difference between Scizor and Mega Scizor in Gen 6 and 7, it's not even close. Champions, yeah, but we're still speaking historically. Not to say Scizor is bad at all. B+ is literally a fantastic rating. If you look at this list, look at how many freaking Pokemon are down here in bottom of the barrel, G, F, E. Like, B+ is fantastic. It's just A- is even better. And I think that's fairly representative of Mega Scizor. Shuckle. This is like... I want to say this guy's like Ditto, but he's not, okay? He kind of, sort of is. There was, this argument for it. He's like where Quagsire would be, but a tier down. I'd put him above Mega Beedrill. Shuckle still has, you know, its uses in a lot of Uber's formats and stuff like that. It's a sticky web plus stealth rock setter. So that's where it's automatically going to be more useful than Mega Beedrill. That's about it, though. Heracross. He's good. He works. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's bad. I think I'll put Heracross like for alligator range. Maybe above Umbreon, actually. But that might be too much. My bias is going a little too much towards like Generation 3 and stuff, in like Gen 2. Because afterwards, he's definitely like a UU guy. He's a UU guy just like for alligator, pretty much. And then like RU and below, like he starts falling. Like Mega Heracross. This is a very weird one. This is a very, very weird one. I feel like I'd put him here. Like within the same tier. Because he could certainly be annoying. I actually do think that during Gen 6 and Gen 7, that Heracross, Mega Heracross was better than Mega Pinsir. I actually do think that. So maybe I just need to drop Pinsir a little bit. My thing is, I just don't know if Mega Heracross in Gen 6 and 7 is better than Heracross was as a base Pokemon in Gen 2 and 3. Especially Gen 3. I know way more about Heracross in Gen 3. That thing, I would use that Pokemon in Gen 3 Ubers. I would love using that. I would love bringing it and just like focus punching stuff. Because then you threaten Ho-Oh at Rock Slide and stuff, but... I think I'll just put him at the top of B-, drop Pinsir to the bottom of B, and have them like a tier separate. Slightly. It's none too crazy. It's none too crazy. Sneasel. This guy is a sneaky pick. He's one of those low-rated, like low-tier Pokemon that can be decent in the like higher, still lower tiers, but you know, higher bit of those, like RU and stuff, and NU. But he's always that guy that kind of exists in PU and stuff. I feel like he's worse. Maybe like here. No, worse than Arcanine. Better than Executor? Probably. No, I don't think the peaks of Sneasel has ever touched the peaks of Executor. I would say worse than Nidoqueen. Worst. Okay. It's getting. Alright. Okay. All right. There you go. Worse than Jolteon. There you go. I'll stop right there. Worse than Jolteon. It's a solid pick. Stop. Just leave it alone. The other form. The Hisui variant. Hisuian Sneasel. This guy really wants to fight all the time. Look at him. He's already got his fist balled up. I could have bias against them because he evolves into that demon that has Dire Claw and stuff. But I think Hisuian Sneasel is more of a wholesome pick. I think it's worse overall. He's only got one tier, or one generation to exist in. So it's not really too much of Sneasel's fault. But I think I would probably go around that Lantern range, honestly. I'm dropping Sneasel. I'm sorry. Like here. I'm gonna drop Sneasel. I put Sneasel too high. Something was taken over and I was dropping it, and it was the right call. I'm gonna drop it just a little bit. Teddiursa. I have a feeling that Teddiursa is not that bad. But I can't remember what generation I'm thinking of. Is it Gen 4? There's a generation where Teddiursa is like legitimately decent in Little Cup. It might be more than just Gen 4. I'm thinking about multiple generations, actually. This thing has, like, Toxic Orb and stuff, right? With a quick feet, and it just hits like a truck. I'll put it better than Pineco. I'm not tripping, right? What's going on, Kenpachi? Don't remember having anything special. It runs Quick Feet Toxic Orb with Facade, and then it just hits hard, and it outspeeds a lot. But, you know, F tier, there you go. You exist with the rest of the guys. You're with the rest of the gang. I feel like maybe I'm misremembering, though. Ursa Ring. Ursa Ring is not very impressive, unfortunately. It's a very unimpressive Pokemon, actually. I would probably put it, like, here. Maybe lower than Mr. Mime. Be like Blossom tier. Just not great. Nothing else to say. Nothing else to say. Slugma Balls is there. We're going to put Slugma Balls in bottom of the barrel. I don't think there's much else, you know. I don't think there's much else to say. You could say G tier, but it's got Flame Body, so it's automatically better than a lot of Pokemon. But Cargo time. I think Macargo is probably around wherever I put Raticate. I feel like I want to one-up it with Macargo. You might be wondering what the heck do they have in common. Nothing. I just thought about a Pokemon that cucks over Raticate, and Macargo came to mind. So, yep. That's what I'm gonna do. Swinub. Swinub is fine-ish. It's okay. I really don't ever remember it being anything special because it's not as bulky as you would think from how bulky Piloswine is. But it's rather frail. The thing about Swinub, though, is that thanks to, like, Oblivious, you're going to get up your Stealth Rock for sure. He's going to get up the rocks. However, I just don't think that's enough. I'm going to put it above you and maybe Slowpoke. Maybe Voltorb too. G tier. He's a G. Piloswine's really strong. Legitimately, like, probably like C-. He's a good in-you Pokemon. He's like consistently in-you. Maybe like better than Quillfish. Maybe lower than Jinx. Above Jinx. Lower than Omastar. He's like one of the most in-you Pokemon of all time. He sometimes drops lower. He sometimes goes higher, probably. But he's bulky. He just doesn't die in one move a lot of the times. Piloswine is that guy. Corsola. Do I want to do it to him? I just don't. The thing is, I legitimately don't think it's bottom of the barrel. Like, you might have expected me to put it in bottom of the barrel. I don't think it's bottom of the barrel. I think it's probably better than, like, Sudowoodo. But still, it's a ZU monster. That's it. Like, it's a ZU guy. ZU PU. But it's just, its typing sucks, man. That's why it has to be this low. I'm not going to put it in bottom of the barrel because it is just objectively more useful than a lot of these pieces of garbage. It's just what it could be. You know what should also raise? This guy. Alolan Dugtrio. I should put a lot higher than I put it. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to put it here. I should put Alolan Dugtrio a lot higher than I put it. I was honestly tripping. I don't know if somebody called me out on my Alolan Dugtrio rating, but if somebody did, I'm sorry. I've just now noticed it. I think it was just because I was thinking too comparatively to Dugtrio. It just appeared immediately after, so I put it in bottom of the barrel. It's definitely better than bottom of the barrel. Like, probably like here. But Corsola is gonna stay down there. Corsola, you're not changing your spot, buddy. I'm sorry. Galarian Corsola, though. There was a time where this thing, if you know, you know. There was a time when the generation first started that this thing was legitimately really good, and people complained about it a lot because they couldn't kill it. And whenever you got close to killing it, well, it just got cursed body and ruined your day. Nowadays, it doesn't really do much of that stuff, but, you know, it exists still. I'm going to put it kind of relative to the other NFE Pokemon. It's better than Dragonair. Maybe like around this area. Possibly lower. Also want to drop Piloswine a couple spots. Just a couple spots. Like there. There we go. I feel like the thing with Corsola, right, is that I feel like the problem with it is that it's a ghost type. That's it. Like, if this thing was a pure water type, it would legitimately be like way better than it is. I want to put it like lower than Ghastly. Still in the E tier. Maybe lower than Yanma. But I will never forget the time period where this thing first came out, and it was so, like, disgusting. You know? I could put it higher. Like, maybe I'm thinking too much about that, but that time period where it was legitimately a gross Pokemon, it stuck in my head. And I'm considering all the Pokemon's history. It's a disgusting Pokemon. Piloswine higher than Typhlosion? Typhlosion sucks. It is what it is. Remoraid. Like, if I were making an OU team right now, I would legitimately pick Piloswine before I pick Typhlosion. And this is at a time where if I like Pokemon, it kind of suck. I'm not going to lie. This is a weird Pokemon. I'm not going to lie. Remoraid is very, very weird. Did you know that this thing got Water Spout? Fun fact. I bet you didn't know that. Okay, so enjoy your fun fact. The thing about it is that I feel like I can't put it higher than, like, Krabby. You might know it has Water Spout because you might know Octillery has Water Spout. You know what? Maybe it wasn't the most fun fact. Or maybe you knew and that fact is not fun to you. Maybe it's an unfun fact. Maybe you hate the ability to run that move. I think bottom of F is okay. Yeah, maybe I could put it even different. Let me put it over here. Boom. Above Cubone. Maybe lower than Cubone. Octillery. Doc Ock. I mean, it has coverage. It hits a lot of Pokemon. But it's just worse than a lot. It's worse than a lot of similar stuff. I feel like you just gotta put it... I feel like F tier might be too high, even. But I could be tripping. Like here. I would consider ranking it based off of Moody, but I don't think Uber's ever really had that allowed, you know? So, can't even really do that. Shout out to that one time, though, in Gen 5. Water Spout, Water Gem. If you know, you know. Delibird. He's a happy guy, but he's going to be happy in bottom of the barrel tier. I'm not going to lie. He sucks. Mantine. I forget what it's called. Let's see. You're probably gonna be higher up, but not too high. Like here. Maybe here. I don't think C tier seems too crazy. The weirdest thing about this Pokemon was the duration at which it just did not have Roost. I guess it isn't that insane, considering it's more of an aquatic thing anyway. But then they just finally were like, okay, fine, have it. Just have it. Have Roost. It's viable, it's strong, takes a lot of hits. It is what it is. Water Flying is a decent defensive typing. You know, being 4 times weak to electric is not the greatest thing, but being able to be immune to spikes as a Pokemon with Defog is always nice, but it does mean you're weak to rock. But Heavy Duty Boots exists, and that is always nice. Of course, it's going to run Heavy Duty Boots. This thing is annoying to Keldeo, if that matters to you, you know? Annoying Keldeo is cool. Skarmory. Skarmory is a classic. I don't want to say S tier, but it's certainly close. Skarmory might be A+. I think Skarmory is a very solid A+. One of the most consistent ever. You know? I do this list. You've been wanting to get into owning a card shop. Using the tier list, making a tier list using the cards. That's interesting. A+. Skarmory is just a classic demon. I mean, this guy, goated in Gen 2, goated in Gen 3, goated in Gen 3 Ubers, goated in Gen 4, goated in Gen 5, goated in Gen 6, goated in Gen 7. Okay, goated, maybe not, but really, really good in Gen 7. I'd still say goated. Then the Corviknight incident happened. Yeah. The Corviknight incident happened. I would still probably use Corviknight or Skarmory over Corviknight in Gen 8 Ubers. But OU, no. Scarlet Violet, no. I probably wouldn't use either in Ubers. I'm not going to lie. It's still the history of it. I think it's an A+. If it didn't have the Corviknight incident happen, it'd probably be S tier. I'm going to be honest. I might consider putting it A. But I really have to consider its viability in Gen 3 Ubers. You know? And Gen 4 Ubers as well. Probably even, yeah, Gen 5 Ubers as well. And Gen 6 Ubers. Like, this thing's too good in too many Ubers for me to put it lower. I might put a further gap between Dragonite and Mega Dragonite. I'll keep it right there. It's good in a lot of Uber generations. Mega Skarmory, on the other hand, is one of the most underwhelming Pokemon of all time, probably. I thought this thing would be him. And they gave it Stalwart, so its singles usage just plummeted, and it's not even good enough to be used in doubles. So, unfortunately, we're going to have a this is a crazy gap. I think this thing might legitimately be like C+, bro. I would use it above Mega Raichu X. Would I even? Let's do that. I'm trying to think. Would I use it over Charizard? Sun Charizard I'd use over these two any day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Skarmory. It's not your fault. It's their fault. But base Skarmory still got it with the sauce. Mega Skarmory, not so much. Houndour. Or whatever your name is. I'm not sure if it's Houndour or Houndour, but I'd say Houndour. As a little cut Pokemon, it's certainly not unimpressive. You know, it hits really, really hard because it has a good special attack stat for being a little cut Pokemon. I feel like I would just try and find wherever Ponyta is and just put it around that sort of range. So maybe like Onyx, but below. You know, it hits hard. It's a consistent Pokemon in Little Cup for sure. Houndoom. All caps when you spelled a man's name. I think Doom is unfortunately booty butt cheeks. Okay, this might upset a lot of people that are Houndoom fans, but if you play competitive, you know. Okay, if you play competitive, you know this guy's nothing crazy. He's nothing crazy. Rapidash? No, probably better than Rapidash. Probably like, okay, definitely worse than a Alolan Persian, I would say. Like, worse than Gramble. Houndoom is booty butt cheeks. Mega Houndoom though is okay. I was about to call it booty butt cheeks again, but it's better. It's definitely better. I'm gonna find wherever the heck Mega Beedrill is, and I'm just gonna put him like a tier below. Maybe not a tier below, but you know, like a couple spots below. Like right there. I feel like that's a comfortable spot. Mega Houndoom, he has aura. It's just, he's nothing special. He's a UU guy. He exists in UU. He plays UU. He does damage in UU. He's good. You know? Okay, you know what? I could put Houndoom higher. Worse than Eevee, I could put Houndoom higher. I'll put a Houndoom here. Still booty butt cheeks, but better. You know, better than Hitmonchan. Because at least its one saving grace that it ever had was that it had Gen 7, Nasty Plot, Z-Dark Pulse, you know? That is the most that it had, and that is a lot higher, I would say, than some of the stuff that's below it, so go ahead. Maybe not Eevee. Maybe Eevee still Mogs, but whatever. Nah, yeah, Eevee Mogs. I'm putting it below Eevee. Below Diglett. Right, there you go. Kingdra. Kingdra's a weird one. Kingdra is a very weird one because he could always just hypothetically perform at like a B+ to B level, and then sometimes at a C to C- level. So let me find the equilibrium here and maybe just go C+. Kingdra is very overrated in my personal opinion, but maybe C+ is a little crazy. I'll go B-. I think that's more accurate to my depiction of B to C. Top of B-, I think it's fair. I think it's very overrated, personally, but it's not bad. It is certainly not bad. I just think it's slightly overrated. B- because of its impact on rain, obviously. That's the only reason I would consider it. I think it's better than Mega Feraligatr, for sure. As a water dragon type. Phanpy. I used to hate this Pokemon as a kid because I used to always spell it Phanpy. Probably because of Don Fan, but I'm not a fan of how it's spelled. I hate Phanpy. But I like it enough. It's cute. It's decent-ish in existence, but it's just, it's overshadowed by too many Pokemon. You know? It's overshadowed by too many Pokemon. But if you were using it in a Little Cup, probably better than what Seaking does, so gotta put it above Seaking. Donphan! Alright, this guy is another, alright, another noob trap Pokemon has hit the building. He's here. He's here. He's worse than Fortress, probably. He's just another noob trap guy. I'm gonna be honest. This guy's like, guys, look, I'm gonna use Ice Shard against the Landorus Therian. I'm gonna catch him off guard. And I'm gonna do like 30%. It sucks. Donphan sucks. I want to find Fortress and probably put it right next to it. Like, I'm saying it sucks, but I'm still putting it in B tier. It's just, some people out there probably think it's like A- to B. I'm going to put it below Fortress, though, like by a good margin, like a tier below. I'm going to find Fortress and put it a tier below. So, like here. Because it never had the highs of Fortress. It has, like, the median performance of Fortress, so it's just like a UU-RU merchant, basically. but it never had the outlier performances, which is Fortress in the older generations. You know? I'm a hater. I'm a hater. C+. Porygon 2! My cat wants to come back to the room. Hold on. Let's get into Porygon 2 in 2 seconds. It'll take longer than 2 seconds, actually. Hold on. Alright. Porygon 2 is very, very good. I am a fan of Porygon 2. It is one of the very notorious baby Pokemon. It has got a good doubles presence, for sure, especially relative to a lot of the other Pokemon on the list. Hello, cat. I think Porygon 2 is legitimately deserving of the B+ area. Do you all agree? Do you all agree? I think it's like a B+ guy. One of the mons when it comes to Trick Room? Yeah. He's here. We're gonna put him maybe above Mega Clefable, but below Venusaur. Porygon 2 just exists. It's fat. It walls a lot. You know, it's more of a lower tier guy when it comes to singles, but it's still useful. It could find use in the higher tiers if you wanted to use it. But its strength really comes in the fact that it's usable in doubles, which can't be said for a lot of the Pokemon that were previously ranked. So I'm going to give it a good boost. Not to be like super biased towards doubles specifically, but I mean, being strong in doubles is not the most common thing for a lot of Pokemon. Next up is Stantler. Bye. Smeargle. Smeargle is Ditto coded again, but not quite. I want to find Shuckle, and I'm probably just gonna put it like a few spots above Shuckle, like right here, a couple spots above Shuckle. I think Smeargle is traditionally better than Shuckle. Also, Smeargle, I might put Smeargle even higher. I'm going to put Smeargle higher because of one specific incident. One specific incident, and that's the fact that it used to be an absolute demon with Dark Void. Never forget. You know what? This thing's going higher. B+. Like, I nearly forgot. It nearly crossed my mind. This thing's nowhere near on the level of stupid Shuckle. It basically mogs Shuckle in almost every, like, gen and singles anyway. But then it still had this demonic history that I'd almost erase this history on this tier list. This thing was a demon. Now it's not anymore, but it was, at a point, a complete demon. Now it still can be good. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to put it A+. I'm convincing myself more and more. It's going higher. It's A-. Smeargle is a demon. Smeargle is a demon. I'm putting it A-, okay? It's got Ditto syndrome, where it's, in terms of Smogon, it's always going to be ZU. It's never going to have enough usage, but it's still viable in the higher tiers anyway. And this thing, unlike Ditto, you know what? Swap places. Swap places. It scarred too many players. I'm sorry. Smeargle scarred too many lost souls. Tyrogue. All right, thank you. All right, there you go. Have your cleansing. Straight to bottom of the barrel. Hitmontop. Hitmontop is a weird case where I feel like this thing could have been so much better. Bro, Hitmontop, if it wasn't a fighting type, would be so good. Like, it's just the fact that it's a fighting type. I don't know. It's so weird as a Pokemon. It's better than Hitmonchan, for sure. I think it's probably relative to Hitmonlee. Maybe a touch better? You know, but like, I don't care. Put them right next to each other. I'll make them worse. I'll just put them worse. Because it's just like, it doesn't matter which one you put. They're very similar. They just both share one thing in common, and it's mogging Hitmonchan. That's about it. Smoochum. I believe Smoochum is legitimately not bad. Like, actually. This thing has an 85 special attack stat, so it just hits hard, has Psychic, Ice Beam, like it has hard-hitting moves. The speed tier is deceptively low, but it's not bad. I feel like I put it on the lower end of Pokemon, like above Wooper, below Bulbasaur, you know? It's like nothing crazy. It can hit hard though. It's not as bad as it might think it is, you know. Elekid. Now this is a good little cup Pokemon for sure. Elekid, I think has to into the E tier. He's probably on the higher end of little cup Pokemon, I would say. Elekid's just a classic. Magby? Magby is like up there too. I'm not going to put it near Porygon. Maybe just below Ghastly. But below Yanma. And below... yeah, right there. Right? I feel like that's valid. This thing, you don't know what it does in Little Cup. Well, it clicks Belly Drum, it ends the game. Basically. That's what it does in Little Cup. It clicks Belly Drum. It has 83 speed. And even if you manage to outspeed it, it also has Mach Punch. So that's what it does. And it does it well. Because it... yeah, it just hits like a truck. And if it doesn't want to Belly Drum, right, it could just scare you, right? You might think, oh, no, I got to switch this so we can't Belly Drum. And then it's just all-out attacker set, and it still hits like a truck. So it's very good. It's one of the most notorious Little Cup Pokemon for sure. It's a go. It's a consistent go. Okay? Magby is just really, really good. It's one of those Little Cup Pokemon that gets banned often. I believe in the past 2 generations, it's been banned from Little Cup. So, take that as you will. Miltank! I think Miltank is probably... The Thickums here, I'm going to put Miltank, like, wherever I find Weezing. And, like, just a wee bit above. So, probably around Vileplume level. I think that's fair. I think that's legitimately fair. It's lower than Vileplume. I think Vileplume has more use cases in the higher tiers, like higher up you go, where you find way less justifications for being a Miltank. And this guy's more like a little, you know, in-you Pokemon. Miltank, she's just in you. It's all the time. Blissey. Big Blissey. I think Blissey is just... Chansey's superior. Like, I think there's a Mew gap between the two. There was a time period where Chansey was just like noticeably better for a little bit, and then it just kind of flip-flopped. That time period was probably like Gen 5 and Gen 6, and then when Heavy Duty Boots came out, nothing was the same. And I mean, no, Blissey's definitely higher. What am I talking about? Blissey's a tier higher. Because you gotta remember, a Violet didn't always exist. So Chansey just was not really popping in some of the other tiers. Blissey's just higher. Like, I'm gonna put Blissey probably here in A. Maybe not A+ with Skarmory, but like, I'm tripping for putting him like close to Chansey. Because the time period where Chansey was better is so much shorter than the time periods that Blissey is better. And Chansey is very good. It's just Blissey is better. That's what the B is for. It's a big Blissey with a capital B. There's nothing else you can do. There's nothing else you can do. They're both very good though. So, hey, it is what it is. And we are nearly closing out Generation 2. Almost 5 hours into the stream. I have not touched my Currency Wars rundown here, by the way. Raikou. I feel like Raikou is consistently that UU, INU guy. Not INU. UU, RU. guy, so he's gonna be around these fellas. Probably like Mega Slowbro tier. I'm thinking about his Gen 2 performance, which is gonna inflate it a few spots automatically. Right? Just a few. And then the fun time stops. So he's gonna stop there, you know? The fun times for Raikou kind of end right there. In terms of where I'm impressed. Not bad Pokemon at all. Not bad. Entei. I think Entei is overrated, personally. He just has aura, for sure. He just has some aura to him because of the movie. And then that's about it. He's definitely worse than Raikou, like 100%. Not even a question. I would put Entei probably about Mega Steelix level lower than that. Kabutops level? Espeon level. You know what? I think, Entei and Espeon, I think they can go hand in hand. Sure. That, I think, is valid. I would go for Suicune. Ooh, Suicune. Suicune's gonna go high up. But not too high. I think around better than Slowbro. Worse than Quagsire? I think, because Quagsire still has, like, Uber stuff, which Suicune could probably never say it has in its bag. The thing is, what Suicune has over these guys, and why I automatically went so high, is its doubles. Right? There's always that little those variables. Quagsire has the Ubers. Suicune has doubles over those guys. Like, you can use Suicune in doubles. So it's gonna be higher. I think this is fine. B+. Shouldn't be any arguments with B+. It has... It's there. It has the moves. It has plenty of utility. Tailwind. You got Snarl. You got Icy Wind. It has Helping Hand. Like, there's so many... There's so many things that Suicune can do. It's pretty versatile, you know? I don't think it should be bad at it being at that spot. Let's give this to you. Larvitar. Also, that means Suicune is the best of the three, by the way. Yeah, I think it definitely goes Suicune, Raikou, Entei. And I do think Entei is that many tiers worse than Suicune. Larvitar. Larpatar. That's me. Somebody's going to see this list, and they're going to, when I post this list on Twitter, they're going to say, holy LARP. But hey. So I will be the Larpatar. Larvitar is nice. I think it's in like the middle of the pack. It's definitely not G tier. I would say it's probably like Pineco tier. Teddiursa, better than Teddiursa, right there. F tier. Good spot. Good spot for a little cut Pokemon. You can't be happier. Pupitar. When it comes to Pupitar, yeah, it's not great. It had its time, like, a little bit, in Gen 2 and Gen 3. And then it doesn't really exist anymore. I'm gonna put it, like, here, in G tier. Maybe above Dratini. Above Dratini. It's not great at all. It really doesn't have any use after Generation 3. Honestly. Big Aura Tyranitar has entered the building. This Pokemon is going to be S tier, and I think you're crazy if you think anything else. Mr. Consistent Tyranitar is always there. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't. One of the best in Gen 2. The best in Gen 3 OU. Really decent in Gen 3 Ubers. Probably the best in Gen 4 OU. One of the best. We'll just say one of the best. Crazy Gen 5. Good Gen 6. Good Gen 7. Gen 8. Gen 9. Like, this is Mr. Consistent. I think they just got back to OU too. Like, they're just always going to be around. It's Tyranitar, baby. Like, this thing's not... It's not here to play around. It's not here to have fun. It's here to ruin the enemy's fun. And that is what is amazing about it. It's better than Zapdos in my personal opinion. The only thing that Tyranitar has a problem with would be like its typing. But it overcomes its typing with its crazy base stat total, good moves, good utility, all sorts of good stuff. I genuinely think that when it comes to trying to rank Tyranitar, the only thing that probably could be higher than it is Mega Tyranitar. I think Mega Tyranitar might just be better than it. Or maybe it's worse. You know what? Hear me out. I think if you think about like currently, like whenever Tyranitar and Mega Tyranitar are in the same generation or same game, champions, I think Mega Tyranitar is probably better than than base Tyranitar. And then Gen 7, I would also say the same thing. And Gen 6, I would also say the same thing. But the problem is that we're comparing Mega Tyranitar to Tyranitar that's not in its prime. And I just don't think that Mega Tyranitar touches prime Tyranitar. So I'm gonna have base Tyranitar over it. Even though Mega Tyranitar is better in the same like games that they occupy, bro. Gen 2 T-Tar, Gen 3 T-Tar, Gen 4, Gen 5 T-Tar, like bro, Mega Tyranitar is not touching that status, unfortunately, and it just didn't happen to exist. It's not its fault. That's not its fault that it wasn't born in Generation 5, 4, 3, or 2. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Lugia. That is definitely going to be a double S. Maybe a single S. Maybe a single S. Nah, it's gotta be a double S. 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 Ho-Oh, though. Triple S has arrived. I think Ho-Oh here is the best Pokemon so far on the entire list. Mega Gengar, really broken, for sure. Right? I think even in the same like generations that the same thing that I was talking about with T-Tar and Mega Tyranitar. When Gengar and Ho-Oh are in the same, like Mega Gengar and Ho-Oh are in the same game, so Gen 6, Gen 7, Mega Gengar is better, but Ho-Oh has Gen 2 Ubers, Gen 3 Ubers, Gen 4 Ubers, Gen 5 Ubers. You know, there's levels. Gen 8 Ubers. And again, not Mega Gengar's fault that it just so happens to not exist during those time periods. Ho-Oh just has more of a resume. And that's what matters. On an all-timer list, Ho-Oh is the GOAT here so far. I'm sorry. It's just true. Argue with a wall. And then we finish Gen 2 with Celebi. Celebi is good. It's fine. It's like, it's a weird one. It's like if Mew was like down 2 tiers. You know, that's how I view Celebi. Like, Celebi might just be a comfy B tier. Gen 2, Gen 3 impact should raise it A tier, maybe like above Mega Victory Bell, maybe above Zapdos, Galarian Zapdos. But the rest of the generations, after Gen 2, after Gen 3, like Gen 2 is the last time it's a genuine like Uber Pokemon. Gen 3 comes around and he's really good in OU. Gen 4 comes around, good in OU. Gen 5, I still say it's good. Then Gen 6 happens, and it's kind of like never the same. After that, it's just worse and worse and worse and worse as time goes on. So it's really banking out that legacy, right? It has no doubles impact as far as I'm aware. He's there. Celebi's cute. Very, very cute Pokemon, but I think B+ is where it stops. And it's really for previous impact, and I think it would piss people off if they saw a list and they saw that Goofy Mega Victory Belt was higher than Celebi. So, okay. I'm just going to succumb to peer pressure that I invented myself. I made up the peer pressure. Nobody peer pressured me to put Celebi there, but I'm just imagining it, and I don't want to deal with that. So, let's go ahead and get on to Generation 3. After a freaking break, I need to go heat up some food because we've been going for 5 hours and I didn't eat anything. So let me go heat up my leftover Panda Express real quick. I will boot up this Star Rail game and give you all something to look at. No, I skipped Trippy. Oh my god, I clicked too fast. And then I get this bum instead. I'm refreshing until I get Trippy again. I got an Axa instead. Alright, well, it is what it is. Alright, I'm gonna let you all watch that. Watch the Star Rail stuff in the corner. I'm gonna go heat up my food real quick, okay? Enjoy, it's in the corner. It's gonna be over very fast, I imagine. But yeah. All right, food is heating up. It'll be here. I'll grab it in a little bit. We ended with Gen 2. Now I legitimately need a break. And I'm not going to take my break eating while playing Honkai Short Rail. Let me find a video to react to. I need to do some reacts. In the meantime, I will update the thumbnail now. Now that I've placed some Pokemon on the list, I can actually update the thumbnail. And I can put an update in the title that we are now onto HOENN. I'm going to go from like here. From A+ to B. Real quick. So let me open up Photoshop. Oh god. My computer's going to explode. I'm streaming with Star Rail open and I'm opening Photoshop. I pray for... Hold on. This might end bad. My memory is not going to like this. Hold on. Just give it 2 seconds, please. Give it 2 seconds, computer. Hang in there. I'm making the thumbnail. It's very important. New tier list. Hold on. Bing, bang. Go over here. Update this. And we're going to do some reacts for a little bit. Adobe clutter maxing. What did I call this format? New tier list thumb. Alright, there we go. Okay. I want to react to something. So what will I react to? Something in the meantime. Maybe food, because I'm eating food, so maybe food video. I don't really watch Pokemon videos, so I can't find a Pokemon video to react to for you guys. I'm sorry. I will react to some sort of something. Hold on. Let me just look. I will go through YouTube and I will find something. All right. I will react to Guga. I'll react to Guga foods, okay? While I eat food. How does that sound? W or L? Let me grab my food real quick. It just finished getting heated up. Let's watch something food related. Alright. Watching food. The only way I can even watch a food video is if I'm currently eating something, because otherwise it's just going to make me hungry. So, let's not piss my stomach off. And let's watch something food while eating food. Let's see. I am ending Salt Bay on gold steaks. Well, let's see what he's talking about. Either this or I can watch Gotham Chess. Let's see.
Was a steak. It's a complete scam.
Oh no. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I watch Google videos in 1.5x speed. I'm not gonna lie. I watched them in 1.5x. What I could do... Never mind.
As it will
Let's
actually
watch.
make the steak better, and it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. I'm
Oh.
going to do a few variations so you know which one is best for you. Enough talking and let's begin. And everything starts
Okay.
off with this. Egg yolks. It is used throughout Japanese cuisine all over, and for good reason.
Egg
The best
yolks.
combination to go along with meats, especially steaks. Now we're going to be curing all of them. Here are my top variations that you can use. The first one is the traditional
Also,
method.
do I know anything about cooking? No. I know how to cook eggs and pancakes and grits, maybe, and bacon, and grilled cheese. Yep. Don't know a single thing. I like watching it though.
Mix everything well, lay down your egg yolks, and cover the whole thing with the same exact mix. Then you want to let it cure in your refrigerator for 7 days. The next variation will come as a complete surprise to you, because usually you do not combine honey and meats together. I've done some insane experiments dry aging with it, and the results were quite shocking. If you've never had a honey cured yolk before, you don't know what you're missing. You're going to be seeing real shortly how surprising this actually is.
I don't think I want to try that, but okay.
Cured for 7 days. Now this next one is a complete experiment. I've never done this before, and I have no idea what's about to happen.
What the heck is
Recently, I
that?
made a video that went really well because I used squid ink
Oh,
on meats.
that
It
makes
turned
sense.
out fantastic. Hopefully this is going to do the same exact thing for this egg yolk. There's
That
one
makes
thing
sense.
Squid ink has. That would be umami. So hopefully this one will cure nicely, as I'm super excited to find out how it's going to taste. Next one, it's not going to be surprising to you at all because I love this ingredient. I have done so many crazy experiments with it.
The
And has
MSG?
always been proven to be the best.
Of course. Yeah, this man loves
It makes
MSG.
total sense to cure the egg yolk in MSG because once everything is fully
He
cooked,
loves
it's in the
MSG. I was
refrigerator,
like, what
it
the heck is
also
that?
goes
He's
for
soaking
7
it in
days.
cocaine.
Once the time was up, I immediately went in for the MSG. Check out how it absorbed all of the moisture. But most importantly, take a look at this. MSG cured egg yolk. The amount of flavor and richness that this will bring to a steak is just on another level. But we're not done yet. As now
Whatever
we're
you
going
said,
in
bro.
with MSG. For that, giving it a nice rinse of water is the key. There's still one more step left.
Oh.
But I wanted to check the other ones first. And take a look at the honey. This cures the egg yolk perfectly. I mean, take a look at it. At least to me, the most surprising factor is the shape that it makes. It actually cures little by little, making it slightly oval. For this one, though, there's no need to rush it further. But the very next one was totally surprising. Since squid ink is quite salty, I was hoping that it would cure it perfectly. You can
Yeah, no, I'm not eating
work out as well as I wanted. There are not enough properties in the squid ink in order to cure the whole thing. Even though some parts were cured, it was not the best.
I'm not eating that, bro.
I want to at least give it a try to see if it's worth it. Lastly,
Bro, look at the other two. The other two are just, they're sad. Look at them. There's only one main one. The other two are depressed.
Give it a try to see if it's worth
They
it.
fell through the
Lastly, we
freaking
have
thing.
our control, which you might already know that this is fantastic. And again, to finish it off, just run it under cold water and remove all of the salt and sugar mix. As once it's done, take a look. You can clearly see the huge variations between them. But there's one more step that is quite critical.
Yeah,
That
no,
is to
I'm
put
good
it
off
in
the
oven
squid
for
ink.
1
You
hour
got
to
that.
dry out. And as that was happening, it was perfect because it allowed me time to go ahead and make an awesome side dish. And I can guarantee you've never had this combination. Let me show you. The first thing to do is to peel out some sweet potatoes. Once that's done, cut them in round pieces and let it boil until it's nice and soft. And as that was happening, we'll go ahead and add the meat. And for this one, we're going to be going all the way to Italy.
Okay.
Guanciale. If you take a closer look,
I'll just go to Italy. You're right.
That's how good it is.
Thank you for the advice, Google.
Because the key here is to make sure you render a good amount of fat. That is liquid gold. And the worst thing you want to do is to put this on high. You want to cook it nice and slow.
I've watched enough Google videos and know he loves MSG, fat, butter,
potatoes were fully done. Then you definitely want to run them
steak.
through the ricer, making it as smooth as possible. Because now, to finish up this mashed potato, you want to add a good amount of the guanciale fat right on the pan, followed by some garlic, shallots, and cook it up for a little bit. For some extra creaminess, I threw in some butter. Then I kept it under low heat and mixed everything well, and immediately went in with the sweet potato. Mixed it a little bit more, and this is now ready. Another thing that was ready was the
That looks
guanciale.
good.
I saved what was left of the beautiful fat. And in the end, I was left with this guanciale heaven. Crispy, chewy.
Okay, yeah, that does look really good.
So now, after chopping it up in small pieces, I add that in with the sweet potato mix, followed by tiny pieces of cream cheese.
Let them cook. Let them. Oh my God.
Mixed everything well until everything was fully combined. Then I added to a baking dish. To take this to a whole nother level, I made some crevices so that we can fill that in. Starting first with a good amount
Yeah, that
of
looks
butter,
really
followed
good.
by little blobs
Yep.
of cream cheese.
There goes the
a
butter.
of mozzarella cheese, and into the broiler it goes under low setting. And after about 5 minutes, I took it off, added some Parmigiano Reggiano right on top, followed by a generous amount of guanciale.
All right.
And for some garlic,
He cooked. He
a tiny
cooked.
bit
He
of
cooked.
chives. Now this is today's side dish.
He
I can
cooked.
guarantee you one thing. It is
Good
going to
job,
be
Google.
delicious. But most importantly, it should pair perfectly with our steaks. Talking about that, for today's cook, I decided to go with these 3 beautiful New York strip. They are choice grade, 1.5 inches
Are they
thick,
from
perfect for
Riverbed
today's experiment.
Ranch?
I kept the seasoning real simple.
Whatever he
Only ground
says
with
every
salt,
single
freshly
time.
ground black pepper and garlic powder. And let me remind you about today's experiment. By this time, the egg yolks were ready. The
Bro,
salt followed by freshly ground black
Look.
pepper and garlic powder.
what happened to this one? Don't go back.
This time, the egg
One is not like the other. This, bro, this thing made a S. It's literally trying to do a SOS. Like, help me, please. What happened to me?
yolks were ready. The dehydrator definitely did its job, but they still need to be refrigerated so that it can become even more solid. So into the refrigerator they go. And the only thing I
Jesus.
have to do now is to go ahead and cook these beautiful steaks. First, I'll be putting a nice, wonderful sear. Once that's done, I'll be cooking them in indirect heat until I reach a
All right,
temperature
Google.
of 135 degrees Fahrenheit.
Let him
I'm
cook.
using my wireless thermometer.
Let him
As now I
cook.
say, it is enough talking, and it is time to cook some beautiful steaks. So let's do it.
Guys having steak. Meanwhile, I'm having microwaved Polar Express. Polar Express. Panda Express. Oh my God, my mind is microwaved. A steak would hit right now at 7:45 in the morning. I probably would hit a little too hard.
Before moving forward, I want to thank today's sponsor, Meating. After a decade of cooking steak,
I bought 700. I bought 700 here.
On YouTube, I have been given many nicknames.
You all can watch the video.
Steak Master, and Tom Cruise without the hair.
There you go.
But the number one question I always get asked is,
I bought 700 from either.
a beautiful steak with a nice side dish. What do you guys think, gentlemen?
It's hard to say, Google. Every time we start a video, you always got some crazy stuff on the table. But
W video.
Have some egg yolk.
Yeah, you already know. You already know.
My God, this cabbage is crunchy. I'm sorry.
And I noticed that we have 4 of them, so they're going to be completely different from each other. And then I got a side dish right here. I really want to know your opinion on this one, but I think we got to begin here.
Okay. Why are they different colors, man?
Yeah, well,
this cabbage is crunchy.
All right, let's go. Dig in. So, enough talking. Let's give it a go. Cheers, everybody.
Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't put on my fork yet.
Damn, David. Damn. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Come on, baby.
Besides
Hello?
salt, I think that's one of the best things you can put on a steak.
And it's so simple, too. You just put a little
Cured
bit of salt, and it completely
egg yolk.
transforms that beefiness.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never even seen that done before.
That steak didn't want me to finish the description.
I'll finish that for you. You know me, I love cured egg yolk. Really rounds out that taste of the beefiness and the
I'm a noob. I'm a food noob.
Perfectly with that little bit of like MSG to it.
That's our control. Now I'm wondering if it's going to go up from here or down. You guys ready for the next one?
Are the steaks different or just the egg yolk?
The egg yolk is different.
Got it.
Not the steaks. They're
What's
all the
this
same
one?
steaks.
Yeah, I can
Is this
tell.
the
It's
honey
like
one?
Charred it? There's a little bit of black on there.
Yeah,
Oh
This
no.
thing smells a little bit off, too. This is, yeah, this does not have a very appetizing smell.
Oh
That's
no.
not a good thing to start with. Are you serious?
It smells like fishy.
You must have that dog nose because I can't smell anything.
You guys for real?
Yeah, I don't smell.
Quiet.
Oh.
Quiet.
What is he even doing? Oh.
See you later,
Man,
nerd.
see you later. Oh, came back for more. You might be right. You might be wrong. We're going to find out right now. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. See you later. Yeah. Oh, came back for more. You might be right. You might be wrong. We're going to find out right now. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
What was he even shooting?
Is it me or is it way more salty?
Yeah, that steak is freaking delicious. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really liking this last egg yolk too much.
You not like this egg yolk?
The first steak we tried was better, I think.
I didn't smell it, but I did get a little bit of that fishiness. Definitely not char that I'm tasting.
Surprisingly, it's not very pleasant. I don't like it. You guys like it? Say it like it is.
Tastes like shit.
100%.
Dang.
And I think that was so bad that we should wash our mouth with some side dish. What do you guys think?
I agree.
Let's give it a go. Enough talking. Cheers,
Hey,
everybody.
I said I was not gonna try that squid ink,
Oh my God.
so I just had the right call. My intuition.
I want to know what
It
you guys
looks
think
sad.
I'm in heaven right now, everybody. Wow.
Damn.
What was that
Sweet
image?
and savory at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's bacon or what it is, but it adds such a fattiness to the sweet potato that makes it really nice to eat.
Yeah,
What do you
the
think?
side dish
No,
looks
cream
fantastic.
cheese.
It's fantastic.
I'm in pure bliss right now.
Stole my word. What? I did not pre-watch this, so I said fantastic. He just said he stole his words. I said fantastic. He said fantastic. He said he was gonna say fantastic. It did look quite fantastic. I'm not gonna lie.
I love some sweet potatoes, and the fact that you have that like
It makes me-
it tastes kind of like salt pork.
Yeah.
You ever
It
had
makes
that?
me hungry
By the way.
while I'm eating.
That is.
I hate when people say that guanciale and bacon is the same thing. It's not. Is it the same thing?
Kind of tastes like salt pork to me.
Salt pork. Okay, how about you?
I like this a lot more because it's not like as crispy as bacon. It actually has some meat on it. And I think on this side dish, it's perfect.
Can we go for the next one, please?
I would love to.
I'm
Hugo.
excited for the next one. I'm telling you, the most excited I am is about the last two. So this is going to be either really
Honey
good,
and MSG.
Really, really bad. That's right. Go dig in. Oh,
Yeah.
mother.
Oh, no, he's back.
Two.
Oh, it's a fly.
The newest Google Foods video, Catch and Cook, Fly Edition.
Well,
I
how about
see.
how it's going to taste? Enough
I was like,
talking.
what was
Cheers,
he doing?
everybody. Oh wow.
That's very good.
That is phenomenal.
It's so different. The sweetness with that like char taste from the steaks. I thought that would be weird, but
Yeah.
really good.
I can't believe it works so
Okay.
well.
That is
They vibe
not
with
what
the
I was
honey.
expecting, but I'm
Oh.
pleasantly surprised.
They
Very
vibe with the honey.
Delicious. I absolutely love that one, and I cannot wait for the last one. Are you guys ready?
Let's go for it.
All right, let's go. Dig in, please. Cheers,
All right,
everybody.
MSG man.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Make it egg yolk. More egg yolk. 'Cause that's exactly what it tastes like. Whatever the umami that you get from
That is the
egg yolk-
power of MSG.
That is so good.
It's one of the most overpowered seasonings in the world.
That is fantastic. Hands down.
It is
best
so
one.
good.
How about you? Is that your winner too?
I don't think so. I gotta say the third one's my
The
winner.
third one.
Mm.
Wow. You know what? Those are my two favorites as well. By the way, as you guys know, these are just cured egg yolks. We have the control. This one you said it was fishy because it was squid ink, and then the second one is honey.
Yeah.
That sweetness. And the very
I said it when I saw it. I don't vibe with the squid ink one. It looks weird. It looked weird. It literally looked like it just did not want to be. Like, look at that. It did not want to be eaten. Okay. It was giving you a warning. Please don't do this. All right. W video man. Did it just do it? Wait. Look. Look at the. Oh, you can't see it. Look at that. It did a little chef thing. It did like kitchen utensils. A spoon and a fork. That's actually pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool. Okay. I'll watch Gotham Chess for like a little bit, but I'm almost on my food. Okay. Let's look at some chess.
Of the year, featuring Levon Aronian, who is Armenian Grandmaster now representing the United States.
I know literally nothing about chess, by the way. If you've seen my chess videos, you know I'm a big noob.
One of the strongest players in the world. Really.
But I like to lark
Germany.
by watching Gotham.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy this game. This game is so ridiculous.
Okay.
I love when players just play a game and it doesn't make any sense at all. So, Knight of 3, D5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, I know a lot about that.
This is a very trendy variation right now to play the ready, preventing E5, and then play the English. Now, the most forcing move
So I'm so bad, I would probably already lose the game on this turn.
is D4.
So,
for
yep.
sure. This is a very, very imbalanced position that happens next. White often goes b4 to try to take the queenside space and then put the bishop here.
Yep, knew that,
Actually, the
obviously.
best game I ever played. Literally, the name of
Clearly,
White,
clearly I knew
this,
all
but
this.
with black. But in this game, Vincent Keimer plays e6. Vincent Keimer really isn't.
Then you
a
set
guy
up
that
stealth
goes
rock,
for
you
an
go for
adventure early
spikes.
on.
Yep.
He plays
Classic
it
chess.
solid. In this variation, he plays the Queen's Gambit decline.
I know
position.
nothing.
Levon plays g3. But now, Vincent goes d4.
Mm-hmm.
These two moves together are a little weird. Because if you wanted to go there...
Is there anybody, like how I feel when I look at chess videos? Is this how anybody feels when they look at Pokemon videos in general? I watch way more of anything that's not Pokemon than I do anything that is Pokemon. My feed is League videos, chess videos, food videos, and then like reacts, I guess. I'm trying to think about like what else it could be. Anime stuff sometimes. Like One Piece typically. But like I don't really watch Star Rail videos or Zenless. I watch more Genshin, specifically Zajaf, but I don't play Genshin. I don't know. I just like watching his videos. Especially recently with the like Pride Winter List stuff. And Clash Royale. I don't play it anymore, but I still watch Clash more. It's really weird though. Like I don't watch anything Pokemon at all. Like, legitimately nothing. Unless a video that I'm super interested appears on my screen. But yeah.
Because after bishop takes b4, queen a4 check, there is simply knight c6. And if you look at this position, you might wonder, well, the bishop is targeted and so is the knight. What if I go knight e5 with the idea to take and then take? That's very smart, except at the end, you get forked. So that actually doesn't work. Anyway, Vincent gets the pawn to d4. Levon gets the imbalance that he's...
I'm almost done eating.
Knight to c6 is very normal. For me, it looks much more natural to put the knight behind the c-pawn, but nowadays, guys can get away with doing anything they want. Bishop c5, and as we can see, Vincent is building everything behind this pawn. This pawn is going to prevent White's development, not let him get his knight into the middle, maybe not let him develop his bishop so easily, which is why Levon goes b3, and he wants to trade and unclog his position from the other side of the board.
Yeah, I physically cannot think about any of this when I play the game. I just put the pieces where the pieces look nice.
And this is the position that we have to
and that's it.
Still, this pawn is a major problem for White. I mean, it's just difficult to play with a lack of space. You don't get to put your pieces on their normal squares. Now, White is going to try to play the game using these 5 pawns. It's very important that you understand that. White is probably going to play...
Is he going to make a little pyramid, a little triangle?
And support the center. And after this, try to expand a little bit with these 3 pawns. That's
I like to do that, but with no thought process, only because it looks cool. Having my pawns in a triangle formation.
His next couple moves will be this, build up the position, maybe queen somewhere, and then maybe e3, etc. Vincent here plays e5, so he's already moved his e-pawn, but now he moves it again. The knight is protecting both. That opens up the bishop. The rook is going to come in support. Very equal position, very interesting position, all right? A position where there's a lot of different possibilities. The knight drops back to c2, and now Vincent spends quite a bit of time, because it's quite clear White wants to play b4, b5. If that wasn't clear, hopefully it's clear now. And Black can stop that with a5.
Obvious to me. A guy like me. I know a lot about chess, clearly.
That's why Vincent goes queen d6. Levon thinks for 20 minutes. White now has a lot of options. First of all, White can play b4 anyway. Because after knight takes, queen takes, there is knight takes e5. But you have to decide if you like this. Furthermore, I don't actually have to take the pawn.
I would have never done that.
I can just develop, and then you can attack my knight, and then I can move my knight, and the game goes on. So I don't actually have to take the pawn whatsoever. So b4 is a possibility.
So many options.
To prepare b4 is a possibility. Queen c1.
Again, and you see my chess stuff, you know I probably would have already lost in this position. I would have blundered my queen somehow.
OG fans of the channel know the song Rook B1, make a move that makes no sense. That move makes sense. This is like a 5-year-old meme on this channel. Any 5-year
no.
veterans of the Gotham channel?
Nope.
People could watch this channel in 2026 that weren't even born when this channel started. But contrary to popular belief, this channel's content is not for children. That's not really popular belief. That's the major criticism of this channel. But no, the average viewers of this channel are like 20 years old, believe it or not. A5.
Is that true for
commenters?
Tim60? I don't believe so.
Those of you that write in the comment section and spread your memes everywhere.
Oh.
You're all probably like 14.
Well.
A3. Clearly b4 is going to be accomplished. Bishop g4. By the way, you might be wondering, Gotham, I've been watching the video for 6 minutes. Why are there no explosions going on or bright colors?
True.
Or some way to keep my attention from clicking on something else or going on my phone while I watch the video on a different screen and maybe a third screen where my laptop is open. That's because this is chess.
This is ever since I stopped editing the videos, this is like the average comment. Mr. Tim60, where are the dramatic vine booms? What am I supposed to do when I can't hear a nice, delicious, chunky? And where are the cuts? Where are the zoom-ins? Where is the Minecraft falling sound effect whenever a Pokemon takes poison chip damage? What can I do? I'm gonna click off. Alright, W video. Okay, that's like insane timing. I'm not clicking off because I got bored. I finished my food. Okay, W got them. I will continue watching your video later. Okay. We're back. Chess. Not chess. Oh my god. We're back. Pokemon. No more food. No more chess. We're playing a real game. Pokemon. Not a game made for toddlers like chess. This is for real men. Real women. Strong individuals, okay? I had to be inclusive. I can't just say it's only for real men. We are here. No boys and girls allowed. If you are in this stream, it's because you are a titan of the game and you are ready to see where I place these goofy goober Generation 3 Pokemon. Is it going to be worse or better? What can I say for Gen 2? Was Gen 2 better or worse overall than Gen 1? I think overall, Gen 2, I would say, is slightly better. Very slightly, though. They both suck, but, you know. I think the more we go, this SSS, SSS, A+, A, and A-, they're going to be a lot more populated. They were a little more chill. Like, the earlier generations wanted to make it very obvious which is the good Pokemon and which one is mid. So anyways, let's go. Oh, the song changed. Okay. Trico. I don't hate Trico at all. I think Trico is fine. Unburdened sets go crazy. As crazy as they can go. Trico's a little adaptable. You know, when terrain got like introduced and stuff, it took advantage of terrain setters, aka Grookey exclusively, because there was nothing else that set up grassy terrain automatically. So, but prior to that, it was based on like berry juice, orange berry, whatever the heck before, and it was mid at that time. It got a little better with Grookey. Overall, I think it's probably on the lower end of Little Cup Pokemon. Like, I would say better than Larvitar. Probably worse than Meowth. Maybe better than Meowth. I don't know. But around that range, F tier. Trico is fine. I might as well tweet out that we're on Gen 3. Why not? New tier list. 5 hours in, and we're on Gen 3 only. Dear God. Let me just let the people know. Let me let the people know. I do the same thing on YouTube community posts. Because next up is Grovyle. Grovyle is a weird one. I've never been particularly impressed by it. I've never been impressed by its entire line of Pokemon, I'm not going to lie. I'll see, because right now, my brain is kind of resting on the lower end of the spectrum. Like around here. But we'll see. Let me just get this YouTube post up real quick. Grovyle. It's just not good. I'm going to be honest. Its biggest use case is, again, very similar to Trico. It has the whole like terrain thing going for it, but it's not very good at that, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to put Grovyle not in E tier. That's a way too high. I'm going to put it like above Pupitar. Maybe above Bellsprout, right there. I think this is a fine spot. It's not good. I'm sorry. If you're a Grovyle lover, you love the Sceptile line. Trust me, it gets better with Sceptile, surely. Spoiler alert, no, it really doesn't. Okay, it will get better than the G and F tiers, okay, for Sceptile. But, like, barely. Barely. This guy is probably like a NU, PU, ZU guy. I would say maybe he can lead it. He can be better than Muck. Congratulations, base Sceptile. It's just Sceptile's never really been anything impressive. The most scary it's ever been is its introductory generation. By just using its speed to get off sub leech seed because it has 120 base speed, which is insane for a Generation 3 standards. That's the scariest it's ever been, and it wasn't very good. So that's just how it goes. Mega Sceptile is not the scariest it's ever been. Yeah, that what I said about Sceptile, that's the scariest it's ever been. But, you know, Mega Sceptile is here. Mega Sceptile is better, obviously, than Base Sceptile, but its peak is not the peak of Base Sceptile, and Base Sceptile's peak is not even that crazy. I'm not putting it C-. I'm just kind of placing it here as I can collect my thoughts on it. I think overall, the thing about Mega Sceptile is that you kind of have to be aware of the Pokemon you're getting into here. This is a Pokemon that really struggles with valuable coverage options, mainly because its grass typing is such a waste of space. This thing's held back so tremendously by the fact that it has a grass typing and it's forced to use one, sometimes two grass moves. If you want to use Leaf Storm, you might need a slot for Giga Drain and Energy Ball, but then you also want Dragon Pulse. But then you're also stuck with the fact that you're using Dragon Pulse and not Draco Meteor because this thing doesn't have Draco Meteor. So then you have to use like Hidden Power Fire, which is weak, but it also hits Scizor, so it's cool. Then you have to use Focus Blast, which is going to miss 70% of the time. And then in Champions, they gave Earth Power, but it's already too late. This thing didn't even get Power Credit. It never had power to begin with. I'm going to put it like below Steelix, maybe Entei, below Kabutops. Mega Sceptile's not good. Now, you might think I'm being a hater. I'm not. I love the Sceptile line. This is like, I believe this is the first starter that I picked. When I played Pokemon Emerald, I believe I picked Trico. I think it's because I was playing the green game, so I picked the green Pokemon, thinking that was objectively the best choice. So, Trico, I believe, was the first Pokemon that I've ever picked in my entire life. And I love this line of Pokemon. They just suck competitively. It is what it is. They're stinking it up in the C+ tier, the E tier, the F tier, and the G tier. And now it's time for Torchic. Now, Torchic is quite the specimen. Torchic is not going to be F tier. I think Torchic's going to be the bottom of E. Torchic is really good. Better than Ponyta, actually? I don't know about that. Okay, that might be a stretch. No, I don't think it's a stretch. I don't think it's a stretch at all. I think bottom of E is pretty nice. Below Mr. Mime. Below Mr. Mime, sure. Maybe above Mr. Mime. Below Mr. Mime. Combuskin. The guy who's shaped rather interestingly. I think that's the thing about Combuskin is that it's pretty freaking strong, okay? It's really hard to stop Combuskin once it gets going. I think it's definitely on the higher end of NFE Pokemon. So, like, you see where, like, Wartortle is, Dunsparce, and all that stuff. I think it's on the higher end. Probably, like, here. Low-key, if I was really being egregious, I'd put it above Sceptile, but I don't think that's true. Okay? I don't have that much of an agenda against Sceptile. Like I said, I like Sceptile. I'm going to put Combuskin above Tangela, under Electrode. Hisuian variety. I'm not going to put it on Sceptile. That's too sad. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I will not do that. I don't have that much of a... I love Sceptile, okay? Don't get it wrong. I love Sceptile. I'm a big fan. Blaziken. Oops, you're not G tier. You are not G tier. Let's move Blaziken all the way up. Blaziken is... like, better than Mew? Maybe not better than Smeargle? Maybe better than Clefable. The thing is, modern Blaziken is a shell of its former self. Just by the power of a lot of Pokemon getting good. Okay? A lot of Pokemon simply just got better. So, the threshold of brokenness, it's a lot harder for base Blaziken to reach that. But base Blaziken is still very, very strong. I think, like, you gotta remember, base Blaziken. Okay, you know what? here, above Mew. Base Blaziken still did get banned from Generation 5, Generation 6, Generation 7. And then it immediately fell off in Generation 8. But yeah, this thing is still quite demonic. The only problem with it, and why it can't be higher than A-, is that, well, this guy exists. And unlike the others, where I was like, well, Tyranitar, like Mega Tyranitar doesn't rival the peak of Tyranitar. Well, Mega Blaziken absolutely poops on the peak of Blaziken. So, yeah, the peak of Blaziken exists during the time of Mega Blaziken, unfortunately for it. So, yeah, you could maybe argue Gen 5 was its peak. Would I agree? I don't think so. But yeah, Mega Blaziken is just better. Mega Blaziken should be S. I'm not gonna lie. Mega Blaziken should be S. It is still good in Champions. It's really good in Battle Spot. Or Battle Stadium, whatever. I'm still going to call it Battle Spot. I'm used to it being Battle Spot. It's decent-ish in VGC. But it's a Pokemon that was banned in Gen 6, Gen 7, obviously. Absolutely still good in those tiers, too. So don't even... Okay, good is an overstatement. Okay, let me backtrack that. Okay, good, not... Okay, not really good in Gen 7 Ubers. Not really good. Yeah. Not really good in Gen 6 and 7 Ubers, but that's why it's not going to be double S. And honestly, that's why it's not going to be Mega Tyranitar level, because guess who was still usable during that time? Mega Tyranitar wasn't too bad in Gen 6 and 7 Ubers. It wasn't spectacular, but it was at least usable, as was base Tyranitar. So I'm going to keep this gap, honestly. I'm going to keep this gap between them, because I just don't quite think Mega Blaziken is at that level, but it is definitely broken. Better than Zapdos. Sure, better than Zapdos, but there's going to be a gap between these two eventually, okay? Mega Blaziken, goat it with it. It is what it is. Not much else to say. Blaziken, I feel bad having it this low now. I'll go here. Above Venusaur, right there. I'll keep it right there. I feel bad. But you didn't feel bad for the Sceptile line? Hey. Relax. 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 Mudkip. Okay. I genuinely hope you didn't think I was going to say, like, anything positive about this thing. Bottom of the barrel. Mudkip sucks. I'm sorry. Apologies if you thought I was going to say something nice about Mudkip. Just not how it is. Marshtomp is good. Marshtomp is good. I'm going to put it around that War Turtle level. You know? I think they're decently relative to each other. The biggest problem that appears with the two of them, honestly, is the existence of, like, in, like, modern day. Modern day, the biggest problem you're going to find when it comes to Marshtomp specifically, a little bit of War Turtle, but War Turtle at least has Shell Smash. The problem is really just going to be the existence of Quaxwell. That little duck, that guy right there is annoying. I'm going to drop Marshtomp like a good bit. Like maybe like here. I think War Turtle is a good percentage better. Maybe like here. They could be friends. Right here. At the bottom of E in the corner, they're friends. Right next to, look at them. They look so happy. Look at them. They both look so excited to see each other. It's like, yo, Torchic, what's good? I ain't seen you since Pokemon Emerald, man. And Torchic's like, yo. Your baby form is in bottom of the barrel. You suck. That's probably the conversation. Anyways, Swampert has entered the building. And this Pokemon is full of aura. This thing is really, really good in Generation 3. This thing exists in Generation 4. It's nice, I guess. And then it's kind of like nothing was the same after that. But yeah, it is what it is. This Pokemon is probably Azumarill level, but like lower. I'd say maybe Raikou. Like Raikou range. I feel like they actually had a very similar trajectory, these two. They start out really, really strong, like in their debut. The next gen, it's kind of iffy, like, I don't know. And then they start probably dropping a tier, okay. And they stay there for a while. And then Scarlet Violet comes out, and now they're in like NU or RU or something crazy. Yeah, I think this is fair. I actually think their trajectory might be identical. Like, now that I think about it, they might have really started OU. Maybe was OU for one more generation, but was not really used in that OU. Then probably fell to UU, stayed UU for a long time. Then Gen 9 happened, and they just fell. Maybe Gen 8 also contributed to it. But yeah, Swampert doesn't have to worry because Big Mega Swampertingtons has arrived, and this guy is cancerous. I'm not gonna lie. I think Mega Swampert is probably it's A, 100%, like in this area. I feel like straight up A is okay. I think. I wouldn't be too mad at that. Would I say they're close to Blaziken's level? I'd probably go here. Where I had Blaziken before, I think Mega Swampert can go there. Rain is absurd all the time, right? Generation 7 is suspect testing Manaphy right now because of how good it is on Rain. Rain is such a problem. They were considering banning, I think, Damp Rock or Drizzle or something. One of the two. I think it was Damp Rock. Because Rain is just so strong. And guess who's there? Big Mega Swampertingtons, okay? Big Mega Swampertingtons is extremely strong. Why is Mewtwo that high up? He's very strong. It's a mix of Smogon singles, Battle Spot, and VGC. So it's really the Smogon that jacks that ranking up. So think of this is also all time. This is all time. Okay, this is all time. So we're also considering its Generation 1 impact. Generation 2 Uber's impact, Generation 3 Uber's impact, which is good. No, that's still high up. Yeah. But yeah, early gen definitely is what? Like gens 1 through 3? If I was just doing gens 1 through 3, this thing would be triple S, but yeah. This is pretty much everything. It's an all-time list, so. Pooch. Bottom of the barrel. Mighty Anna. Maybe guarded by Seaking. Maybe Seaking keeps it out of bottom of the barrel tier. I don't remember ever being impressed by this Pokemon's existence. Like a single time. But I just I don't know. I feel like it's usable at a point, you know? And if Seaking is in G tier, Mighty Anna has to be too. So let's look at Zigzagoon next. Zigzagoon is a belly drum guy. You know, he does his thing. He does belly drum. He clicks extreme speed. And he's quite annoying at it, you know? I'm pretty sure that this thing got banned in Generation 8 from Little Cup. So I, by default, kind of have to put it at least F tier. Is it a Pokemon that gets consistently banned? If it's got banned twice, I'll bring it to E. But I don't know if that's the case. I feel like it's only got banned once. Maybe it got banned. If it had Belly Drum E-Speed in Gen 3, it definitely got banned from Gen 3 as well. I think I'll put it up here then. Near Mag B. Maybe like a tier below or a tier above. One of the two. This thing does the same exact thing in every single generation. So does its evolution. They do Belly Drum and then they click Extreme Speed. And then they either lose the game or they win the game. It is what it is. I forgot this guy had a Galarian form. I'm just going to be for real. I forgot you had a form. And I'm pretty sure you're freaking garbage. Anyways, Linoon. This is a noob trap Pokemon, 100%. So it's like, imagine Donphan. It's probably close to it. I won't lie. It's probably pretty close to Donphan's level, like all across generations. Not bad. I think top of C plus is actually just about as accurate as it's gonna get. Yeah, I feel like this is fine. Maybe Donphan's more consistent, so I put Donphan above it, but it should be like right there. Galarian Linoon. I like to call this one Lagoon. This thing is good in in FE in Generation 8. Obviously, it's not in the decks for Generation 9, but it is good. I'm gonna put it where the other NFE guys are for its performance. I think it's about Dunsparce adjacent. You know, I think it's pretty good. E tier, not too bad. If you don't know what Lagoon does compared to Linoon, this thing doesn't do Belly Drum Extreme Speed. That's not what it does. This thing is more of a pivot with Parting Shot. That's its whole, like, shtick. Dark Normal type, does knockoff, gets rid of Violites, which is great in a tier plagued with a Violite. And then Parting Shots out and stuff. And it hits decently hard. It's fast. It doesn't do Belly Drum Extreme Speed. It has neither of those moves, actually, I'm pretty sure. Unlike Linoon. So, of course, Linoon is going to be better. This Pokemon's treated way more like a middle stage than Linoon is, so, yeah. Even though they have, like, the same base stats. It's just because, well, they didn't evolve Linoon. They just evolved Lagoon. Wurmple! Congratulations, you've entered the bottom of the barrel tier. Bottom of the barrel tier. Bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the barrel. Is Dustox bottom of the barrel? I feel like I want to say yes. I feel like I should just say yes. The problem is that I feel like it's just objectively better than the things in bottom of the barrel. This guy, he's the new Guardian. Dustox is the new Guardian of the G tier. Everything else here is pure garbage, though. Lotad, I just don't think Lotad's real. Right? Like, Lotad, there's no way. I just refuse to believe that Lotad is real. I feel like its problem is that theoretically it could be useful, right? Water Grass, and you probably have like Ice Beam too on like rain teams, but like, brother, it's got like 2 special attack, man. I don't know. Is it better than a lot of these guys in bottom of the barrel for a Little Cup? Maybe. Maybe he's like there. I don't know. I'll put him here. Lombre. Lombre is weird. I've never liked Lombre in my entire life. I'm not gonna lie. Ever since I was a kid, I thought this guy was like the weirdest Pokemon ever. I thought this Pokemon was a complete weirdo. I hated him. The bottom of the barrel. My pent-up hatred for this Pokemon. Like, no reason that I hated it, really. It just looked ugly to me. It looked goofy. It looked weird. To me, it looked like it had a stupid mustache, and I didn't like its stupid-looking mustache. Even though it's just its mouth, I didn't like it. It looked really dumb to me. It looked like a creep. Let's see. Mega Mewtwo X is nowhere near SS? How? Where else should it be? Nowhere near is insane. I gotta pause. Do you think Mewtwo X is like Charizard Y level in Generation 6 and 7? Don't get me wrong, it's not great in the Ubers of Gen 6 and 7. That's absolutely correct. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong about that. But you have to think about who's around it. The A+ tier consists of Charizard Y, Dugtrio, Dragonite. It is 100%. There's 100% an entire tier gap between Mega Mewtwo X and Dragonite. Like, come on. You gotta be like delusional to think it's. You gotta remember, it might be a mid Pokemon in Ubers, but that is Ubers. That's like a whole different category from a Pokemon like Zapdos, who's never touched Ubers in its life. And it isn't even like viable in any of those for Ubers formats at all. That's the reason it's that high. There's gonna be a big gap here. Do not get it wrong. You gotta remember, this is relative to all like the Gen 1, 2, 3 Pokemon. There's gonna be a big gap that happens between Mega Gengar and the rest of these goobers, okay? Because like even Lugia is not even anything like too crazy. But Mega Mewtwo and regular Mewtwo and Mega Mewtwo Y, nah, they actually should all be this high. You gotta think about it. You gotta think about how this list is gonna be structured. This isn't just like how good was Mewtwo in Ubers. You gotta think about the fact that it got banned from OU. Like if I was just doing it based on how viable the Pokemon is in that tier, then I wouldn't be putting the Pokemon that are really good in LC all the way in E tier, you know? That just doesn't make any sense. If I were doing it like that, where I would rank Mewtwo specifically based on how good it is in Ubers, and that's it, right? So if I were ranking it based on how good Mega Mewtwo X was in Ubers, I'd probably put it like B- or B. That would mean that I'd be putting Porygon in like triple S because that thing gets like super banned from Little Cup pretty often. Or I'd be putting Porygon, base Porygon in S tier. But that doesn't make any sense. It's just really good in Little Cup, so I'm going to put it high up relative to the Little Cup Pokemon. But because Mewtwo would be absurd in OU, obviously, or like Battle Stadium or Battle Spot, which it just never, I don't think, got the chance to play in. There's just no way that I can put it anything lower than this. That just wouldn't make any sense. It's all about the relativity, you know? But you are not incorrect in saying that it is not all that in Gen 6 and 7. You are absolutely correct when it comes to Ubers specifically. But remember, it's in Ubers. Like that's the kind of the point there. Ludicolo. Luda. All right, we got Ludicrous here. He exists. He's a guy. Ludicolo's scariest. The scariest the most afraid I've ever been of Ludicolo was like a time in Gen 3 Ubers. I think I fought it before. Outside of that, I think it's also usable in Gen 4 Ubers. And then like Gen 5 Ubers, kinda. The theme is that it's usable with because of Kyogre. That's it. But overall, it's not anything crazy. It has doubles utility that exists thanks to access to Swift Swim, decent utility with Fake Out, stuff like that. So I simply can't put it low. And I do have to consider that it does have viable strats in old Gen Ubers. So without any of those considerations, if I was just doing Smogon, this guy is like D- or D+ tier. All those considerations in mind, I think I gotta put Luda all the way here in B-. Probably around better than Mega Houndoom? Or better than Mega Slowbro. I think better like up here is the better choice. That's a Ludicolo. C-Dot. I genuinely don't think that this thing has ever been useful ever. So it's going in bottom of the barrel. Same thing goes for Nuzleaf. I don't think Nuzleaf has ever been good. It's cool. I like its design. But it's just never been good ever. Shiftry is a classic, like, noob trap Pokemon. People think it's cool. It has, like, a little bit of aura to it. I think that it's one of those that has its use cases, again, in those lower gen Ubers because of chlorophyll. Like, again, weather just being so powerful in the earlier generations of 3, 4, and 5. That it, like, kind of automatically has to be around Ludicolo level, but I'm just gonna put it a tier lower. Like, worse than Kabutops, I would say. Also, I think I'm gonna put Ludicolo under Kabutops, and then Shiftry, like, Executor level. Maybe, like, even a tier... a tier below, a spot below. They could just dance it around under Executor, because Executor's Gen 1 performance is still really good. Next up is Swellow? Tailo. Not Swellow. Tailo is the baby form. Did this thing ever appear ever again since Generation 7? I don't think it's ever appeared. They kind of left them behind. They did not bring him in Generation 8 or Generation 9. And this was around when it was about to peak. It got Boom Burst, and it was hitting pretty hard. More than the, like, Facade sets. But those sets also exist. I think Tailo is not E tier, but around this area. Worse than Doduo, more than likely. Maybe, like, Ammonite range. Tailo's pretty good. Swellow, similar thing. Boom Burst, very strong. Special attacking move, lots of damage. I would probably put it around wherever the other RU Pokemon are. It's like Espeon, but lower. Above Gligar. I think above Gligar is fine. Maybe below it. Nah, I'd say above. Choice Specs Boom Burst hits hard. That's all it really did. It never really did anything else. Besides using Facade at some point, but that set obviously fell off ever since this thing got introduced. Before that, it used to be using Facade all the time. Wingull. Wingull is another one of those really consistent little cut Pokemon. I think it's around Magnemite level. My brain always thinks that, but maybe with the other fellow water types, like here. Like above Growlithe. I think this is fine. Like right there. Wingull is always pretty good. It's just because the thing that makes Wingull good, even though Hurricane as a move is very, very, inconsistent, has low accuracy with 70%. Having high base power attacks in Little Cup matters way more than having good stats. Even though it only has 55 special attack, it still hits hard because Hurricane hits hard. And there's Pelipper. Now, Pelipper, just off of, like, OU stuff, should be around here. But the fact that it has doubles viability, I think I'm going to put it around this range. Like, yeah, Galar Slowking, maybe above Ditto. Like, one above Ditto. Pelipper is really good. It sets up the rain. It's a classic. It's a staple. It's still around even in Champions. It gets better and better each time they introduce some sort of ridiculous rain Pokemon. So, like, Arcaludon, for example. Of course, Sun is generally going to be better than Rain most often, but hey, it's fine. Pelipper's good. It's just like Politoed, but a bit better. Looking at Ralts, I just don't think Ralts has ever done anything significant in its entire life. But maybe I'm tripping. It's like Ralts and Kirlia, I think, are kind of in the same spot where they're very much outclassed by all the other psychic types around, or even fairy types. It's just Ralts doesn't have damage. Ralts doesn't have damage. It's extremely slow. 40 split. Some people don't even notice that. This thing has 40 speed and 45 speed special attack, compared to Abra, who has 105 special attack and 90 speed. This thing is not good. I'm gonna put it in bottom of the barrel because You know what? I can't. I'm going to put it G tier. I'm going to put it G tier because there is one thing that it can do. And it's one thing. The only thing it can do that gives it something that makes it better than being next to Weedle, okay, is trace. And being able to trace a Diglett, for example, with Choice Scarf could legitimately save it. It could save it, you know? You bring it in against the Diglett, and it doesn't have its Focus Sash up, and you trace its Arena Trap and do the Una Reverse. Now the Diglett's trapped with you, and your Choice Scarf, you outspeed and you kill it. That's about the best thing that it could ever do, and it automatically makes it more superior than Ladybug, okay? Now, Kirlia. I just don't think I can say the same for Kirlia, unfortunately. Bottom of the barrel. Completely useless. Like, it has no utility, no usage at any point in time. Gardevoir. Now, this has a usage to many players. Not one competitively, but we're discussing the competitive usages here. And I think that this thing sucks. So, like, I don't think it sucks, but it's not great. I'm going to put it, like, better than Machamp. I think that's about it. That's about the most I can put it. Better than Machamp. Maybe worse than Machamp. Nah, better Machamp. Better than Machamp. It's because I really feel like Generation 6 saved it. If this were pre-Generation 6, this thing would be in C tier. For sure. I think that Generation 6 saved it. And ever since then, it's never looked back, okay? The Fairy type, really, really great for it. It's just like a RU guy. Like, it's just RU. It's just RU all the time. No matter what. Never got banned from something like Machamp, so it's kind of hard to put it above Machamp. Yeah, I just talked myself out of putting it above Machamp. Honestly, is Gardevoir better than Espeon? Now that I think more about it. Yes, I would say so. Mega Gardevoir. Mega Gardevoir is not bad. Presently, I would say that Mega Gardevoir is not good. But it has use. It's not garbage. Mega Gardevoir is probably like Moltres range, I think. I can't put it above Gyarados. I just can't see it. I can't really see it. I'm sorry. But right here is good. Doubles Presence. Without Doubles Presence, it's not this high. Doubles Presence alone carries it a fair bit. I'll put it top of a B, actually, just because of Doubles Presence alone. Maybe bottom of B. Yeah, bottom of B+. I've been talked into it. Bottom of B+. Nah, right there. Surskit, alright, Surskit. Whoever was here like 5 hours ago asking about Surskit, here it is. Is Surskit good? Like, kinda. Not really. I'm gonna put it G tier, but it objectively has more use than a lot of these guys. I'm gonna put it above Totodile. The only reason that it could even be ranked at all is the fact that it has Sticky Web. But correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there a generation of Little Cup? There's one generation that banned it, right? Is it Gen 7? So, like, Surskit could have had more sauce going forward, and it did. It was probably one of the Sticky Web setters that got Sticky Web banned. I think it's Gen 7. Little Cup Sticky Web? Gen 6. That's all you gotta really think about. And then Gen 8, it does not exist. And then what? Did Sticky Web get banned again? Is Sticky Web banned again in Gen 9? Yes. Okay, yeah, so Surskit gets hard nerfed by the fact they keep banning Sticky Web, but it's legitimately good. You know what? I'm going to take it out of G tier. Let's raise it up some. It's better than Smoochum. Let's go, like... Let's go, like, here. Like, Natu range. I remember it vividly being good. You know what? Chinchou. Sticky web setting is broken in Little Cup. It got banned. That it is what it is. Its potential got nerfed, but we're doing just like how we did for, you know, all the other things that got their stuff banned. Wobbuffet, Dug Trio, stuff like that. Masquerain, on the other hand, has no excuse. It just sucks. It's a ZU merchant. Always will be a ZU merchant. Nothing better will ever come from using this Pokemon. I think it's like F tier. Like Ursaring. Better than Ursaring. It can maybe be above Bellossom. My God, there's so many more Pokemon to go. Shroomish. I believe Shroomish is like okay. It's never good, you know. It's just, it's not its fault. It really isn't. It's the fact that Fungus exists, but it has Spore. It's automatically better than a Weedle, okay? Probably better than a lot of these guys. I'm gonna say it's probably better than, like, Ekans. But Fungus mogs it so much that it can't be higher, even though it has Spore. Decent grass typing is, you know, it's never too bad. Breloom! This thing is super overrated, currently. Honestly, okay, it's a noob pick. I'm not gonna say it's overrated. It's a noob pick. It's noob bait. It's something when you're new to the game, you look at Technician, you're like, huh. And you look at Bullet Seed, you're like, huh. And you look at Mach Punch, you're like, huh. This thing has to be, and then you look at Spore, and you're just exploding everywhere. You're just like, whoa, I'm jumping all over the place. I'm clicking Bullet Seed up to its 700 damage. I'm putting everything to sleep. I'm going for Swords Dance. I'm doing everything. And then it's like, it sucks. But, you know, Generation 3, goated. Generation 4, goated. It's good. Unfortunately, sleep moves got banned on it, but this was one of the guys using the sleep moves, okay? So, we're still going to rank it considering that. Without the existence of Generations 3 and 4 and stuff, it'd probably be around this range, being like a good, like, UU-esque Pokemon. But because of Generation 3, I'm going to put it, like, Scizor range, you know? Above Mega Aerodactyl, maybe? Doesn't seem too crazy to me. I'll probably put it above Scizor. I think above Scizor is good. But I don't like it in Gen 6 onwards. I think it's garbage in Gen 6 onwards, I'm not gonna lie. But I think it's better than Scizor. Better than Starmie? Could be. Could be. Nah. Let's keep it there. I'm gonna put it above Zam. And I'm gonna drop Zam. I like this more. I also think I like Scizor more than Alakazam, I'm not gonna lie. I just randomly hated on Alakazam for no reason. But I'm sorry. Slack off. Jesus Christ, get that out of my face. Before we move on to Vigoroth, let's just get slacking there too. Because we know Vigoroth's not gonna be bottom of the barrel. Vigoroth is probably gonna be around these guys. Like up here. Vigoroth is very good. As a, as Pokemon, it's probably higher. Like, I'm probably putting it too low. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably around, like, upper tier. Like, D+. I'm not gonna put C-. I think D+ is a very good spot for it. Vigoroth is a chill guy. D+, let's go here. Right here, next to Golbat. I think that looks better. Near Golbat. He's a good guy. He's a good spirited fellow. He gets up, he clicks bulk up, he does the stuff. He's good in ZU. He was good in NU back in the day. He's really good in the, like, the lower tiers in past generations and stuff like that as well. He just kind of wins games. Like, if you played against this thing in Gen 3 NU, this thing is scary. Sometimes you just lose. Sometimes you just lose as soon as it switches out, you know? And if Furret is D+, then this thing has to be better than it. I'm sorry. Ninkata. Get that out of my face. Ooh. Ninjask is a weird one. Ninjask is a very weird one. And this is going to make me sort of second guess a lot of the ratings that I did for previous Pokemon. This is a hard one. The thing with Ninjask is that it kind of has that Dugtrio syndrome, where it's because Baton Pass is banned that it's so garbage. But then as I think more about it, I didn't rank anything that had Baton Pass banned as if they had Baton Pass allowed. And that's like the only reason they're all so garbage. But it is a part of their history. It's a significant part of Ninjask's history. If you consider Ninjask without Baton Pass, this thing is not real. It's not a real Pokemon. It's a ZUPUNU merchant. I haven't considered Baton Pass or anything. Should I just stay consistent? Should I just stay consistent? Because, I mean, it has Baton Pass in, like, Ubers and stuff, you know? Gen 4, what you call it? Gen 4 Ubers. Gen 3 Ubers, Baton Pass is banned completely. But it used to have a spot there. Used to be one of the more popular cheese teams. I haven't, like, if I'm being consistent, though, I legitimately have not considered Baton Pass for anything else. That's hard. Because then I have to revise so many Pokemon, I have to go back and remember all of them. I think I might just have to accept my L and that I was inconsistent. And maybe just stick to rating Ninjask based on no Baton Pass. The only Pokemon I considered with Baton Pass was Eevee. But that's in Battle Stadium or Battle Spot, whatever it was at the time. And Ninjask doesn't have that type of aura in BSS. Eee. I feel bad. I feel bad because legitimately the difference between this having Baton Pass and not having Baton Pass considered is night and day. But the same is true for so many other Pokemon ranked here. Espeon, night and day. Vaporeon, basically night and day. Mr. Mime, pretty much night and day. Like, Mr. Mime jumps up a few tiers if I consider Baton Pass, like, when it had a Baton Pass team. If you know, you know. That thing would have soundproof to prevent roar. I don't think I care enough about Baton Pass to give it its grace. I'm just going to rank it without it. I'm going to stay consistent with whatever I've done with all the previous rankings. Unfortunately, it's going to be inconsistent with Diglett, Dugtrio, Wobbuffet, stuff like that, where I ranked them even all the stuff that got banned. It is what it is. It still has stuff going for it in Gen 4 Ubers, I guess. So it'll have a higher spot, okay? I'm just going to accept the L of the list. I'm going to put it around this area. You know, I'll give it C-. There you go. It'll be its little consolation prize. I feel bad for it, so I'll put it there, okay? I feel bad, so enjoy its Gen 4 Ubers something. There you go. It's usable there, so congratulations. Shedinja. This guy is like... This Pokemon's like Ditto and Quagsire and all that stuff. It was like really, really bad. Okay? That's basically what it is. So I'm gonna find the Quagsire tier and I'm just gonna put it down 2. That's what I'm gonna do. It's probably better than these two guys, okay? It's probably better than Mega Skarmory and Mega Raichu X. It's basically those two where, theoretically, hypothetically, it could be used in like any format, sure. You could be used in Ubers, it's there. You could use it in a wall, Kyogre, and stuff like that. But yeah. And no, we're not going to consider the potential man of Generation 9. What if it could use Terra Electric Air Balloon, bro? What if? No, that does not exist. At any point in time, it's not part of its history. So I'm not going to rank it based on that. But it made National Dex AG so bad that it got deleted as a ladder. So congratulations to Shedinja, you have Aura. Whismur. Bye-bye. Loudred. Oh, it's time to get loud. Loudred is weird. Outside of, like, Generation 3. That's about the only time you could ever use it. You know? And the only time you could use in Generation 3 is in Inu. because you put Tom Pass to it and you can't get roared out because it had soundproof. But overall, it sucks. Do I want to put it out of bottom of the barrel? Genuinely, no. I'm sorry. Like, it had that one use, but I don't feel like it's significant enough to take it out of that tier. Now, Exploud is a different case. Exploud's definitely better. Exploud's better than these guys. Would I say Exploud's better than Sceptile? Probably not. Better than Muck? Probably not. Okay, better than Muck, yes. Better than Sceptile, honestly, probably. You know what? Go here. Around Kangaskhan level. A spot below Kangaskhan. I think Kingler might have a slight edge. That's cap. I'm gonna put it right there. Honestly, it might you know, swap places. Swap places with Kangaskhan. One spot above Kangaskhan. Makuhita. Get out. Okay. Is Makuhita that bad? Bottom of the barrel is crazy. Okay. I feel like it's one of those that, like, technically, it could do something. It's just, its problem is that it doesn't do much of anything, but it hypothetically really, really, really could. It could technically belly drum and win the game. It's just never going to do that unless your opponent is playing with both their eyes closed and both their arms missing, and they have their cat pressing the buttons. But the cat is like half away from death when making its decisions. That's the only way that Makuhita is going to beat you at belly drum in Little Cup, unfortunately. Compared to the other belly drum options that exist, or compared to the other fighting type options that exist, it's just not good. Hariyama. I'm going to give Hariyama... It's not good, but, you know, it exists. Gen 3 was its peak, probably. So its release generation. Ever since then, it's been a bit of a NU guy. Like, he just exists to dominate that area. I would probably put him above Omastar, like right here. I'm a fan of him in Gen 3 OU. I like him in Gen 3 OU a lot. I like a Pokemon that has knockoff before knockoff turned into a disgusting, broken, just absolutely cancerous move. Back when it was ethical. Ethical hoops. You know? Knockoff, 20 base power, weak, didn't do anything, all it did was remove an item. That's when I liked that move, but when it turned into some 65 base power, but then you get 1.5x when you knock off an item, physical move, yeah, no, get that out of my face. Azurill! Aww, why is it so sad? This thing used to make me so sad as a little kid. Seeing its sprite, it really started in Generation 5. It had this, like, super sad face that's always crying. Why is it? It's official art. It's so sad. But then when you look at the Gen 3 and Gen 4 sprites, it's happy. And then when you go to Gen 5, it's sad again. And it used to make me sad. I used to feel bad attacking it when I was a kid. Nowadays, I see it and it's getting destroyed, okay? So, I think the thing with Azurill is that you really, 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 really need to accompany this with something that can compensate for its garbage 20 speed. And typically, I just don't think that Sticky Web is enough. But it has 20 speed, it's slow, but it has belly drum and huge power, and it can win the game sometimes. I think it's probably better than that guy. I forgot his name. Poliwag, yep. Probably better than Dratini. Probably better than Poop. Better than you. Better than Totodile, probably. Good? No. But, you know, right there. There you go. There you go. I feel bad for Azurill. That was my pity from me being a kid. Nose pass. So, this is a... It's not even a noob trap. This is just like a Temp 60 viewer trap. Because of Sturdy Pass. Sturdy Juice, I mean. Sturdy Juice plus Pain Split plus level 1 equals Le Epic. I watched the Temp 60 video. Okay, I'm not saying I invented it, by the way. I'm not saying I invented the strategy. I don't have that much of an ego. But this is what you mean. The Temp 60-esque viewer. This is the nose pass. I'm gonna put XQC here in, like, G tier. I think he's fine in G tier. He functions in Little Cup. Don't use him elsewhere unless you want to just have a fun gimmick, whatever. I think it's fine. Especially earlier on when, you know, Explosion was a more significant move. It can do its job decently well. Straight up. Maybe higher than Corsola. You know what? There you go. Higher than Corsola. Not quite into the F tier, but it works. That's where I'll put XQC. So, Skitty time. This thing, I think I'm going to give Skitty like triple S tier. This thing is really, really strong. It makes every other enemy Pokemon kneel. It is extremely powerful. I mean, it hits hard. It hits like a truck off of its 45 attack stat. That's actually a typo. Its attack stat is so high that they can't display it. It's not 45. It's actually 450 base. Now, you might be thinking that's impossible. The highest you can go is 255. That's the thing. It's a visual bug, and it has 450 attack. It also has a weird ability that just, like, triples the base power of all of its moves, so I'm going to go ahead and put it in triple S tier. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good pick. Honestly, if you're not using Skitty, I don't know what you're doing. Yeah. It's called you're being smart. It's going in the bottom of the barrel. I don't know why I just did that to Skitty. Like, it didn't deserve that. Skitty's not that much worse than the stuff that's around it. But hey, sure. I'm gonna put Delcatty like somewhere. It's not gonna go anywhere good. Is it better than Dustox? Probably. It's probably better than Ralts. It's probably better than Seaking. I don't think it's better than Mighty Anna, though. G tier. Base Sableye. Okay, well, this thing is a weirdo's best friend in doubles. If you've seen that minimize garbage with Overquill, well, that's Mega Sableye still, but, you know. Sableye exists there, too. Oh, no, it's not Mega. What am I talking about? It's Sableye. I would probably put base Sableye. This thing is hard carried by its doubles, and it's not even, like, crazy in doubles either, by the way. It's just, it's gimmicky, and it works. But again, like, if I put Murkrow in C tier, I gotta put Sableye at least, like, B. Because it's at least moderately usable in, like, very heavy air quotes in singles. I don't like it in singles. I think it's a noob trap Pokemon. If I was playing years ago in, like, Gen 6 and Gen 7 and I saw someone bring a Sableye, I'm gonna check my elo. Yep, I'm at the thousands. I'm at 1,000 elo. Yep, that's why I'm fighting base Sableye. Mega Sableye, this thing is a very weird one. All time, so let's consider Gen 6 and Gen 7. Not get too clouded by its champion's performance, which is super underwhelming. Maybe like the top of B. The top of B, like there's a time where this thing was disgustingly broken and gets banned and all that stuff. But I think those times are behind us. It's just, those times are very, very far behind us. As more and more viable fairy types get introduced and stuff like that, it just becomes harder and harder for Mega Sableye in the champion specifically to find itself a spot. It got banned in Generation 6 OU. It exists in Generation 7 OU. And it's good there, right? It's good. But like, okay, I think I'm tripping. I'll put it higher. I'll put it higher. I'll put it like right here. Above Zardex. Zardex never got banned, you know? Zardex never got banned. I feel like this is crazy. I'm gonna put it like here. Like there. Because it just has no doubles presence. That's the problem. Mega Sableye doesn't have a doubles presence. How about you rating Sableye, like base Sableye's doubles presence too high? But I don't care. Mawile. this thing, it's like a demon in PU. I'm gonna give it like right here. I think it's all right. E tier looks fine to me. Mega Mawile. This is very, very similar case to Sableye. I'm not gonna lie. Very, very similar. Probably just better, I guess. Probably just better. I mean, the problems, it's the same sort of case. It exists in Generation 6, or it gets banned in Generation 6. It exists in Generation 7. And then by the time Champions comes around, you don't see a single Mega Mawile. But I think Mega Mawile is just way more present than Mega Sableye at the very least. So you know what? I might put like a couple, spots above. Like right here. Above Mega Venusaur. I think that's fair. Or above Mega Gyarados. Let's see. Aaron. All right. Aaron. This guy... I mean, sure. He's fine. He exists. He does damage. He can hit hard. He has 70 attack. He can do head smash stuff. But at the end of the day, I've never been too impressed by it. I'm not going to lie. I don't think it sucks. I just think there's other things that can do its job better. But you do gotta remember, there's bottom of the barrel and G tier. Do I think it's G tier? Probably not. I'd put it above Smoochum. I like we want to drop Smoochum like one spot for no reason. I don't know. I'm just a hater. Lairon. This guy, I've always hated Lairon. I don't know what it is. I've hated this middle form. I don't know what he did. He just looks goofy to me. Like, I don't know. I've never been happy to evolve my Aeron into a Lairon. But it's not even, like, too bad. Again, Rockhead Head Smash is one of the most demonic things that any Pokemon can do. So, I mean, it's got to be useful to some extent. I'll probably put it, like, here, I think. Aggron. Aggron is a weird one. This is base Aggron, not Mega. Not Mega just yet. Base Aggron is like a PU demon. Mega Aggron is considerably better. Base Aggron, this guy is like the champion's bot's favorite pick, and it goes for scary face and like metal sound or something. They love that. So automatically, he kind of has aura enough to be B+, but I'm going to drop him off. Okay, I'm joking. I'm going to put Aggron probably above Furret. Maybe above Hitmonchan. It's good in PU. Like, it exists as a PU pick, and it's good at its job as a PU pick. I could probably go above Togetic, honestly. You know what? Above Togetic. It has its job. It does its job. That's all it exists for. It's bulky, sets up stealth rocks, hits hard with head smash sometimes, heavy slam and all that stuff. Mega Aggron is just infinitely superior to base Aggron, and even then, it's not that crazy of a Pokemon. I think it's better than a lot of these guys. I'm going to put it probably above Mega Pidgeot, but maybe not above Nidoking. It's good. It works. It gets the job done. It's fat. Pure steel type with filter means even though it has a good bit of weaknesses, you know, fire, fighting, ground, and stuff like that, it's not the absolute end of the world because filter is juicy. It's bad that it has those weaknesses because they are strong offensive types, obviously, but filter helps out a lot, especially because a lot of Pokemon have their moves as coverage, so it ends up tanking a lot of things, like a Tapu Lele Focus Blast. It's gonna live, you know, it should, I hope. Metatite. Metatite is like Potential Man to me. I always feel like this thing could run Little Cup, technically. It doesn't have the absolute worst speed tier ever. The problem with it is that it's just so good that it gets nuked. And I would love to see it run Little Cup, but I can never get the ability to see it because it's just stronger than all the stuff. So I like to call it Potential Man. I would love to see this destroy in Little Cup. I don't even know what generation it's even ever been allowed in Little Cup. It's just pure power is too much with 40 base attack. So I call this guy the potential. He can't even be the Potential Man of LC because he literally gets banned from it. But to me, that's what I'm going to call him. He's actually better than Porygon. He gets, like, banned all the time. So I'm going to put him... He's probably the best Little Cup Pokemon of all time. He might just be. The only exception is Diglett, but that's because Diglett had abilities to be ran in, like, OU when they banned Dugtrio first. When they thought banning Dugtrio, I don't think they banned Dugtrio yet, but people were considering what to do. Ban Dugtrio or ban Arena Trap, so people were, like, proving points by using Diglett to trap Kyurem Blacks and trap Tapu Leles and stuff. And be like, look, that's how broken it is. Meditite never had that sort of aura, unfortunately. You might be able to pull that off in ZU or something, but or in FE. But hey, this guy is always banned from LC. I would love to see it be able to nuke a Pokemon in a Little Cup. Get that stupid Mienfoo, hit it with a Zen Headbutt. But unfortunately, that's never going to happen. Medicham doesn't quite have the same aura as Meditite has to its peers. Base Medicham is a bit of a joke. I'll probably put it like Lapras tier. Honestly. The reason I'm even going to put it so high is because of its Generation 3 performance. That was easily its peak. Generation 3. Outside of that, this guy exists in like ZU, PU, NU, and maybe a little bit of, yeah, like RU maybe. I'll put him like above Weezing. Above Scyther. There you go. Above Typhlosion. I just wanted to dunk on Typhlosion one more time, because that's just how I am. Mega Medicham. This guy is like if Mega Mawile was down 2 tiers. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, no, it's not. It's not exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Mega Medicham like here. Mega Medicham's definitely better than base Scizor when it comes to Gen 6 and Gen 7. It's just this Pokemon doesn't exist in Champions at all. It doesn't exist in doubles as far as I'm aware. Maybe it had a time where you could use it. It has Fake Out. I'm sure technically you could use it in doubles. Maybe some like forbidden VGC in Gen 7 or something. It had a use. In which case, that'll justify the B+ instead of the B. There you go. That's what I'll just say. Because I don't like Mega Medicham too much. I forgot your name. I'm not gonna lie. Electrike? Is that your name? I forgot your name. But you are bad. So, good thing I forgot your name. You suck. So you're going in bottom of the barrel. I don't even know where you went. Oh, you went right there. Okay. Yeah, Electrike doesn't do anything. It's not much that needs to be said about it. It's a waste of space Pokemon, unfortunately. Despite it being really cool, because it has, Flamethrower and stuff. It's just not good. Bottom of the barrel, that's crazy. But it's not good. It has more of a usage than Ralts. I will say that for a fact. So I'll put it here. But it sucks, and it's a waste of space. But there's probably, there. Not bottom of the barrel. It has Flamethrower, it has Aura, it's cool. But it sucks. Base Manectric. I just don't know. I don't know why you do this to yourself. I'd have to ask you if you're okay. Basically. Because Manectric is very, very mid. He's like Sceptile tier to me, but maybe like Marowak tier. He's certainly whack, That much is a fact. I think Marowak tier's too high. I don't think he's better than Sceptile or Muck. Or you. I'd probably put Manectric, base Manectric, like above Machoke. He's also just chopped. I might be one of the few people ever that has, besides, I think, like, Generation 3, I've never been the type that thought Manectric was cool. I know I'm just being a hater, but I never thought Manectric looked cool. Mega Manectric, kinda, but it was mainly because it had, like, Overheat. But that was also, like, Gen 6 is when I cared about it, and it got Overheat, so I thought Mega Manectric was cool, but I never thought Base Manectric was cool at all. But Mega Manectric, I just said I thought it was cool, but it sucks. So it's gonna go in like C+, maybe. C+ might be insane. I'm a hater. Okay, let me stop drinking haterade. I'm gonna put it like here. It exists. It's like a Beedrill to me. Like Mega Manectric is Mega Beedrill to me. Genuinely. I think it should have never even been OU in Generation 6. I think it just sucks. You know what? Sure. The fact it has that over Mega Beedrill, and I'm a Mega Beedrill hater, so I will take absolutely everything I can to dunk on Mega Beedrill. I will take everything I can to dunk over that thing. Plusle. There's just... When was the last time Plusle was even useful? Gen 3? Like, it had a use at some point, I guess, but... Probably so has everything here. It's just bottom of the barrel, I'm sorry. HOENN is probably the exact same case. Actually... It is a little nasty plot guy. You know what? Go ahead. Have a spot in, like... Here. F tier. I don't know which one's better between you two. I don't know the distinction. I think it's just that Plusle is faster, right? And because Plusle is faster, I think HOENN is the one that should be going bottom of the barrel. Because there's just no reason to use both of them. Genuinely, I could raise it just a tiny bit more. Like, Gramble level. This guy, Volbeat. I've always hated its official art. It looks like a stupid chud. Like, am I crazy? The official art for Volbeat looks like a chud. But Volbeat looks really, really cute in the Gen 4 and Gen 3 art. And then it starts looking like a chud again in Gen 5. For like the sprites and stuff. But in the official art, it just looks like, stop hitting this pose. You're not. No, stop it. Either way, it is like bad. But it isn't useless. Okay? Contrary to what you might think, it's not useless. Because it can do manual weather setting, which is better than a lot of other Pokemon can say. So I, just by default, am going to put it pretty decently, like, high up, like, around here. It can do manual weather setting. What else can you freaking ask for this thing? Because a lot of the lower tiers, well, automatic weather setting is probably banned. So that's just about what it does. And it's just better than the other form. This thing is ugly and chopped, and I've never liked it. So Illumise looks goofy. Illumise is goofy. It is basically just worse Volbeat. It is what it is. Also, Volbeat has like Tail Glow for some reason, but doesn't work. It works, but like it literally works, yes, but it's not good. Roselia is fine. Legitimately. I think Roselia is probably around Tangela's level. I feel like Roselia is one of those Pokemon, once you slap a Violet on it, in those lower tiers is just going to live forever. So like PU, ZU, NU and stuff like that. It's just going to live for a long time. Set up spikes, be obnoxious, stun spore things, maybe put things to sleep with sleep powder if it has that move. I forget if it does or if it doesn't. I know for a fact it should have like stun spore. But spikes really good. That's just the power of spikes. Better than Combuskin? Actually, yes. I'm going to put it right here. Lower than above Muck. Worse than Sceptile, because that might piss somebody off. Somebody will actually do something really bad if I put the not fully evolved grass type above Sceptile, okay? And again, I like Sceptile, okay? So I won't be a full-on hater of the guy. All right, not saying that Pokemon's name. Not saying that Pokemon's name either. I almost did. I mean, this thing functions. It's definitely not in bottom of the barrel. Like, let me get that straight. It's definitely not down here. It's very Muck adjacent. It's like these two if it were like a tier worse, you know? So that's actually what I'm going to do. It's literally just outclassed by Roselia and Muck as a, you know, fat poison type. So I'm going to treat it exactly like that, and I'm going to put it down a full tier in the exact same position as the other two, just a tier below. Why did I skip a Venturine, by the way? All right, there we go. Carvana. Carvana is good. Carvana is definitely good. Very strong little cut Pokemon. This thing has way higher physical attack, but it generally desires the special sets more as far as I'm aware. Just because they have higher base power moves. It's not in the tier with the big boys up here. In E, it's definitely more of a F tier like area. I would say like there. It can use physical sets, though. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely can use physical sets. I think that I typically, whenever I would bring a Carvana, I'm clicking Hydro Pumps, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I'm clicking Life Orb Hydro Pump. I'm using it till the Pokemon dies. Sharpedo. This thing is a Pokemon that exists. It's a very weird one where it's actually very, very relative in strength to Mega Sharpedo. Mega Sharpedo is better, but they're going to be ranked very similarly. I'm not going to lie. There was another similar case here where I had the Mega pretty close to the base form. I just can't remember who it was. I feel like base Sharpedo is probably worse than like Swampert Lifetime, like Swampert's Lifetime. So it has to be worse than Raikou, so then it also has to be worse than Nidoking. And then it's probably also worse than you. And it's probably also worse than you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. And I'll put it at B-. And then Mega Sharpedo. I'm going to put a couple spots, like, above it, you know. Maybe around, like, Mega Beedrill area, you know. It's just better. They're very, very similar. Mega Sharpedo is just stronger. The biggest problem that comes with Mega Sharpedo as a Pokemon is that it doesn't fully have the variety that exists when it comes to base Sharpedo. Base Sharpedo doesn't really have to fully lean into the physical stuff all the time. You could also run a special set if you wanted to. Would I recommend it? I don't know, personally. But Mega Sharpedo, it has strong jaw. You're going to be locked into using the physical stuff 9 times out of 10. It could probably still use Hydro Pump, but hey. Next up is Whelmer, and Whelmer is pretty good. Whelmer is pretty good, like, legitimately. It's got Water Spout and stuff like that. So, it also has a really solid special attack stat. 70 is not bad. Gen 3, this thing's demonic. And I hate it. I hate this thing in Generation 3 Little Cup because it also has self-destruct. So, if it can't kill you with Water Spout, and if it can't kill you with Hidden Power Grass, it's probably just going to boom and destroy your entire life. I think that this thing is probably better than Ammonite. Maybe better than Carvana, but I think Carvana's too low. I'm going to drop Talo like multiple spots. Yeah. And Magnemite should be higher, I'm not going to lie. We'll do like this. I just hated on Talo for some reason, but I noticed the things that were around, and I was like, yeah, Whelmer's probably better. I think Carvana might be better than... That's hard. It has water. It's had a water spout for such a long time. So it really just does the same thing. Whale Lord also does the same thing. It does water spout stuff for a lot of time. Especially when it started getting access to things like, choice specs or whatever. But it quickly fell off with that role. And really, it's never been on as a Pokemon. So I'm not going to say it fell off as a Pokemon. It fell off as like the Choice Specs Wall Breaker guy. I'm probably going to put it around F tier. Unfortunately. Definitely is a demon in Gen 3 Inu. I hate that thing in Gen 3 Inu. But this thing becomes more of like a stalling Pokemon, honestly. Because it does have pressure. You will feel the pressure. And it's like a diet Suicune, you know? Where it's just going to pressure stall all your moves. I think top of F tier is valid. Maybe a little too low. But I think it's valid. I could put it bottom of E. I could definitely put it bottom of E. But I think top of F is fine. Numel. You know what? I'll put it bottom of E. I thought more about it. Like above these guys. Numel, however you say his stupid name, is good in Little Cup. I actually think he's one of the more underappreciated Pokemon, like legitimately. I think Numel is nice in the fact that you could run these stupid like simple sets with Flame Charge, get double speed, and then all of a sudden you're mad fast. Also, growth existed, which was demonic as well. There's a lot of things that you can run on this thing. So growth basically with simple, it's just going to be a nasty plot. And this thing just hits really, really hard all of a sudden. You watched that one stream that I did. It was Little Cup. The other stream the other day. Playing every single mode in one go. I almost lost to this. If the opponent had a body press set when it went for stockpile, I would have just lost. Because it's actually really good. Yeah, definitely underrated. That being said, I'm going to put it like relative to everything else here. Maybe like right there. Right there. I think I should raise Sandshrew up a little bit as well. Like these guys should be up. I think this is fair. I don't hate this. I don't hate this at all. Numel feels maybe like slightly up, like maybe above Electrode or something, but then we get to Camerupt. And I mean, I don't know the last time base Camerupt was good. Maybe like Gen 3. And that's good with air quotes. This thing, it had its day, sort of. Nowadays, it's just a ZU guy. So Camerupt, not gonna lie, I'm gonna ZU in the E tier. Sorry, that was horrible. I'll put him above War Turtle. Like right there is fine. It genuinely... It's like saving grace is having Eruption. And then also having Stealth Rock on one end. So you have to prepare for, you know, potentially multiple options. It's just... It's okay. It's okay. It exists. It hits hard. Maybe I'll put it above Butterfree. Congratulations. Mega Camerupt. This guy is better by a good margin compared to base Camerupt. Remember what we were ranking was base Camerupt, not Mega. Mega has doubles presence, which doesn't exist for every Pokemon on this list, so it's automatically going to kind of raise it up some. I feel like it should probably be C+. I feel like this Mega Camerupt feels like the most C+ Pokemon ever. B- could also be a consideration if you are being extremely generous to it, okay? But it's bad in Champions VGC. Usable, like usable enough to where you could probably rank it somewhere. You know what? Sure. Have B-, have B-, have it. It's, to me, a very C+ Pokemon, but have B-. Torkoal. Torkoal is like a B+ type of Pokemon. Maybe B. But I feel like, again, doubles presence is always a big thing to me. Because so much of this list is biased with Smogon stuff, something that stands out, even like Smogon doubles, but things that stand out in VGC and stuff like that and have presence there is significant because so much of this is biased. But maybe B is more accurate. I mean, it's a Sunsetter. It's pretty much the premier Sunsetter alongside Ninetales, who I do have in C+. I feel like if I have Ninetales in C+, the doubles existence of Torkoal should automatically maybe just push it to B+. To where I feel like this is a fine enough ranking. Maybe like here. Below Scizor, above Metacham. Torkoal has a fantastic double impact on doubles. It's nice and strong. It exists, especially in like Trick Room stuff. That used to be really annoying to fight. Trick Room eruption stuff. And then it sets the sun in singles very reliably. So does Ninetales, of course. That's why Ninetales was so high. We have the Pokemon that needs to keep bouncing or else it dies. That's Spoink. So unfortunately, it stopped bouncing. And it fell all the way to the bottom of the barrel and died. So, it is what it is. But then it arrived and turned into a Grumpig. And it still died. I don't think Grumpig is bottom of the barrel. I think Grumpig is probably G tier. Realistically. Like, if I have Mr. Mime in E tier, I feel like Grumpig at least has to be here. Maybe better than Meganium, worse than Sudowoodo. But yeah, you know, it's okay. Spin around and go to the bottom of the barrel. That's where you're going to end up. Trapinch. This is going to have, like, Diglett syndrome, but, like, worse. I'm going to put it above Sandslash. It has the trapping ability, and, again, Arena Trap. So good. Had the ban Arena Trap. It's going to be like Diglett. It's just worse than Diglett, so. It is what it is. You do what it do. It be what it be. Vibrava. I used to like this Pokemon a lot. Low key, lowest of keys, I like Vibrava more than I like Flygon. But that's my personal hot take. Not like competitively, I just prefer it more. I'm gonna put it probably around somewhere here in this E tier range. I think at like the bottom end of it, maybe like literally E. It's always been, you know, an NFE guy. He's there. He exists. He's good at being an NFE Pokemon. I could raise it to maybe like better than Butterfree. But that's about it. My favorite usage of Vibrava has to be Gen 3 PU. I really like it in Gen 3 PU. It's just good speed tier. Hits hard, thanks to just having Earthquake, Ground Stab. I like it in Gen 3 PU a lot, but that's not going to save it from being higher than E tier. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I got to be honest, I got to be fair, and I got to set it straight. Then there's Flygon, the Pokemon that still doesn't have a Mega Evolution somehow, even with Champions. Yeah, I don't know why I scrolled that far up. Let me relax. B minus area or C plus area. I think C plus is probably a little more realistic. Maybe like S, better than Espeon. Definitely better than Espeon. Worse than Tentacruel area. I think Flygon is... The problem with Flygon, in my personal opinion, is it's like super hard fall from grace. You would think that this thing could keep up. Good in Gen 3 OU. Good in Gen 4 OU. You would think it's about to be to go. And then it just immediately plummets in Gen 5. Then it just keeps falling in Gen 6. It doesn't catch itself in Gen 7. It still doesn't catch itself in Gen 8. And then it falls even more. Like, if you blind yourself too much on how good Flygon could be, or how cool it is, or how good it is in Gen 3 and Gen 4, you're going to forget that this thing in Generation 9 right now is in NU. Like, it's not, it's here. I'm sorry. It's had such a disgusting fall, and it's not even like a Pokemon like Quagsire, but Quagsire is like ZU, but you have it in B tier. Or like Quagsire could still just be used, you know? You're not going to use Flygon in an upper tier. The last time that you could maybe do that had to have been like Gen 6 Ubers. At best. At the very best. And there's literally no chance that it was actually good. Okay. Maybe C plus is like a slightly too harsh. I hate Sableye, so I'd love to spite it by just putting one more Pokemon above it, because I hate Sableye. Sure. I'll be biased. Biased against Sableye. Literally nothing to do with liking Flygon. I don't even like super like it. I don't care if it has a Mega or not. I don't mind it. A lot of people really are upset that it doesn't have one still. I don't care. I've never been a Flygon guy, but I hate base Sableye enough to spite it. I'm a hater, bro. I'm a hater. I'm gonna put Cacnea. Worse than Trico. Worse than Pineco. Probably worse than Lickitung. But F tier still good for a little cut Pokemon, so congratulations. Cacturn. This thing is in a okay-ish spot. I don't hate it. It's a Pokemon that anything that has spikes, anything that has Sucker Punch, at the end of the day, it's probably going to be, like, fine. I would probably put Cacturn below that guy. Does this thing have knockoff, by the way? I think in Gen 7 it got it, right? Or something. But there was a long time period where this thing just never got knockoff, and finally got knockoff like a generation too late, where it's completely fallen off from the existence of everything. So, yeah, there's like no format that cares about the existence of that piece of garbage Pokemon. It is what it is. It happens to the best of us. Anyways, Swablu. I like Swablu a lot. I don't know. I've always been a fan of Swablu. Like, I like it. I think it's a very cute Pokemon. Unfortunately, cute doesn't do anything on this tier list. So, you just got to get with the time, Swablu. And I think you're going to be at bottom of the barrel. I really just don't think Swablu ever brings anything to the table. I'm just going to be honest. But, like, maybe, like, here. Like, below Lotad, G tier, because I'm biased. Swablu's cute. It's a cute little bird, dragon, weird thingy. And Altaria is like a weird noodle dragon guy. And it's good. I actually don't think base Altaria is all too bad. I'd probably put base Altaria above, like, Sceptile. Genuinely. Like, it might be crazy to somebody. Like, what? It's not too bad. I would use it more than Sceptile 100%. Mega Altaria, on the other hand, is pretty okay. It's one of the most okay Pokemon ever. Like when I said that Camerupt was the most C+, I think Altaria is like the most B-. Like, it's one of those Pokemon that theoretically could be so much better than it ended up being. You know, Pixelate, Dragon Dance, all that stuff. It has a lot going for it, but it doesn't bring enough to the table. Now I'm really dunking on it, so it sounds like I'm describing a C tier Pokemon. But at the end of the day, it still is fine. It's just not as good as it absolutely could have been. And I think that being said, I'll put it maybe around Mega Feraligatr level. I feel like it's very relative to Mega Feraligatr. I'll put it below Galarian Weezing because that Pokemon is a G, and I'm gonna put it below it. Zangoose. Chopped. This guy is bad, but it's okay. I'm gonna put him like Dodrio level. I think they're very similar in being normal type wall breakers. Except the only thing is that I'm gonna put them like a couple spots below. Like here. Arbok. I'll put him right next to a snake. That way I can remind him of Seviper, who is unfortunately not going to join his rival. You're gonna go in bottom of the barrel. Yep, Zangoose won. Seviper sucks. Lunatone and Solrock are two little interesting guys because they both are bad. But guess what? Lunatone has something really cool, and it's freaking Meteor Beam. Okay? That is something really cool that it has, and it's something that, unfortunately, Solrock can't take advantage of because it has piss poor physical attack. So, I'm gonna put Lunatone in the bottom of F tier, like above Pooper. Right there, above Pooper. And I'm gonna put Solrock in bottom of the barrel. It sucks, but it is what it is. When you have Meteor Beam in your arsenal, you're just bound to be a little better. Barboach. This is one of the Pokemon I just dislike because it's so forgettable. It is ugly. I just hardly ever remember it. It has Dragon Dance, and it would make you think that maybe it could do something, but other sweepers exist that do its job better. Maybe it's G tier. I guess like you're coping, but I think that's cope. I'll put a G tier though. Like similar to like Lotad, the opportunities where you get to use it are very low. I'll put it above Swablu and maybe above Ralts, like right there. I think that's fine. Right behind Seaking. It's seeking a higher placement, but unfortunately, it's not gonna get one. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Anyways. Oh, God. Wishcash, are we dead serious? I wish that you weren't on my screen right now. That's what I wish. Wishcash... It's weird that the direction that they took with it, they tried to give it a lot of utility moves and stuff. And it ended up making it better. But it was just... It never had any of these moves. The reason I find it weird is not weird that it got the moves. It's weird that it never had them. It just suddenly got Stealth Rock and Spikes, like, all of a sudden. But it always looked like a Pokeball that just should have had those moves. And the thing is, I would use it before I would use a Dugong. I would probably use it before I use Pikachu. I'll put it, like, right here. Above, Lickitung. Maybe even a tad bit higher. You know what? Like, right here. Wishcash is cool. I don't hate it. I'll put it above Macargo even. There you go. I'll even put it above Wigglytuff. You know what? Let's go, Wishcash. I'll put it above Golem. Let's keep it going. Boom. Top of F tier. I just had a magic change of heart. All right, Corphish. This thing's really good. Obviously, adaptability, Crab Hammer stuff. That's going to do so much damage. Base power is extremely important in Little Cup, and you have adaptability. So congratulations. You're going to be hitting like a truck. I think that Corphish is not E tier with these with these guys. But definitely, like, around this area. I would say Corphish is probably, like, here. Like that Shelder, Kabuto type of range. Very good Pokemon. Crawdaunt. Mr. Craw. I guess Mr. Craw can go... I'm not sure. Relative to Sharpedo, I guess. I would use this thing in OU before I would use Mega Beedrill. I would use this in OU before I use Mega Manectric. I would put it right here. B- seems fair enough to me. Maybe I could put it one spot below Mega Manectric. But I hate Mega Beedrill, so I'm going to put it above it. Because I'm biased and I hate that thing. Because it sucks. Baltoy. Hey, yo. Okay. Crazy name. But crazy name aside, Baltoy is up next. We're not going to call it Baltoy, though. We're going to call this thing Ballright. So, Ballright, where are you going to be ranked? I just don't think you are viable. I'm going to be honest. I feel like what your gimmick is that you rapid spin, right? Like, that's your whole point. It's automatically more useful than Caterpie, so I'm not going to put it in Caterpie tier. I will put it, like, there. There you go. Ballright. What I like about it the most is this says levitate. You know what that means. You're not getting hit by spikes. That's, like, what I like the most. And I'm also a fan of what you call it. Being a ground type and resistant to rocks, but I can't really put it much higher. I'll probably put it maybe here on a good day. Better than Phanpy? Maybe not. Like right there. Let's get a tier gap between Mightyena and Delcatty. I think that's a little more telling. Claydol, though. Claydol is not going to suffer the same fate in being near the bottom of the barrel. I think Claydol is probably around that Wheezing type of range. Or like Metacham, but slightly better. Like, I'd say better than Piloswine, better than Miltank. You might stop there. I think it stops there. Worse than Vileplume. But I'm really thinking of its Gen 3 performance. Gen 3 OU, it's when it kind of shined the most, and then it never really existed again. This guy. One of the most forgetful Pokemon ever. Lileep. I don't know. I don't know if you remember this Pokemon, but it's high up on my list of very forgettable things. I'm just going to say... that it's probably around... not quite Numel level, but maybe around here. It's better than Larvitar, I would say, as a rock type, and I think it might be better than Trico as a grass type. Obviously, they have very different roles than both of those two Pokemon. But Storm Drain's going to do Storm Drain things. It has access to rocks. It is what it is. Speaking of Storm Drain and access to rocks, let's take a look at Cradilly. Cradilly is a notorious ZU, NU, PU demon. Okay, this thing is bulky. It's fat. It'll never die. It gets up rocks. It does annoying stuff. I feel like I am comfortable putting it around like this area. Maybe worse than Exploud, but better than Kangaskhan. I don't hate that at all. I absolutely do not hate that. It's okay. It's a wall. It doesn't take too much damage. It doesn't do much back, but it sets up rocks. It can annoy stuff with Toxic, you know, stuff like that. It also has curse sets that it could use. Anorith is an interesting one. I feel like the most I think about Anorith is its ability to just be good at getting up rocks and rapid spinning. And also the fact that it's another Pokemon that benefits from multi-hit moves. Having Rock Blast is very good. Anything that has a multi-hit move, it kind of automatically is valid in my books. Anorith is good, though. Anorith is around that Kabuto type of level, but maybe like slightly worse. I put it lower than Magnemite, maybe. My favorite Anorith use cases. I love it in Gen 3 LC. It's fun there. Outside of that, though, he's chill. He's a chill guy. He doesn't do anybody any harm. Armaldo. Hopefully I don't make any Maldo fans mauled at where I put Mr. Armaldo. But he's okay. He's fine. He's a ZU demon. He had a use case in like OU and stuff like that in Gen 3. And that's about it. But overall, I mean, as a ZU pick, who's better, him or Cradilly? I don't think Cradilly ever had the motion that Armaldo did in Gen 3. And it's not like it's crazy, but like Armaldo, isn't this guy like super banned from UU? Like it's like giga banned. Isn't he like really broken in Gen 3 UU and they banned him or something like that? And I think they might have tried to suspect test him back in and he was just too good still. I'd probably put him above Cradilly. Maybe like a little Kangaskhan gap right there. Just to show the difference. That thing's going in bottom of the barrel. Milotic. Sorry, that was Feebass. If you aren't watching the stream, but you're just listening. The Feebass just went to bottom of the barrel tier. Milotic. I am going to take a Milotic and I'm going to place it in B-. Maybe even B. It's doubles presence. I like its doubles presence. You know, I always value being usable in doubles. And my favorite thing about Milotic, easily, is competitive ability. Because some people still see this thing and they just autopilot, lead, and intimidate Pokemon. And then they lose the game turn 1. I like that aspect of it. I unfortunately don't think I can bring it much higher. Can we get much higher? No. So that's the answer to that question. I'm going to leave it at around B tier. I think it's fine. In a singles perspective, it exists and it isn't like anything crazy. It's something too crazy. You still gotta think about Gen 3 OU at the end of the day. You still gotta think about Gen 4. It's better than it is nowadays. Or nowadays, it's more of a RU guy. Okay, in Gen 9, it's literally like PU tier. But I have never felt like it's a PU Pokemon. It's so weird that it ended up there. But whatever. I guess losing Toxic was a big deal. More than likely. So I would probably... I could see it slightly changing, but nowadays, I mean, you got to think about the recent history of it. And I think the doubles presence alone carries it. Maybe I'll put it like here. You know? Cast form. I'm not putting all of its forms, I'm not going to lie. I'll drag... Look how happy this stupid water droplet looks. Also, it hasn't been a Gigantamax Pokemon in a long time. What the heck? I just realized that. I just realized that. I haven't... Huh. They really did not... Whoa, is it just like Gen 1 and Gen 8 Pokemon that got Gigantamax forms? I just thought about that. Like, I haven't had to scroll down and drag a Gigantamax form all the way down in a while. Let me make sure I didn't just accidentally take something. Okay, it's all the garbage forms. Kecleon! Okay, I don't think Kecleon's bottom of the barrel. I'm going to be honest. I think Kecleon's a little better than bottom of the barrel. I'm going to bring Kecleon over to... like here. Maybe better. Like E. Definitely E tier. I would say it's definitely E tier. It's just hard to rank it any higher than that. It's bulky. It exists. It gets its job done. It runs Assault Vest, which is cool. It's a rare Assault Vest Pokemon. Shuppet. There's just no way this thing's good. I feel like I've never even heard of Shuppet being good. It has such a weird design. I've never... I don't know. I've never heard of Shuppet being good, unfortunately. At the very, like, worst, I could put it here. In G tier, I've just never heard of it being good. Base Bayonet. Latios at the top. Like A. When we get there, we'll rank it. It'll probably be a little higher than that, actually. Base Bayonet, unfortunately, is not a good Pokemon. So, yeah, it is what it is. I'll put it like here. It's not good. It's not good. It's just like, I don't even know if I could put it above Meganium. I'd probably put it above... That's it. Yeah. I'll put it below Meganium. It might not. Okay, it might be a little too high. I might go like here. Above below Ariados. Below Ariados. How many times you seen a spider in your Ariados? Twin Raris, the whip color Ariados. Not up to 6 seconds. Mega Bayonet though is also just not good. Not a good Pokemon, but I feel like I gotta maybe put it like D plus or C minus, one of the two. Because even though it sucks, it's still, you know, better than a lot of the goobers that are around it. Because the bar is not very high, honestly. It's just one of those Pokemon where it hits hard enough to where it could be where it's ranked, you know? Maybe above, like, Piloswine or above Miltank. But I really just don't think it's ever been anything impressive at all. Duskull. And Dusclops. Ooh, Dusclops is interesting. But Duskull isn't really interesting at all. I feel like Duskull at least has something kind of going for it. I'd put it above Shuppet and maybe above like Swablu. Dusclops as a singles Pokemon is garbage. It's probably like here, right? It's probably like around this range. Doubles, gotta give it to it, you know? It's better. I'd probably put it around this Clefairy range, maybe. Like, relative to it. You could lead B minus. Low card, genuinely. I wouldn't hate that idea. I would not hate that idea. This probably like slightly too high though. But like Raichu and like this area of Clefairy, Raichu, Alolan Raichu, I feel like is a good area for it to be at. I'll put it below Mega Pidgeot. How about that? I think I like that. Trick Room, bulky. Not the greatest Pokemon ever in doubles, but it has doubles presence, and that matters. Tropius, this thing is trash. I don't think it's I don't think it's garbage. Okay, I literally said trash. I don't think it's complete garbage to go to the bottom of the barrel. But it's definitely trash. I just don't think it's that bad to fall that low. It has things that it can do. I'd probably say it's better than Graveler. You know, that's about it. Base Chimecho? Is that even a real Pokemon? Is Base Chimecho real? I just don't think it is. I don't want to put it bottom of the barrel, but I feel like I gotta put it bottom of the barrel. Because it just comes off as something that's bottom of the barrel. I don't know. I genuinely do not look at that thing and be like, yeah, it deserves higher. But, I mean, at the same time, I used to hate this thing in Gen 3. Gen 3 NU. I used to despise this thing. It had a legitimate use in that tier, but that's like so long ago. I suppose it can go... It's probably better than Tropius ever was. So I'll put it above Ekans. Maybe above Shroomish. What about Growlithe? And that one. And that one. And that one. Yeah, I'll stop right there. Mega Chimecho. Yippee. I think that Mega Chimecho sucks. So it is what it is. I'm going to put Mega Chimecho... or like D minus. Like here. Okay, maybe that's too harsh. Maybe that's too harsh. Let's put it a little higher. It's probably better than Mega Ampharos. I'll be real. Okay, it's probably better than Mega Ampharos. So I'll put it a good couple spots above it, like right here. Yeah, D minus is very harsh. I don't believe that. Absol is good. I think there's better out there to consider, but it's good in like that NU, PU, ZU type of range. And like Mega Absol isn't that impressive either. I'll put it around here. Better, yeah. Lower than probably Wrath. Better than Menetric. Mega Absol is nothing too special, nothing too crazy. I don't like it. I've never really been a guy that likes it. But I still have to respect it. It's like Mega Sceptile, kinda, in terms of strength. I'll put it at the bottom of C+. This doesn't exist yet, but I think it's coming to the game soon. So you just gotta drop out of the list. Why not? I forgot they added this thing after Wobbuffet's existence. This is an awkward one. This is an awkward one. I'm gonna put it... It's gonna be high up, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take Diglett's spot, probably, as the highest, like, baby Pokemon. Really, really good in, I wouldn't say really, really good, but it's very annoying in Little Cup. And then the fact that it could be usable in Little Cup. Not Little Cup, in Ubers. So it could be used beyond Little Cup. Use it in Ubers. It's banned in Ubers. I would recommend you use it in Ubers. You could just bring it as a meme. But its ability is so broken that the ability itself has to be banned, because even if you allowed Why Not, it would still be too good. So I will put it above Gyarados just so that it can bait reactions. That's the entire purpose. I genuinely do believe it's probably better as well, but it will bait more reactions and piss somebody off if they see that their beloved Gyarados from Generation 1 is below a stupid baby Pokemon. So that makes me very happy that somebody might get baited by that. I legitimately do believe it too, but yeah. This thing, I'm just putting it down here. I don't care. I don't care about Snorunt. Glalie. Base Glalie. I feel like base Glalie is okay. It has Moody, but I don't know if Moody... Like, I don't know if that's like a thing in Ubers. I think Ubers bans it. I feel like Moody Glalie is, like, not worth considering because it's not allowed at all, but Moody... Similar to like Arena Trap, I guess. He really wanted to be that egregious. The thing is, this thing isn't even like... It's not like a consistent good like an Arena Trap or a Shadow Tag is. It's just a gimmick. At the end of the day. So if I rank it based off of a Moody performance, I'm still not going to rank it high. I'm sorry. Because it's not even like viable. It's just a gimmick. At the end of the day. It's banned because it's just not competitive. So I'll put Glalie, like, here. Because at least, you know, when it's not doing a dumb gimmick, it's really, really good. And, like, I remember, I think it was, like, Gen 3 NU specifically. It, like, recently got banned. It was either NU or RU. It was nice, a little spike setter. It was just bulky. It would never die. It would always guaranteed get up a spike or two. And it pissed me off a lot. So I'll rank it. Lower than Jinx, higher than Jinx. I'll put it right here. You know what? Just to solidify... If somebody were wondering, maybe you could consider it with Moody. Congratulations, okay? I would not get mad if you try and consider it with Moody. Mega Glalie, on the other hand, is definitely a little better. It's more consistent. The peak potential of base Glalie is higher. Just not consistent enough at doing that. I would probably say that Mega Glalie is worse than Mega Camera. It's better probably in singles. The only thing is that the doubles existence of Mega Camera that Mega Glalie just does not have makes me want to rank it that high by comparison. Makes me want to rank it that low by comparison. I'll put Camera Up higher. But in terms of singles, I would definitely say that the Ice type Explosion guy is a little better, but it is what it is. Sfeel, huh? Bye-bye. Is this Celio? Celio doesn't really exist to me. I'm just going to put it in bottom of the barrel. Walrein. Ball Ride. Another Ball Ride variant has arrived. Wall Ride. I'm going to put this thing in, like, one of these two. It's bulky. It sometimes just doesn't die. It's like Blossom Ampharos area, you know? Ooh, this thing. I forgot its name. Clamperl, right? Clamperl? I'm going to put it... It's one of those Pokemon that's like really, really, really classically good in Little Cup. Like, it's always there because of Deep Sea Tooth. So I'm going to put it up with the big boys in Little Cup, but I'm not going to put it... It got banned in, like, Gen 3, I'm pretty sure. And that's about it. So I'll put it with the big boys down here. I believe Gen 3 LC is the only thing that's ever really banned it. So, yeah. Huntail. I just don't think Huntail is real. I don't think Huntail does anything outside of the PU range, but it has Shell Smash, so at the end of the day, it has to be, like, somewhat good. I'll put it around the range of Gramble. Above or below? I'll put it below. I don't know which one's better between it and Gramble. Like, it's close. They're not very similar, but I just know Gorbis is probably better. So I'll put Gorbis more, like, in this area. Like these. You know, maybe, like, below Roselia. Maybe above Roselia. Let's give Sceptile something. I'll give him a little gap between it and Roselia, okay? Relicanth. That's right. Relicanth be a good Pokemon. That's what it is. It's going to go probably really low to, like, where the rest of the ZU and PU family is. I'll put it right here, above Masquerain. Love Disc. Okay, no. Why did I even go out of bottom of the barrel? Hello? There's just no way. There's no way that I'm gonna seriously rank Love Disc. Bagon. Little silly dude with the big nose. Little Yoshi. The little baby Yoshi. I think, unfortunately, with Bagon, I just don't think that it aged the best. I think there was a time where you could say it's really good. I'm gonna put it in G tier and at the top. It was a time where it's legitimately good. I like it in Gen 3. It's strong in Gen 3. You know, Rockhead Double Edge hits like a freaking truck. And I feel like Gen 5, Gen 6 is where it could be, you know, decent as well. But at the end of the day, you know what? Sure. I'll put it above Smoochum. I feel like below Smoochum might be a little crazy. Shelgon. This guy, I've never liked him. I actually like his Gen 4 sprite a lot, where he's just kind of like jumping in the air. And after that, he just looks too goofy. He looks a little too silly. I've never liked the middle stage of a lot of the pseudo-legendaries, I'm not going to lie. Just my personal take. I think that when it comes to Shelgon, it's just hardly a real Pokemon. It's G tier worthy, sure. I'll maybe put it like here. I gotta put it below. Yeah, like right there. I like it in Generation 3. That's about it. I don't know why Mega Salamence is before Base Salamence. Base Salamence, it's good. I would probably put it like here for its impact on like Generation 3. It got banned from Generation 4. It's good in Generation 5. Like, it's usable there. Generation 6, that's where it kind of starts to have the fall off. Then Generation 7, it got a little better with access to Flynium Z. But overall, the real GOAT here is going to be Mega Salamence. Let's be real. This thing's probably double S. Mega Salamence is probably double S tier. It's been a while, but the next double S tier is definitely arrived. I think that there's almost no argument about it. It's very good in doubles. Very, very good in singles. The gap between Mega Salamence and Mega Mewtwo Y is going to grow, okay? It's going to grow because we're talking about it's a lot better than an Engine 6, and then it also has doubles viability, which, I mean, to be fair, I guess Mewtwo never got the chance to show off its VGC viability because it's just not allowed to exist. But hey, skill issue. What can I say but skill issue? That's all I can say. Who's next, though? Oh, Beldum. There's just no way Beldum's ever been something that's considerable. Unfortunately, it kind of lives up to its name. It's dumb, so I'm going to put it at bottom of the barrel. Matang, on the other hand, is definitely good. I'm going to put Matang maybe like Kadabra-ish level. Matang is a lot better than the lifespan of Beldum, which is non-existent. Beldum exists and then just sucks. I think Matang is pretty solid. It's okay. You know? Currently, you know, maybe like bottom of D-, like right there. I think Kadabra might be just a little better, but yeah. Base Metagross? Gen 3, Gen 4, goated. Gen 5, good. Gen 6, then it all just falls apart. Like, I mean, I don't even know what happened. Gen 5, it wasn't, like, spectacular compared to its Gen 3, Gen 4. But then Gen 6, it just doesn't even matter. I mean, it's just... Mega Metagross is so much better. I'd probably put... For its legacy in Gen... I'd probably, just for the legacy of it, put it up here. But nah. Like, I gotta remember, I put Flygon in B-. I gotta put this in B. This thing's like, I put it around this like Fortress range. Fortress is... I think I'll put Metagross above it. Mega Metagross. I put Mega Metagross. I think it joins S tier. Maybe above Zapdos. I'm not gonna put it with Mega Blaziken. Not quite there. In Champions currently, yes, absolutely. Like, I could definitely see it. I'll put it here. I'll put it here. Would I go above Mega Tyranitar is the next question. Eee, that one's harder. Would I put it above that? Like, I just don't think I would. Yeah, I'll keep it there. I'll keep it there. Reggie Rock. This guy's PU, NU to the day he dies. PU, ZU, NU. I'm going to put them above Sandslash. I've always considered them very relative to each other. Regice is worse. So wherever Regirock is, this thing's just going to be like a tier below it. Maybe like worse than Sceptile. Maybe worse than Gorebyss. Worse than Roselia. Worse than Muck. Right there. Right there. Above Combuskin. Registeel is the best of the three. Registeel, I will probably give it one of these, like one of this area. It's on the lower end of B-. Maybe above Crobat. Yeah, I think above Crobat is fine. Latias. Latias is good. Latias is definitely good. Now, I think I'm going to give it around A+. You got to consider that it's OU, like, it's Smogon singles impact, especially in like the earlier generations all the way up to Generation 6. A lot of it is impacted by the fact that Soldew is not allowed. So if Soldew were allowed, it'd be quite crazy. The thing is, it gets the opportunity to showcase its abilities with Soldew, and I think Latios like typically outclasses it. So I think Latios is going to be like a tier above. When it comes to Mega Latias, would I consider Mega Latias? I think Mega Latias is like an A. Mega Latias existed for less time and did not have Soldew, you know, during that time. Or like Soldew Latias existed and it was just better. So I think Mega Latias, I'll give like Mew tier. Maybe worse than Mew. Worse than Chansey. Better than Aerodactyl, maybe. I think Aerodactyl's doubles presence is too crazy. Maybe worse than Pelipper. Better than Ditto. Maybe worse than Ditto. I'm still going. Worse than Mega Scizor. Alright, I just sent that thing into the abyss. But it's okay. A- is still freaking fantastic. Consider how many Pokemon are on this list, and you're an A+. It's like 30 Pokemon up here out of the 400 or something we've done. Latios is just probably like a tier above. Now, when you're thinking about, you know, I'll go here. When you're thinking about current Latios, you're really forgetting about Soldew. Like, when you look at current Latios, you're thinking about Scarlet and Violet Latios, you're like, what the heck? That thing is in UU right now or something crazy. There's no way that this thing is above Mega Charizard Y, my goat. But unfortunately, I just kind of have to disagree. The peak of Latios is disgusting, and you just can't forget about it. This thing is a top 2, top 3 Pokemon in Gen 5 OU. And that's what Soldew disallowed. Like, Soldew is banned. And it's top 2, top 3 in that OU. You know? Can you imagine? Like, this is like if Soldew, if you don't know, you might be only aware of what Soldew does currently. Soldew currently gives your Dragon and Psychic type moves 1.2x power. Soldew from Generation 6 and 5 and 4 and 3, if it were held by a Latios, it will give you special attack and special defense +1 just for free. And you're not choiced. You can still switch moves. So you might not even be aware of what old Latios used to do. This is like if Charizard Y had Sun for its son. It's like if Mega Charizard Y also had solar power at the same time. That's the type of Pokemon that Latios was back in the day, okay? Obviously, without Soldew, it is way less significant. I just gotta put it higher. I'm sorry. I have to. I feel like Latios is definitely up here. It's better than Zapdos. It's better than Zapdos. Would I put it above Mega Blaziken? I'm trying to think about that one. Yes. I would put it above there. All-time Latios might even be better than these guys. I'm going all the way. I'm going all the way with it. Like, the more and more I think about it, the only thing that's going to keep Latios from entering double S is the fact that after Generation 6, Soldu never does this ever again. So, unfortunately, I cannot put it double S. Now, if I only considered Gen 3 to Gen 6, yeah, this thing would be double S, potentially even triple S. I think this thing deserves S tier because that Soldu is one of the... Soldu, pre-nerf Soldu Latios is one of the most ridiculous Pokemon ever. And pre-nerf Soldu Latias is up there too. I'll put it right here. I'll put them right next to each other, but like a tier gap. You know what? They can look at each other. That's about it. They are really, really strong. The only issue, and while they can't even be ranked even higher, is, of course, those items don't do that anymore. So, yep. Mega Latios. I don't know, I think it's like a B+. Maybe like worse than Mega Meganium. I like Mega Latios more than Mega Latios, personally. But I don't super like either. I think they're both worse than Soldu, and they don't really represent Latios' full strength. Kyogre. That's a classic. I would say Kyogre might be triple S. It's not a might. Okay, yeah, it's not a might. It's not a might. I don't think that's a might at all. You gotta think about Gen 3. Ubers. Gen 4, Ubers. Gen 5, Ubers. Okay, don't think about Gen 6 Ubers. Okay, don't think about it. Ignore Gen 6 Ubers. Skip all the way to Gen 8 and Gen 9 Ubers. And it would probably be like more like double S there. This thing is a demon. And maybe you could put it here. Maybe. I'm gonna keep it triple S. I'm gonna keep it there. Primal Ogre. Where did you go? Oh no, I lost him. Uh-oh. Oh no, he's back down here. And then Orb. It's weird. Primal Kyogre in the same generations as Kyogre is obviously miles better than it. Is the legacy of Primal Kyogre... Does the legacy of Primal Kyogre, though, rival old generation Kyogre? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is going to be weird. Primal Kyogre in Generation 6 and Generation 7. Yes, better than base Kyogre. Yes. Is it better than the peak of base Kyogre, though? Which is that streak of, like, Gen 3 through 5. Absolutely not. No. There's just no way. I would not be convinced of that. Is Primal Kyogre better than Mega Mewtwo Y? Probably. Yes, I would say. So this gap is going to continue to rise. I said this gap is going to increase between Mega Mints and Mega Mewtwo Y. Yeah, I would put Kyogre here. The thing is, you have to consider not just current status or the last status of the Pokemon. So while Primal Kyogre does Mog Kyogre in Gen 6 and Gen 7 where they're both allowed, I just don't think that Primal Kyogre is better than Gen 5 Kyogre or Gen 4 Kyogre or Gen 3 Kyogre. I just don't. Especially someone who's played Gen 3 Ubers and knows the horrors of that thing. No, I just can't see it. Also, this thing in VGC and Gen 7 as well. Might be enough to put it over. Ooh, though. Yeah, you know what? But I mean, Gen 8 VGC has Kyogre 2. And Gen 9. I gotta keep it right here. I gotta keep it right here. I like this. Let's see. Next up is Groudon. base Groudon is... good. Don't get me wrong. We here? Lower end of double S? That's still very good, by the way. Please don't get triggered. That's still very, very, very freaking high. Same thing, though. Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5. Obviously, Primal Kyogre is going to doo-doo all over it. Or Primal Groudon, I mean. They might as well just get that out of the way. Might as well just get it out of the way. Primal Groudon's definitely triple S. But base Groudon, still very good. It exists. It's good in Gen 8. It's good in Gen 9. Obviously, Primal Kyogre's going to be a lot, or Primal Groudon's going to be a lot better. I think Primal Groudon's legacy does rival the legacy of base Groudon through Gen 3 through 5 and then 8 and 9. I think Primal Groudon absolutely poops all over that legacy, actually. It's the best Pokemon so far, in my personal opinion. In that short time that it existed, it is just head and shoulders above a lot of the stuff that exists as far as Uber's considerations goes. Because this is not considering AG, because that's an unofficial metagame, so we don't care about it. It's just Uber's. And the only thing that's going to be considered for AG are the ones that are just forced to be there, you know? The ones that have no other choice. I think Groudon is good to be here. The only thing I could see is him being higher than Mewtwo, maybe. Or maybe even that Lugia is too high. Maybe that Lugia could drop to S. Low-key, kick Lugia out. Groudon above Mewtwo. The thing is with that idea is that it really, 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 really fails to consider the absolute absurdity that is Gen 1 Mewtwo. Like, low-key, even as I mentioned that, like, out loud, I'm kind of realizing Mewtwo should be above its Mega Forms. Gen 1 Mewtwo is literally one of the most disgusting Pokemon ever. I'm tripping by having it being below its Mega Forms. Gen 1 Mewtwo is one of the most gross Pokemon ever created. Gen 1 Ubers. Like, if I'm considering Legacy, which I am for this entire list, that might be alone. That might be enough to push to Triple S, but I'm not gonna do that. Gen 1 Mewtwo is vile. Like, absolutely disgusting. So I actually like swapping this order. I'm completely undersold. Like, I feel like putting Mewtwo below these two, it just does it a disservice. Compared to the just straight demon existence that is Generation 1. RBY Mewtwo is gross. And like, if I'm putting Primal Groudon at the very top and it existed for 2 generations, I mean, Gen 1 Mewtwo, Gen 2 Mewtwo is basically almost that. Not quite the same, but basically. I could low-key see it being even higher, but I'll keep it here for now. Because the thing is, Mewtwo does have more life in Ubers, and its base form is... Oh my god, I'm convincing myself. I'm putting Mewtwo higher, bro. I'm convinced myself. I'm convincing myself. Mewtwo X before Groudon? Why are y'all hating on Mewtwo X so much? I think it's at the lower end. I mean, I could see it. Groudon is very good. Y'all hate this thing. Y'all hate Mewtwo X. I get it has no, like, really good physical moves, but it's not, like, a dog garbage Pokemon. Ray. Base Ray. I feel like Base Ray doesn't touch Base Kyogre and Base Groudon. Like, I feel like if I put Ray here, there's gonna be a gap that starts to form between it and Groudon, like 100%. That's the only thing. Like, if I put Ray here, I feel like putting Mewtwo in between them is just going to be better for my sanity. But I feel like in the generations that they both existed in, Ray is better than Mewtwo X anyway. So it's fine, ultimately. It's fine. I'll have this gap expand. And then obviously, wow, big surprise about where this guy's going to end up. Yep. That's not very surprising at all. Mega Ray to the top of Triple S. Jirachi. We're taking a break from the obvious Super SSS plus Pokemon. And Jirachi takes a little stumble down to the lower tiers, honestly. I'd probably put it above. I'd probably put it like down here. Jirachi is good. It's fine. It works. It exists 100%. It's just nothing like that blows my mind. I'll put it above some of these guys. I think it's better than Celebi all time. It's better than Gengar all time. I'll just go down the list. Better than Zam all time. Better than Blastoise all time. Better than Mega Clef all time. Better than Bennett. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, I can't move it. Bop, 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 bop. There you go. Jirachi. B+. Honestly, A-. You gotta think about Gen 3 Jirachi. The disgusting Gen 4 Jirachi. Gen 5 Jirachi is good too. I do think that's kind of where it stops being super impressive. But that's a good streak. Maybe I'll just keep it B+. Because after that, it does like fall off. It's not bad in Gen 6. It's just not anything crazy. And in Gen 7, same exact case. But maybe like slightly worse. And then it just gets even worse in UU. And then it's now currently like RU. Base Deoxys is like the worst of all of the or worst between it and not worst of all of them, but worst between it and attack Deoxys, but it's still good enough to where it's gonna go over Zapdos probably. Better than Blaziken? I don't think so. Or better than Mega Blaziken, I should say. This is Deoxys Speed. W Speed. I'm gonna put Deoxys Speed like above Mega Dragonite, probably. It's really good. Really, really strong. I don't have too much negative to say about it. It's just, obviously, that's Deoxys attack, by the way, and I'm a big, stupid dummy head. That thing should be way higher than A+. I'm dumb. Deoxys speed is different. Deoxys attack, I feel like it's a weird one. It's really, really, like, exceptionally strong. It's just, when it comes to whether I would have put it double S, I think I do. It's just a matter of trying to figure out which of these it's going to be above. I'm feeling above Mewtwo Y, but not Primal Kyogre level. But it could be. But I don't think it is. I think I'm a fan of this placement right here. Like, I don't think it'll be better than Primal Kyogre, but Mega Mewtwo Y, sure. I have no. Because again, you have to consider more than just Gen 7 Deoxys attack versus Gen 7 Mega Mewtwo Y. Gotta consider the demon that is Gen 3 Uber's Deoxys attack. Gen 4. There's also Gen 5. Like, there's way more generations that exist. So it'll be up there. I was ranking Deoxys speed on accident earlier, but yeah. Deoxys defense. This guy's probably like a B tier. Or like B plus. Like this, you do have to remember there's a time period where this thing was broken for a long time. Only very, very recently with this current generation did it fall back down to Earth, and now it's in freaking RU, you know? Before that, this thing probably would have been higher up here. It's banned for multiple generations, but it does have quite the fall off. I guess if I put Jirachi in B+, this thing just has to... It objectively has a better history than Jirachi, so maybe I'll put it A-. As an all-timer... I feel like the issue with it is that it's very similar to Blaziken, and I think that if Deoxys defense existed in Generation 8, it doesn't, by the way, it's a natural dex. If it existed in Generation 8, it would have suffered the same fate as Blaziken. Like, it's very similar to Blaziken, in which it's just banned. I guess it's just banned for a little longer, because Blaziken wasn't banned in Gen 3. Because it just wasn't, you know, anything. It wasn't anything crazy at the time. I also don't think it was banned in Gen 4 because it didn't have speed boost yet. So you know what? Deoxys defense should just be higher than Blaziken, and then I'll make a gap form eventually. Maybe the gap can be like right here. I could put it at the top of A. It's just one of those Pokemon that's been banned, and then it finally met its match when everything started running heavy-duty boots. Well, everything got access to heavy-duty boots. I'm not going to say everything started running. Everything just got it in Gen 9 and Gen 8 and stuff, but it wasn't around in Gen 8. Anyways, Deoxys speed. I'm going to put Deoxys speed, like, here. Deoxys speed is very good. It has fallen down to earth, finally, and it's an OU, you know, in the big 2-6. So I feel like I can't put it in double S because there's a moment in history where it is now OU. It's existing with the rest of the common Pokemon. And I just don't think when you're like that, I don't think you can be double S. I don't think that's indicative of a double S Pokemon. But its viability is certainly up there. Like, it's very, very good. You know what? I'll put it here. It's very good. It exists all the time in Ubers, no matter what. I mean, even if it's OU now, it's still viable in Ubers. It's just... It's going to be at the lower end. Like, it's not a true double S because it has now fallen, you know? And it's been OU for a long time this generation, you know? Even when it got Nasty Plot. Like, that... Is that like a crazy concept? This thing's sitting around here with freaking Nasty Plot to click, you know? And it's still OU. This thing that has 180 speed, a 140 base power move, and it's still OU. But that's just power creep. That's just how much power is increased that we can start tolerating a Pokemon like Deoxys speed existing. When it has like 7 different movesets that it can decide to run. It could be Mix, it could be Nasty Plot, it could be Hazard Lead, it could run screens. It could just do so many different things. But hey, that is the power of Pokemon. I think this is fine. Is Deoxys neutral form more broken of a Pokemon than Deoxys speed? Sure, in the sense that it got banned more often, right? It's currently banned, but Deoxys speed is not banned. Therefore, it should be higher, but no, I think Deoxys speed is still more viable than neutral Deoxys in like every single thing. Ever, probably. I think this is fine for now. The only thing that I would probably drop is I'm feeling one less spot for Dragonite in both like that. And like one more spot for Skarmory. I think for now, that's a good spot for the end of ranking Generation 3. And up next is Generation 4. But I'm going to be honest, we have been going for a long time. We have been going for 8 hours. So even though this said that the stream will not end until I rank every single Pokemon, I severely underestimated just how tiring it is to talk for 8 hours straight. So, unfortunately, I'm going to go to sleep, okay? Clickbait title. I'm sorry. I severely underestimate how long, not only how long it would take, considering I'm explaining literally every single pick, how mentally exhausting that is to do. I severely underestimated that, so it is what it is. I'll just call it here. No need to go too crazy about it. We will call it here and pick it up next time with Generation 4 and the rest of the Pokedex, because yeah, you might have thought that was a lot of Pokemon. Wow, that took 8 hours. Spoiler alert. There's more. I don't even think I did half. Yeah, we didn't even I did a third, by the way. I did Generation 3 out of 9. And there's more and more forms coming up and stuff as well. I only did 1/3 of all of the Pokemon. Now, this could have been way faster if I just rank the Pokemon and I don't explain it. But I think that makes more room for me to make really bad rankings if I just place. Because sometimes I would literally talk myself out of placing certain things, you know? I would talk, and as I'm explaining, I'm like, okay, actually, you know what? I could change that. Or sometimes a conversation with the chat, and I can make a change based on that, you know? If I just rank, I'd probably do it faster. This should probably would have been over if I just ranked every Pokemon like quickly like that, but I think explaining it is more useful because people could actually, you know, maybe understand where my head is at with some of these picks. But anyways, yeah, this has been a very long stream. Not as long as the other one, but that's because I wasn't talking the whole time. That this stream feels way longer than that one. But talking for 8 hours is very tiring. We're gonna finish off the rest of the list. I would definitely say that so far Generation 3 is the strongest generation. Now there are a lot of megas and various forms that inflate the rankings slightly, but it's just objectively true. Their legendaries are just pretty crazy. It is what it is. It seems like each generation gets stronger than the last, so I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with Generation 4. There are some heavy hitters, obviously. Look at that legendary list down there. Like, my goodness. I do think it has quite a bit of stinkers, though. There's a couple stinkers. Carnivine. That guy's goofy. But there's way more good Pokemon than there are stinkers in Gen 4, I think. The stinkers in Gen 4 are just ones that are absurdly average at best and maybe like decently below average. But anyways, that's it from me, man. Hope you all enjoyed. And I will see you all. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow, but I will see you all with part 2 of the stream. Maybe I'll just pick it up when I wake up. Maybe that'll be the idea. But this is a lot. This is a lot. I finished my currency wars run. Yippee. I completely like flopped it too in terms of the build, but I'm playing on lower difficulty because playing on high difficulty currency wars is the most unfun piece of garbage that you could ever do to yourself, I'm not gonna lie. It's just a mode where nothing dies and everything will just one-tap you in an instant. So, I don't know how people find that fun. Anyways, that's it, man. I will get you all next time. Say goodbye to Himako in the corner.